Come in, come in. You desire diversion and entertainment. In the future, I see you entertaining yourself with podcasts on the ABC Listen app, going deep into conversations, delving into stories on days like these, and cackling away to Roy and HG. That is all. I don't want your money. The ABC Listen app is as free as laughter. Now go and download the ABC Listen app.
ABC Sport.
We begin this broadcast by acknowledging the traditional custodians of the land on which this match will be played today and pay our respects to their elders past, present and emerging. We extend that respect to Aboriginal and Torres Strait Islander peoples listening.
AFL.
What a stage. This game is coming to life.
The 2023 AFL Premiership season.
The roar will tell you the story. Fans are on their feet.
This game is electric.
Holds his arms out wide and tells them to get excited. Oh, the home fans like that. What a game. It's got everything. On the run. It's happening again. It's a whole new game.
Cause here it comes, here it comes.
One bounce at 60, one bounce at 40, one bounce at 20, and he goes.
He plays on from 52 out. The package bangs it through.
Something big is coming, something big is coming.
On the left boot, he's welcome to the big time moment.
Something big is coming, something big is coming.
Turn, steady, go.
Something big is
The
coming.
2023 AFL Premiership season.
Durham to win it. Goal.
Fill your lungs, are you ready for it?
Gets onto it, and away it goes.
Tapped it twice with his left hand, gathered in the right forward pocket. That is brilliant.
Here they come.
That's class. Oh, he's a star. What a game. Brilliant.
He hits, he goes.
This kid is going places.
Hand pass to Sarong. Sarong pulls the trigger. Boom. Rioli with some magic. The check side finish. He seizes the moment. Curls it around. What about that?
Hand pass to Elliott, back to Hill. Superb finish.
55 out. He's given this plenty. That's a magnificent strike of the football.
He dribbles it along the ground for an incredible goal.
Grimes goes long. High altitude fly from Showbolt. Snap from 35 and boy does he love it.
Good by Humphrey. Here's Humphrey to put the Suns 8 points clear.
To take the lead. It never looked like missing.
Grandstand AFL on ABC Radio, Sport Digital, and now streaming every match on the ABC Listen app. Just look for the AFL button.
Something big is coming, I know.
We're down in the Apple Isle for Game 1 of a Sunday doubleheader of vastly improved North Melbourne under Brett Ratton faced the GWS Giants, who lost a heartbreaker against Richmond last time out. The Roos have lost their last 6 games here at this venue, but can they turn it around today against the Giants? That's what we'll find out. Welcome to Bell Reef. Ben Cameron alongside Chris Rowbottom to call all of the footy here today. He's the local in the commentary box. Chris, great to see you again, or meet you for the very first time in person.
It's almost surreal, isn't it? So much communication over phones and email and whatnot, but to be sitting next to the great man Ben Cameron is an honour and a privilege, and can't wait to get stuck into it this afternoon.
So many conversations on Summer Grandstand throughout the summer, recapping the Shield cricket, often at this very venue. It's great to be down here. We're also joined by, I'm going to say, the workhorse of the Grandstand AFL team. This man's here, there and everywhere when it comes to Grandstand AFL. His name is Nathan Burke. He's an Australian Football Hall of Famer. Berkey, good to see you again.
Hello, Benny and Chris. It's lovely to be down here. My theory is if I keep doing more and more games, I'll eventually get one right, and I'll be good at it. So hang in there, everybody, if you're listening.
Today could be the day, Berkey.
Could be the day.
I say that with tongue-in-cheek. You're excellent whenever we see you. And Stephen Williams, a part of the famous Williams footy family. He's a 6-time premiership player, a 3-time premiership coach in the SANFL with, of course, the Port Adelaide Footy Club. Steve, good to see you as well, and nice to be down here in Tasmania. 2 flights for you to get here.
2 flights to get here, but certainly worthwhile. I love my time down in Tassie. It's a magnificent place. I've been down here holidaying over the last few years, and it's wonderful. So looking forward to a good game of footy. conditions are perfect, overlooks great, so and both sides are in reasonable nick. You know, they've had losses, but they've been pretty competitive, so lots of young players on show today, so it should be a good game.
A massive day of footy coming your way later tonight, the newest marquee game in the AFL. It'll be Essendon up against Carlton. All 32 of their combined premiership cups will be at the MCG and out on the ground together for the very first time. So if you are in Melbourne and wish to get along, they're expecting upwards of 75,000 there tonight, and $2 pies before 7 o'clock. Now, that's my kind of promo before a game of footy. We were here nice and early, Berkey. We saw a curtain raiser between Clarence and also Lauderdale, and a close game down the stretch, and now ready for North and GWS.
Yes, it was great to have a curtain raiser. It's been a long time since you've come to the footy early and had something to actually look at, and a really good standard game too from the boys out there. But what it showed me was that the ball was zinging around from one end of the ground to the other. There's no real wind to speak of out here, so no excuses whatsoever. The blue sky out there, but the sun isn't in anyone's eyes, so should be a good precursor to a second up really good game.
We will speak about the TSL and Tasmanian football broadly, because that is the big topic item down here in the Apple Isle at the moment. There's no doubt about that. But the team news here, no late changes for either side. So North Melbourne, Aidan Corr will be their sub, and Harry Rouston for GWS, the pick 16 NGA pick from last year. So that's what we've got to look forward to. But Chris Rowbottom, you're the man who has been at the forefront of all of this. You've been at the coalface reporting on whether Tasmania would get an AFL licence, the 19th AFL licence. It was eventually announced, and then has come the conjecture surrounding the Macquarie Point Stadium. Where are we at currently with it all?
It's a fascinating time in Tasmanian football, and not only football, but Tasmania in general. I've never seen a topic divide the state like this one, and we go back in decades. Things like the Tamar Valley Pulp Mill and the Franklin River Dam and things like that. It is at that level here in Tasmania. Such is the level of debate over this most contentious proposed new stadium at Macquarie Point. Now, a Tasmanian team is absolutely universally wanted here in Tasmania. It's been fought for almost universally for 30 odd years, and I think the vision that everybody had in their minds when that licence announcement was eventually made by Gillan McLaughlin at North Hobart Oval on May the 3rd was, you know, celebrations in the streets, champagne bottles being uncorked, and jubilation amongst Tasmanians. There was a moment of that, but it has now seeped into this debate which has split the state in half. It is around a stadium. It is a condition of the licence that Tasmania must construct a $750 million plus stadium at Macquarie Point in the Hobart CBD with a roof on it to host the team for the next 30 to 50 years. We are here at Bellerive today, and it does have a certain charm about it. Wonderful cricket venue, and it is more than adequate for hosting one-off AFL games between North Melbourne and the Giants today. It's fair to say probably two of the lower drawing clubs in the competition, but where the AFL needed the licence to really work and to pop was a new venue capable of seating 23,000 Tasmanians with a membership base of about 38,000, and the cost of that at a time when Tasmania is in a housing crisis, a cost of living crisis, and there are problems with the health system, hasn't gone down well with pretty large sectors of the community. It's threatened to topple the government down here. Jeremy Rockcliffe's Liberal Party has lost 2 members off the back of it who are against, or well, were questioning the stadium and the decision to sign the deal with the AFL. It plunged it into minority. The deal to get those 2 parliamentarians back on side involved changing the process in which the stadium had to go through. It will now have to go through both houses of parliament twice, opening it up to further scrutiny, and many believe that process itself will be the death knell of the stadium and therefore the team. But Ben, I have to say, in probably the last 2 or 3 weeks since it became a really real chance that the team and stadium might all fall over, the tide has definitely started to turn. The footy public here in Tasmania and the footy community in particular, and even those who just want something, you know, nice to have, are starting to mobilise and make their voices heard and say, look, if we lose this, then it's gone forever. This is an opportunity that we need to take with both hands, and people are really starting to fight for it amidst the threat that it could all fall over and Tasmania might not ever have a team, despite having the licence in their hands and it being granted back in May.
It's fascinating because, and this isn't me, so please do not criticise me on the SMS line,
And I love how you have to put that disclaimer in when you're talking about this issue because it is contentious.
0437 774 774 is the number. So you've got the disclaimer. That's the number, 0437 774 774. The thing that I think has been lost a little bit is that, like you mentioned right off the top, Tasmania absolutely want a team. Tasmanians want a team. What a lot of Tasmanians want is the team, but they don't want the stadium. But the AFL has said you can't have one without the other. If you don't have the stadium, you're not having the licence and you're not having the team. So that is the conjecture that arrives us here, creating the polarising nature of the debate.
That's right. And this goes back decades, and the constant rejection of Tasmania as an AFL heartland and the failed bids before the current one, and Tasmania being knocked on the head so many times has really bred this resentment of the AFL that has festered for decades in Tasmania. And now the perception in the community is, well, they're giving us a team, but they're making us jump through so many hoops and bankrupt our state in order to give us one, that maybe they don't actually want us to have one, and maybe they didn't think we'd actually accept these terms. I don't personally think that is the case, but such is that ill feeling towards the AFL that has been fostered for so long now in Tasmania, and rightly so, some of it too, given how the state has been treated for some time. It is contributing to this really this real feeling of contempt towards the AFL for what some people perceive to be a really unnecessary condition on Tasmania having a licence of its own.
Well, Ben and I did our extensive research because we were down here early this morning.
You mean because we're researched and diligent journalists and broadcasters?
Absolutely. We went out to the people, and the taxi driver was very happy to show us Macquarie Point, and he was for the new stadium. And then we did a lap of the oval here, and the old fella under the northeast stand over there, we asked him, and he's a football-loving man, and he said absolutely not. He said the state's divided into three, and we've got a housing crisis and a hospital crisis, and we definitely can't afford it. The 750 will blow out to 1.2 billion, and definitely doesn't want the stadium. So they're 50-50 in our extensive research.
Which stunned me. I would have thought that the group of people in the camp for would be football people and people who have been involved in the game for, as an umpire 30 plus years would be, yep, let's do it, let's have our team, let's have the stadium. But I was a little surprised to hear that gentleman say, look, I'm a no.
Yeah, and it's really indicative of what the debate, of how the debate is being shaped at the moment, because there are football people that are against it because they don't believe that it is required, and they come to the footy here at Bellerive and they think, well, this is good enough, this is perfectly fine for AFL football, maybe not realising the difference between, one-off fixtures, 4 games a year, compared to, a team basing itself out of this ground and everything that comes with it, player retention and staff retention for a new club, and players, bringing their partners down to Tasmania and all that sort of thing that playing in world-class facilities would bring. But everybody in Tasmania has an opinion. He's right that the state is 3 regions, but it's really hard to get a read on. As I say, there have been some polls conducted, and there's bumper stickers flying around for no stadium and pro stadium, and I've never seen anything like it in Tasmania, and we're probably still a couple of years away yet from actually knowing whether or not it's going to get up. Such is the length and depth and breadth of the process that it now has to go through in the Tasmanian Parliament.
It's amazing football now. Also, it's more than just a sport. If you look at the gather round in Adelaide earlier in the year, just the tourism that are brought into the state, and people just coming to the football, but then going out to the regions, the wineries, all those different sort of areas, and spending money. So it's not just people that love football that are going to benefit from it. It's the guy that's got the Airbnb or the hotels, or when football moved from Football Park in Adelaide down to Adelaide Oval, the whole place exploded. People come from interstate to the game, to the city, went to the regions and that. So I understand that housing and health is much more important than football, but this money wouldn't have gone there anyway, in my opinion. They've got money for the football stadium. They'll find money for these other issues as well. But what an opportunity for Tassie to get themselves a team, most importantly, but then to retain players, to attract people down to watch the games in that stadium is really important, and it'll be great for not only AFL footy but the whole of the state of Tasmania, in my opinion.
Yeah, and it is maybe a point that does get lost, that the stadium hasn't really just popped out of nowhere. It was first mentioned back in the task force report for the team back in 2019. That was really the bedrock for the whole bid that ended up being successful. It was specifically mentioned an inner city 27,000 seat roof stadium at some point in the future would probably be required, because current stadia won't be up to scratch, and Colin Carter has since come out who greenlit that document to back that opinion up. And of course, as I mentioned, the modelling and the numbers suggest that the average crowd for a Tasmanian home game will be 18,000 and the membership will be about 40,000. So there's only 12,000 seats here at Bellerive, and with a membership base of 38 to 40,000, it's pretty hard to get everybody in. And I think you're right, Stephen, in 2023 or 2028, when the team is forecast to come in, people expect a different class of event when they come to watch a game of AFL football. It's not going and sitting on the hill at Bellerive. As charming as it can be, it's sitting in a chair in comfort, in warmth, and having an experience, rather than just coming to watch some guys kick a leather ball around.
And just imagine in 5, 6, 7 years' time, gather around in Tasmania.
Yeah.
It would be perfect, because you've got other stadiums.
Well, they've got enough stadiums for gather around, that's for sure. Right. We're well set up. There's no doubt about that.
It would just be magnificent down here, the amount of people that would come to Tassie to follow their team and stay and check out this wonderful state. That'd be exciting.
Oh, I did a game out in Mount Barker, so you can play them anywhere for gather round. Bill on the SMS says, just quickly to finish off, Chris, and I'll let you answer this before we start to really turn our attention to the game. Why does Tasmania need a roof when Perth, Adelaide, Sydney and Brisbane don't?
It is a pretty good question, Bill, I've got to say. Look, because the stadium's being sold by the government as a multi-purpose venue, right? So it's not just a footy ground. They want to have concerts there. They want to have events there. They want to have all sorts of things there, and they believe that future-proofing the stadium, the best way to do that is to put a roof on it. And if you look at other venues around the world being constructed at the moment, most of them have the plexiglass ETFE roofs on them. There's also issues with event insurance. In Tasmania, it's hard to get an event actually insured against the weather if it isn't in an enclosed space. So there's some issues there. And I think one of the lasting memories from the AFL top brass was back in 2018 when Friday night football was held here in Hobart at Bellerive between Richmond and North Melbourne, and it was absolutely freezing, it was drizzly, it was rainy, it didn't make for a good spectacle on television, and it didn't make for a great spectator experience here at Bellerive. And I think that might be the lasting memory that some of the head honchos at AFL House might have of football in Tasmania, and they've said, well, if we're putting a team down there, we want a stadium and it's got to have a roof on it.
We'll let these text standers comment. George at Cornelian Bay says, it's not just the stadium we're being directed where a high performance and training ground must be built, and rumours are on our valuable green space. M in Perth says, we love Subiaco Oval. The new one is impossible for regional fans to get to, and Subi was perfectly adequate for many years. I grew up attending Subiaco Oval. It was nearly falling apart by the very end of it. I thought, but maybe perfectly adequate. Okay, let's turn our attention to the game of football that we are going to see right throughout the afternoon. North Melbourne and GWS, the first of a double header on this Sunday, King's Birthday Eve. We've got Essendon and Carlton coming up later, but North Melbourne, they've turned it around in the last couple of weeks. What have we seen, Nathan Burke?
I've seen North Melbourne play some pretty good football. They probably should have won 2 out of their last 4. They haven't come away with the bickies. We know that there was an interchange issue which cost them in one game. And the other game, they were certainly in it right until the very end. So when their key forwards are firing, I think Larkey is a really important player. But equal as important to him is Coleman. What's his name?
Coleman Jones.
That's it. I was going to all 3 of them. I was getting them all back to front. Coleman Jones. he takes the attention away from Larky. He provides a really good target up and down the ground and allows Larky to sort of go one out on his opponent, and he's really hard to beat in that situation. So I like that, and I really love what they're doing with their midfield. They're sort of forced to do it with Simpkin and Davies-Uniacke out, but I proclaimed George Wardlaw a budding superstar last week. I just loved his work rate. He was enormous around the ground. We know Sheasel's got off to a flying start, and young Will Phillips as well. He's doing an outstanding job. So I think if you're a North Melbourne supporter, certainly it's not about wins and losses at the moment, but there is enough green shoots there amongst this young group coming through that is really, really exciting.
And we were chatting off air before we started today, Stephen. You're really big on George Wardlaw, aren't you?
Yes, I am. As a young player coming into the side, from the first game that I saw him play, just his ability to win the hard ball around the contest, just plays well above the years that he's been playing the game. And, he's going to be a star, not only for North Melbourne, but a star of the competition. And, they'd be very excited to have him.
I think it's a really exciting engine room moving forward. I mean, there's no Luke Davies-Uniacke or Jai Simpkin out there for North today, but you put those two in there with Harry Sheasel, with George Wardlaw. Will Phillips is starting to show the reason why he was a high pick a few years ago, and you're starting to see what North Melbourne could have in a few years in the midfield. Okay, the fifth member of our team is Andrew Cooling, and he's downstairs boundary side, about to catch up with the GM of football at North Melbourne, Todd Viney.
Todd, welcome back to Hobart.
Thank you.
Another big day for the club. It's been a difficult season, but you seem to be trending in the right direction over the last few weeks. How do you think things are going at the moment?
Yeah, no, we're relatively happy with the progression we're making. There's a lot of sort of stuff internally that we think we're doing well, and we'll continue to work on that. And the last thing we'll see is the scoreboard, but we've been close, but no cigar. Hopefully today we have a good performance. We can get a W in the column.
I suppose of particular interest to Tasmanian fans will be Taron Thomas, obviously a player from Tasmania, reintroduced to the senior group and made his return last week. How is he progressing both off the field and on the field in your view?
Yeah, no, he's had a tough period of time. Spent a lot of time away from the club, which is not ideal, but he's worked on himself in a lot of different areas, and we think that he's made some progress. Certainly from a performance point of view, he got back into the seniors after 3 or 4 weeks in the VFL system, and he played pretty well last week, so he'll be better for the run, hopefully. But he's an important player. We know he can play. He's got a lot of skill, a lot of class. But we think that by being probably hard on him and trying to educate him on the right stuff, that we'll get the best of him for a long time to come.
Obviously not the end result you're after last week, but I'm guessing you must take a fair bit of confidence out of the performance from last weekend's game?
Yeah, no, I think, how do you measure whether you're moving in the right direction without wins? And I think you just got to be in games longer. So there's been a few games, a couple early in the season when we won, close ones, and then there's been a couple of close ones in the last 2 or 3 weeks where we haven't won. One against Sydney and one last week. So you've done a little bit of work on the final stage of the game because we're planning on being in games longer.
A couple of your key midfielders missing in recent weeks, but that's offered opportunities for a couple of the youngsters like George Wardlaw, etc. How are you seeing their progression into that engine room?
Yeah, I mean, it's probably a little bit earlier than we were anticipating because we'd like to have LDU and Simpkin and Cunnington and the likes playing, Greenwood. But the opportunity gives them great chances, great learning opportunities, and they've shown that they're not lost at the opportunity and not lost at the level. They're pretty composed and are standing up for us, so that's been really pleasing.
Let's end the siren testing there. Obviously the Jason Horne-Francis situation at the end of last year forced your hand from a trade sense, but you must, I suppose, be happy with the early returns. With the early returns on that trade.
Oh well, it's always disappointing when you lose draft picks that you've invested in, but we're really happy with with George and Harry, and we just don't want to look in the revision mirror too much. We'll look forward, and we look like we've got a couple of stars which are going to hopefully play for us for a long time.
And what's Jeez, the timing of this interview, great. Just right when the siren tests are going on. What are you looking for today against GWS? An opportunity for a win, do you think, down here with a home game against the Giants?
Yeah, we want to keep building and work on our game. Brett Ratton's done a fantastic job in Clarko's absence, and we're inching closer. So this is an opportunity. We know this ground really well. We love coming down here to play. So we think we're situated really well to get a win and celebrate that.
Brett Ratton's obviously taken the reins the last few weeks. How are you seeing how he's been doing in the role, and what, I suppose, differences does he bring to the role to Clarko?
Yeah, well, Rats has spent a lot of time with Clarko as an assistant coach in premiership teams, so he knows the way Clarko goes. We've been sort of just continuing to build on what Clarko had put in place and the stuff we've been working on all over pre-season. So he's done that, and he's brought his own style to it. He's coaching the way that, he's coaching his experienced coach. So he's done a fantastic job, and the boys really enjoy, his light-hearted banter and the way he goes about it.
And just finally, a word on Harry Sheasel, a pretty impressive rookie campaign from him. How are you seeing the way he's, I suppose, been like a fish to the water? He's just jumped straight in and been such an impactful player in season number 1 for you.
Yeah, no, from the moment he walked through the doors, he's a real professional. He's a quick learner, so he's been able to pick up all the different concepts and strategy that goes with AFL footy these days. He started off playing, a lot at half-back and picking up lots of possessions and doing that really well for us. And then probably over the last 3 to 4 weeks, we've exposed him to a little bit of midfield time, a little bit of time down forward. So I think it's just a great education piece for him this year, learning to play different roles and to have that flexibility, and the ability to adapt is really impressive for a young guy.
Is it about, I suppose, trying him in different positions to see where he best fits, or do you have a position in mind for where you think he's going to be in the next few years?
Yeah, no, we're pretty open-minded to where he'll play his best footy, but I think when we drafted him, we thought it was going to be as that midfield forward style, because it's a real natural flair to be able to get on the scoreboard and kick goals. He does that really well, but he's so creative with his kicking and decision-making. The off half-back's been really good for us as well, so... if I was a betting man, I'd say midfield forward, but let's just wait and see.
No worries. Thanks for your time, Todd.
No worries.
There is Andrew Cooling downstairs with Todd Viney from the North Melbourne Footy Club. Had a bit to deal with as the footy boss at North since returning to the club. An SMS coming through. John from Bacchus Marsh. Berkey, tell us who you're tipping after yesterday. You've got a standard to uphold. For anyone who wasn't with us yesterday at the start of the broadcast, Berkey said to us, I'm sounding the alarm. I think there's a Hawthorn upset over Brisbane brewing. And proven absolutely correct, Berkey, weren't you?
Yeah, well, hold your horses for this one.
Oh, you don't think there's an upset brewing here?
I'm tipping a draw.
A draw?
There you go. A draw, if you can do that. If that's enabled on your betting app, yes.
These teams played a draw down here.
Yes, the last time they were here, they had a draw, and I think they're going to back it up.
GWS have also played in a draw against Hawthorn in Launceston too, so a third draw in Tasmania potentially on the cards for the Giants, according to Nathan Bird.
If I was a genius last night, what's more intelligent than a genius?
I don't think it's going to happen. The odds are just too strongly against you. They're going to play.
You scoffed at me last night.
No, I didn't. Ramos scoffed at you.
Yeah, you all scoffed.
I was open to it, but I just think on the balance of probabilities, I think we're unlikely to have a draw here today, which now that I say that, we're almost certainly guaranteed.
Well, who's favourite?
Favourite heading in, that's a GWS would be slight favourites, I would think.
Don't know why.
Not that this is a betting show here on the ABC, but just on the group think, the wisdom of crowds.
The only two teams with a worse record than these two teams over the last 5 weeks, West Coast obviously, and the other one's Carlton.
Yep.
So neither are in great form coming in. So it'd be interesting to see who the favourites are.
The Giants' form probably stacks up a little bit after the way Richmond played last night to go over to Perth and beat the Dockers, and probably the Giants were unlucky not to beat the Tigers last week. So they're looking okay.
Stay with us here on Grandstand AFL. You can of course now listen to us through the ABC Listen app. If you want to listen to any number of sport, be it rugby league, you can click on the green ABC Sport button. If you want to listen to the World Test Championship, you can listen to that by clicking on the cricket toggle. Plenty more to come. You can text us 0437 774 774. This is Grandstand AFL.
For exclusive access to extraordinary people, stream great chats on ABC iView.
There's always two parts to every story.
With intimate interviews from Louis Theroux and ABC Of.
You can't afford to show weakness.
Emotional insights on Take 5 with Zan Rowe.
Music was always my way out.
And probing questions in Stuff the British Stole.
This is like art as a detective novel.
Great chats and fascinating facts whenever you like. Stream it all for free on ABC iView.
ABC Sport.
This is ABC Sports coverage of the 2023 AFL Premiership season.
Pass out to the right, steps on goal, superb finish. Turns, whacks it straight through the middle. Pulls the trigger on goal, and goes bang!
'Cause here it comes, AFL.
On ABC Radio, ABC Sport Digital, and now streaming on the ABC Listen app. Look for the AFL button.
Something big is coming, I know.
We're down in Tasmania at Bellerive Oval for North Melbourne and GWS in the midst of the bye rounds in the AFL, the second of the 4 impacted bye rounds on Grandstand AFL on ABC Radio, ABC News Radio and Sport Digital. A big welcome to those of you joining us in New South Wales and through the ACT on News Radio. Your Giants trying to rebound from that disappointing defeat to Richmond last time out. They lost by that late goal from Marlon Pickett. A beautiful piece of roving and a classy left-footed finish on the run from Marlon Pickett, the dual premiership player, and of course will always be remembered for playing in a premiership in his first game of AFL football. Ben Cameron alongside Chris Rowbottom to bring you all of the action. Andrew Cooling downstairs on the boundary. We've got an Australian Football Hall of Famer, Nathan Burke, and a 6-time premiership player, 3-time premiership coach. For sure today, I think we'll just call him the 8-time, 4-time, 2-time Stephen Williams along with us here on Grandstand AFL. We'll waste no time though. Let's check in with the GWS Giants. Brent Montgomery is one of their assistant coaches and he's with Andrew Cooling.
Brett, welcome to Hobart. A bit of a different dimensions to this ground. How do you adjust your approach coming into play a game down here?
Yeah, well, we've just about travelled the whole country so far, and we've got some more travel to come. We've got Ballarat to come and Alice Springs to come, so it's something we talk about quite regularly actually, and we've got some people that look into not only the dimensions, the scoring ends, the quarters. So we have a look at it, we see what's relevant. You know, the narrow nature of this means there'll be some stoppage. Score at one end, so there's a bit to take away, but it's a beautiful day for footy.
Does that make it difficult, I suppose, over the longer term when you're frequently having to adjust week to week like that?
Yeah, maybe. I mean, even our stadium at Giant Stadium's quite a unique shape and size. Look, it keeps us honest, there's no doubt about that. But we've got a young group that's quite pliable and flexible as well. So, yeah, it's interesting more than anything.
You mentioned it's a young group. How do you see them progressing so far this season?
Yeah, it's always difficult when we've had so many close losses. I'd use Port Adelaide as an example that had a lot of close wins. So we're obviously not at that level right now, but it's been really encouraging. I think if we added the 2 wins we believe we should have had, we're probably in good shape for where we're at in our rebuild and our system. So, but we haven't got those wins, so we crack on.
How do you manage, I suppose, taking a longer-term view of performance versus getting the playing group up week to week and probably riding the ups and downs of the wins and losses a bit more? Yeah,
well, it's constant dialogue around win now, win later. There's no doubt about that, and we make sure that we balance all our decisions off against that. And I mean, Aaron Cadman this week is a perfect example of win now and win later. Is that we would love him to keep playing, but we want him to learn to play the right way, and while he's feeling good, and I don't know that anyone learns a whole lot from not playing all that well week to week. So that's one example, and I think we're in those discussions every week.
You mentioned Cameron. Does being, I suppose, in a smaller market, is that advantageous, being your number one pick and perhaps being out of that real media bubble that can develop in Melbourne and kind of circle around previous number one picks?
Yeah, well, I certainly couldn't talk. I'm only talking on behalf of myself. would be appealing to someone like myself, I think. To get out of the bubble, to get out of the spotlight and to just go about your craft a little bit more low-key. Yeah, I think there's some appeal in that. I can understand the flip side of that, of playing in the bigger states and being in the footy culture, but it can eat you up a bit. Even towns like Adelaide and Perth can really eat you up a little bit for publicity. So we don't suffer any of that. Whether that's whether there's some flip side to that, I'm sure there is. But I know that it's serving him well.
Kieran Briggs has come into the ruck in the last few weeks and had a really positive impact. What, I suppose, prompted the switch to change things up there, and how have you seen his progression?
Well, he'd been going really well. We brought him in form, which is always great. Well, it wasn't a forced move to bring someone in that was struggling. But Flinny had been doing quite a reasonable job, and then had a couple of games where he was touched up by some quite bigger ruckmen. The thing about Briggs is a complete athlete. He gets around the ground a bit, he marks it a little bit more, and his ruck work has gone to another level. So, yeah, nothing's permanent in that space for us.
All right, thanks for your time, Brett.
There is Andrew Cooling downstairs catching up with Brent Montgomery, and a part of your brethren is a former Port Adelaide champion, Steve.
Yeah, Monty was a terrific player at Port Adelaide and has had a lot of coaching experience, a lot of different clubs. So and a premiership teammate of Adam Kingsley. So I'm sure that they're working really well together, and they understand the development side of things. And when we look through the AFL and the amount of players that have actually been at the Giants that are at other clubs now and are champion players at other clubs, they've certainly lost some players along the way, but they just seem to be able to unearth guys that they've been sitting that are reasonable draft picks that have just been playing in their development leagues, and they're coming through, and they're exciting and starting to, with the quality of experience that they have there, they're starting to rejig and go again. So I'm looking forward to a good game from the Giants today.
Yeah, and two guys that played under your brother, and he seems to have produced a few that have come out of that 2004 premiership at Port Adelaide that have gone on to be senior assistants or senior coaches in the AFL.
Yeah, there's a lot, isn't there? When you look at Damien Hardwick, Clarko was at Port as an assistant under Mark, Bretton Lade,
Primus,
Matty Primus. Yeah, so there's I'm sure there's a few that I've missed as well, but they have had a really good group of players through those early 2000s. Culminating in that premiership in 04, so those guys have gone on to be pretty significant people in the AFL.
North Melbourne are out on the ground, as you can probably hear, with their song blasting out around Bellerive Oval here at their second home in Tasmania. The last couple of weeks, Berkey, we've seen them, we've spoken about it a little bit earlier, but could easily have won two of their last three matches. They had the heartbreaking defeat against Sydney, the free kick paid for the interchange infringement. They lost that by 3 points. They were soundly beaten by Collingwood, but they're no orphan there. And then last week against Essendon, they were right in it until late, but unfortunately fell 6 points short going down to the Bombers.
Yeah, I thought they were really, really brave last week, and we mentioned George Wardlaw. I just want to make the point that he was off the ground in the last 4 minutes of that game, and it made a huge difference. I reckon they potentially, if they had kept him on the ground when it really mattered, they may have gotten over the Bombers, who were really lucky to win that game. So, yeah, hopefully they bring that same effort and intensity today for the whole 4 quarters, because we've seen them sort of get off to a slow start. Last week was a slow start, Bombers kicking about 6 goals in that first quarter, and then they slowly pegged them back. But if they can hang in there right until the end, we know that they've got a bit of grit about them, so that's when they might get over the line right at the death knell, or kick a goal and draw.
I can't believe you're running with the draw, but we'll roll with it here today. Just on Kieran Briggs, as the GWS Giants are about to make their way out onto the ground, led by Toby Green, their captain, alongside him Stephen Cornelio and Lockie Whitfield. Without a banner down here in Tasmania, the Giants wearing their bright orange jumper with the big grey G on the front. North Melbourne in their traditional royal blue and white stripes and the blue shorts down here in Tasmania. Kieran Briggs, he's a name that a lot of footy fans would still be learning, but in his last 3 games, according to Champion Data's game ratings, he's been the second best on ground against Richmond, BOG against Geelong in round 11, and second best on ground back in round 10 against St Kilda. So this is a the 23-year-old ruckman who they do take a little bit longer, who's a GWS Academy selection, who is very much starting to arrive at AFL level.
Oh, he is. I hadn't seen him play until I watched that game last week, and to come up against Toby Nankervis, who's probably as physical as any ruckman in the competition, the way that he takes his immediate opposition on. Briggs was outstanding. He kicked a couple of goals and really impressed me. So he's a real find for the Giants, and yeah, a guy that's come through the New South Wales system as well. So you'd hope that he's there for the long haul.
Been an absolute find in the last 3 weeks. Speaking to people around the club, they feel like they've known for a little while that this is a guy who has AFL talent, just waiting for it all to be put together to finally arrive at the biggest stage. Grandstand AFL is what you're listening to on ABC Radio, ABC News Radio and Sport Digital, and now of course streaming on the ABC Listen app. Look for the AFL button. Of course, you can text us to 0437 774 774. This is a little off topic and tangential, I think, but Pete in Ballarat on the SMS says, Hawthorn against Brisbane yesterday. Hawthorn have now not lost a round 13 match played in a year ending in 3 for over 60 years. In other words, they've won in round 13 in 1963, 73, 83, 93, 03, 13 and 23. I'm not sure what to make with that information, Pete, but
great stat.
It's a stat.
Good stat, Pete, but you probably need to get out and explore Ballarat a little bit more and go to Sovereign Hill and find something to do with your time. But thanks anyway.
Can we get the futures markets up for round 13, 20, 33 perhaps?
Yeah.
What's the
on the Hawks?
What's the castle that's just outside Ballarat? I learned about
Castle?
that. Yeah. Castle. Sorry, Berkey. I learnt about that recently when we had the Adelaide and Western Bulldogs game up there in Ballarat. It was similar conditions to this out there in Ballarat for that fixture. Keep your text coming, 0437 774 774. Berkey, you're a coach at the moment in the AFLW with the Western Bulldogs. Adam Kingsley's mantra this year has been win now and win later. How difficult is it to do those two things simultaneously, to walk and chew gum at the same time?
I don't get what it means. What does he mean by it?
He's trying to play the kids now and try and win now while investing firmly in the future.
It's almost saying there's no excuses. Just because we're playing younger players, it doesn't mean that we're going to take losses. We want to win while playing younger players, I think.
Okay, so the later is in years to come. Yeah. So we're trying. Yeah, well, it's about embedding a winning culture. That this team is here to win games of football. It's not here to compete. It's not here to be part of the league. It's not here to just represent Greater Western Sydney. The reason why these teams exist is to actually win the whole thing. And I assume his reason for doing it is to say, well, to win games, we have to have a certain level of standards. And our standards are either going to get us to win games or they're not. So if you're aiming for winning, that is going to increase the standards than if you're just hoping to get a game each week and be an AFL footballer.
And it's not as though they're super young either. They've still got a super experienced core of players. You only need to look through the list. Haynes and Whitfield and Perryman and Jesse Hogan and Stephen Cornelio and Callan Ward and Himmelberg have all been around. Toby Green, of course, have all been around for a decent amount of time now. They're not exactly up-and-comers, those guys.
No, exactly not. And those guys they've been up there before. They know what it's like to be right up that pointy end, and they'll be desperate to get back there. Or you'd hope that they're desperate to get back there. And the key to it, they need to hang on to these guys like Taranto and Hopper and sort of just moving on. And, okay, you might get some young blokes in return for that, but if you're continually getting young blokes, when do they actually all mature together? And that's when you get a really good side, is when they all mature together. And, Steve's played in more premierships than me. He'd know that that you get that mix where we've come through, we get to that point, and then we're ready to go. But if you keep losing them along the way, you never get to that point.
Speaking of mature players, I'm interested in the story of Lockie Keefe as well, playing game number 100 today. And he He's a guy that's been in the system since, I think, 2009 or 2010, just 100 games under his belt. He's had a couple of ACL or knee reconstructions. He had an ASADA ban. He's bounced around a couple of clubs and been in the system for so long and notching up his 100th game this afternoon. It's a good story of persistence and perseverance, isn't it, Berkey?
Yeah, amazing persistence, especially with the injuries. The ASADA ban was sort of self-inflicted, so no sympathy there. But there are so many guys like him that have just sort of hung on by their bootstraps, and to get to 100 games is certainly no mean feat. I was at the Western Bulldogs Hall of Fame last night, and Dale Morris was actually included into their Hall of Fame, and he told the story that he was overlooked in his draft. He was overlooked for 4 years. They had to go back and play at Werribee for 4 years. Every year he'd come into a pre-season with the Western Bulldogs hoping to get put on the list. Finally got himself a go and ends up a Hall of Fame player. And there's just so many of those stories around the AFL. We often hear about the Wardlaws and Sheasels that come in and instant sort of superstars, but for every one of them there's another 100 Lockie Keefes.
Yeah. And that's the bit that gets me. I mean, I questioned during the week about whether the West Coast Eagles should have taken a second pick in the mid-season draft, and the general response that I get is that the talent's not there for the mid-season draft. And
absolute garbage. If they cannot find one other player throughout the whole of Australia that is AFL worthy, well, they're not looking.
That was my response, or my gut feel, but I'm happy to be told wrong.
You'd watch the SANFL.
Yeah.
There's guys there, I guarantee, that we're good enough to play in West Coast.
My word, there is a lot of talented players that, are breaking their necks to get an opportunity at the next level, and it's an interesting one, isn't it, that they decided not to go with it, particularly in the predicament they're in with the rebuilding of their list, but also with all the injuries that they have.
We're bringing a new club in 5 years' time, so we're going to need 44 of them,
exactly.
Let alone one more. I know lists might change and they might reduce lists and whatnot, but there's going to have to be some growth in talent out there if we're going to fill the list spots for Team Tasmania.
Just be careful. The first 20 minutes of the broadcast, Chris, we were talking about, we didn't know whether we are bringing in a new team or not. We couldn't work out
fingers crossed
whether the stadium is going to be built and we're going to go ahead or not. Ken in Port Augusta says, you guys do a good job. Keep up the good work. We like texts like that. Keep them coming. 0437 774 774. Also, our friend Pete in Ballarat. He says, I find plenty to do. That stat popped up on the Hawks website during the week. In fact, yesterday I travelled down to watch the mighty Hawks. Fair dinkum. Couldn't wait to get out of that madhouse Melbourne after the game. Lived in Melbourne for 20 years. Wouldn't do it for a quid now. So good on you, Pete. Appreciate that. Keep your texts coming throughout the afternoon. However you're spending your Sunday of the long weekend. King's birthday matchup, traditional King's birthday matchup tomorrow with Melbourne and Collingwood. Of course, we've got the big freeze coming up. What a great job that's done for an important charity. And later tonight, the newest marquee match, Carlton and Essendon going at it at the MCG. All right, Nathan Burke, Stephen Williams, what happens today? What are we expecting when this gets underway? Berkey, firstly you.
Well, I'm hoping for a really tight, contested affair, because I think that's when both these teams play their best football. If they just try and play, really neat and clean, open football, not quite good enough to actually do that, especially the North Melbourne team. North Melbourne are number 2 for stoppage differentials, so they're a really good clearance team, even though they haven't got Greenwood, who's been playing in there, Simpkins not there, Davis Uniacke's in there, so Todd Goldstein has a really, really big job to give his young players the first look at the footy. And for the Giants, Jesse Hogan is one of those Lockie Keefe type players. He's been everywhere, but for the Giants to actually move up the ladder, be a hard to play against team, he needs to find some consistency. He's been good this year, but he needs every single week to contribute, because without him down there being that big focal target, I think they struggle, Steve.
Yeah, I'm a bit bullish about the Giants. I quite like the way that Adam Kingsley's got them playing. They've got that top-end talent, experience that's been there for a while, but then those younger guys coming through add a little bit of X-factor to the club. So they've had some pretty good form. Probably the Collingwood game where they got a fair belting, but just about everybody's had a fair belting from Collingwood. Apart from that game, they've been in pretty much every game. So looking forward to, I think, a high-scoring game because under Brett Ratton, the Kangaroos are the second highest-scoring team in the competition, so in games that they've been playing in. So it's going to be an interesting game and looking forward to a pretty high-class game.
Let's go downstairs, and Andrew Cooling is boundary side for us here on Grandstand AFL.
Yeah, good evening, gentlemen. Lovely conditions for football here at the moment. About 15 degrees, not too much wind to speak of. Might be a slight advantage to the right of your radio dial, the river end, if it picks up. But at the moment, it wouldn't be worth a goal. We saw goals from outside 50 at both ends in the curtain raiser in the TSL beforehand. So should be a pretty fast-paced game, I would have thought.
Thanks, Andrew. Still conditions. It is beautiful here at Bellerive. The umpires, Justin Power, Alex Wetton, Cameron Dorr and Paul Revashini. It is the Roos and the Giants. The first game of a Sunday doubleheader on King's Birthday Eve, and we are underway with Chris Rowbottom.
Up it goes. Briggs won the tap. Phillips couldn't bring it under his control for North Melbourne. Thomas will win the first possession, although he was dispossessed by Angwin. Managed to get Boots a ball. Got it to half forward where Powell marks for the Kangaroos. Right on the edge of 50. Goes inside 50. All alone getting separation with Stevenson, who marks on his chest 45 metres out, slight angle.
Just a really nice vision by Tom Powell, wasn't it? Could have blasted in where the Giants had all their numbers, but just lowered the eyes, saw Stevenson out there on his own, and terrific pass.
Jaden Stevenson, who is enjoying a pretty good patch of form at the moment for North Melbourne in the long sleeves this afternoon here in Hobart, with just the second kick of the game and potentially the first goal, sends it on its way. It's going to fall just short and be knocked over for a minor score. So North Melbourne open their account with a behind. They're one behind. GWS yet to score. Early stages, first term.
What about the umpire, Chris? He bounced the ball with 4 seconds on the countdown clock. Ground announcer was still running through the countdown. Whitfield with the kick in short to arguably the hottest free agent in the game. And Himmelberg, who goes short again to Whitfield. The Giants still in their left back pocket. A dual best and fairest winner at the Giants, Whitfield. He'll drive it long towards the wing. Big pack forms. Goldstein spoils it down in front. Eventually it bounces back to him. North with it on the wing. Shields, handball away to Goldstein. To Spicer, breaks a tackle. Shanks his kick inside 50. Ricochets off bodies. The Giants are there, under a little bit of pressure. Eventually, Cornelio shovels out a handball to Perryman. Perryman gets on his left boot, and a short kick is good for Ward. He has it at left half back.
So Ward, just outside defensive 50, assesses his options and decides to go long and direct up the line to a contest. Offhands, Lloyd was at the back for the Giants. He's tackled strongly by Mackay, dispossessed, and North Melbourne come up with it through Shields. Handball now to Goldstein, who sends North Melbourne forward again, but that's a really strong mark taken in front by Iden.
The man they call Seek gives it off to Perryman, and he's called for a travel. He ran too far, and the free kick will go to Callum Coleman-Jones. The mark set 35 metres out, directly in front. In fact, Spicer's going to get it. He was the nearest man.
He's a bit stiff. We saw Charlie Cameron run 35 metres last night and not get called for travel. But it was just sort of trotting along, wasn't sprinting, waiting for a...
Just trying to draw the play, wasn't he? Get the North Melbourne player to come to him. Yeah, I agree. Very unlucky.
Phoenix Spicer, what a start this would be for North. Directly in front at the Church Street end of the ground. He drives it through and sprinkles in a goal to start. North Melbourne 1-1-7. The Giants yet to score. 3 minutes played opening term here at Bellerive on Grandstand AFL. Ben Cameron alongside Chris Rowbottom, Nathan Burke and Stephen Williams, your experts.
We saw earlier 2 or 3 times the Giants had the play. They looked to want to switch, but there was nothing on, so they'd gone down the line 2 or 3 times, but North were able to just repel the ball, and this time they had numbers to switch the play, but unfortunately for the Giants, umpire just called them for running too far. An easy turnover goal for the Kangaroos.
So back in the middle, North Melbourne drawing first blood here at Bellerive. The first 2 scores, in fact, that it has lived in North Melbourne's front half for the first 3 or 4 minutes. Away we go once again. Goldstein won it down into the path of Ward, though flying through with the karate kick was Lockie Whitfield off half-back. Gains about 30 metres, only as far as Bergman for North Melbourne. Couldn't bring it under his spell. Green was really, really clean through the congestion. Handed it off to O'Halloran. Flying shot on goal, missed to the far side. So GWS, their first score of the afternoon. They're one behind, trailing North Melbourne 1-1-7 early stages. First term for Grandstand AFL.
So Goldstein to take the kick in, as he so often does. He drives it as long as he can in the Stevenson direction. Larkey coming up, causes a contest. Phillips attacks the ball hard for North. He's taken high, he'll get a free kick and take the advantage. Sweeps a handball to Larkey. North on the wing. Handball through the logo to Goldstein. Sweeps it forward to Powell. Now on the attacking 50 to Stevenson. Tries to pull his kick back laterally towards a central position. Spices there. Coleman Jones goes in. Himmelberg picks it up for the Giants. Gives it off to Cornelio. Away to O'Halloran, who kicks to the logo.
Now it's McDonald, gathers the loose ball, gives it off to Thomas. Neat ball inside to Sheasel, who marks on the bullseye of Belrive. And he just stops and props and eventually gets on his bike, sends it inside 50 for the Roos. In front, Larkey had a good piece of it, couldn't bring it down. At ground level now, players converge. It's all wrapped up, and we'll have a ball up 45 metres out from North Melbourne's goal. They've looked likely in the opening stages of this one. Sunday afternoon football in Hobart, a Tasmanian winter's day. Goldstein palmed it down into the path of Zerha, who might have been held. Angwin came away with it for the Giants. Kicked up towards the outer wing, but Griffin Logue stood tall and marked strongly in front of the 100-gamer Lockie Keefe.
Griffin Logue, the former Docker, on his left leg, drives it inside 50. Coleman Jones launching at the footy. A strong mark. Presenting up at it, he takes a 35 out, a slight angle right of centre.
Just a bit easy, Berkey, that one, wasn't it? No body against Callum Coleman Jones. He just got a little bit of split and was able to take a pretty much uncontested mark.
He's a huge unit. You're not going to be able to jump over the top and spoil the ball away. He gets a run and jump like that, so you have to get some body on him to try and block him out of the contest.
Callum Coleman Jones on the approach. Trots in, boot the ball from 40 out. He tugs it slightly to the left. A let off, 1-2-8. Move the Roos. The Giants one behind. We've played 6.5 minutes opening term Grandstand AFL.
So Ash with the kicking duties here for the Giants. Spots something he likes, runs his full measure out of full-back and kicks long beyond defensive 50. Unable to take the mark was Hogan, but butted up at ground level. Got it up to Cornelio, immediately tackled by Bailey Scott. It's all wrapped up. Umpire makes his way to the contest and says, "I'll have it, please." So a ball up at right half forward for North Melbourne. One down by Briggs, down to O'Halloran, tackled by Wardlaw. He went and got the footy, scooped it up to Hall, who gave it to Scott. Shields waiting on the outside, received the handball, and inside 50 go North Melbourne again, but Iden is there chopping off and marking in defence for the Giants.
So Iden inside his defensive 50. A little unsure of where to go initially. Wants to bring it towards the Ponting stand. In the Brown direction, he takes the mark. A nice mark under a little bit of pressure. Just backward of the logo for the Giants. Short to this rising star in Finn Callaghan. What a good player he looks like he might become. He kicks long towards half forward. Unable to take the mark, Briggs. It bounces off his chest inside the attacking square. Green shovels out a handball, but North are onto it. Hall across halfback. Gets it off to Scott. He'll get a handball moving forward. It's stolen by O'Halloran. Giants back with it.
Far side of the ground, ended up with Lloyd, who sends a bullet into Riccardi, who marks 40 metres out from goal. Slight angle, he'll kick for the Giants first.
Just a nice bit of pressure from the Giants forwards, able to force North into an errant handball. The turnover was won, and a great kick by Lloyd just gave no North defender a chance.
So Jake Riccardi with the Giants first. Real chance of the afternoon, sends it on its way. It hits the post. So another minor score for the Giants. They're two behinds, trailing North Melbourne 1-8, 8.5 gone, first term for Grandstand AFL.
Well, 7-2 inside 50s in favour of North at the moment. They're moving the ball from one end of the ground fairly easily, either finding somebody with a short pass or overlap handball run, which looks pretty impressive.
Zeeble, short to Tucker in the pocket, gives it back to Zeeble. He'll kick long towards the logo. Big pack forms. Larkey crashes it down in front, emerging with it Shields. Forward handball to Larkey, releases him to Powell, to Thomas, back home in Tasmania, puts it towards Coleman Jones. Haynes spoils, brings it down to ground level. Able to get on the end of it, Paul Curtis. He'll backfeed a handball. And then the kick from Scott is smothered. Loose footy and the Giants will come up with it.
Handball from Lloyd to O'Halloran, who had a man in green, immediately tackled as he claimed it, but managed to progress the footy forward. Zeeble waiting in defence for North Melbourne, though. Shared it with Scott. Well, he put Wardlaw under the pump. Cornelio got him, but the Roos will come up with it. Scott went in and got it again. Logue, now Thomas, been busy early. Handball to Hall, back to Thomas, who kept running. He's 55 from goal. Drills it in the Coleman Jones direction. Couldn't take the mark. Miss Curtis with the handball. Zerha butted up. Back to Thomas. Now Wardlaw at right half forward. Sends it on its way. George Wardlaw kicks North Melbourne second. And the young guns combine for North Melbourne. So the Roos, 2-2-14. GWS 2 behinds. 10 minutes gone for Grandstand AFL. Exciting stuff, North Melbourne.
Taron Thomas, he's the player, isn't he? The way he's able to win that ball through the midfield and just link up with his teammates. He's been exciting so far today. And North pumping the ball inside 50 at will and making the most of their opportunities.
And what I like is Nick Larkey's been coming up onto the wing. Twice he's actually flown for the ball, hit the ground running, gathered the ball and handballed the ball off, which is creating some space for Coleman Jones down the other end, who's unlucky not to have 3 marks inside 50. He just hasn't quite hung on to the last 2, but with Larkey coming up, it gets him into the game, but also provides space for Coleman Jones.
So the Roos with the opening 2 goals of the game. Goldstein and Briggs in the middle. Trying to emerge with it, Phillips gets a handball out. It's knocked away. Onto the footy is Green there for GWS. This is Tom. There's a free kick as well. Cornelio pinged for holding the ball. Able to get him Powell. He'll drive it long. Inside attacking 50 for North. In the direction of Coleman Jones again, and Haynes is able to mark. He marks at fullback virtually and kicks laterally out towards Fay, who's able to mark overhead in the orange long sleeve jumper. It's a good look. He's got it at right half back.
So Fay cuts inside and sends a long left foot ball up the broadcast wing to a contest with Hogan awaits. There's a big fist from behind from Mackay. It falls into North Melbourne hands, and now Wardlaw receives in the middle of the ground. So these young Roos busy early and they're up and about. He'll send North Melbourne inside 50 again. Well, it was indecisive, the kick. He wanted Sheasel short, but he missed him. Sheasel managed to scrap a kick out of the congestion. Larkey missed it. Getting back was Fay. Last line of defence. Uses it by hand. Perryman out of side, trapped in the back pocket. And able to keep it in was Bailey Scott. It's out for a boundary throw in deep in North Melbourne's attacking zone. 12 minutes gone in this first term. North Melbourne 2-2-14, lead by 2 straight goals. GWS 2 behinds.
Umpire spins it in. Goldstein and Briggs. It lands in front of them. Shields cleverly taps it on. Stevenson from the impossible angle. He hits the left hand behind post. He was trying to kick the right foot snap from the right forward pocket, so it was always bending away from goal. And in the end, it hit that left hand behind post. Buckley with the free kick in the right back pocket for the Giants, short to Haynes. 15 out from his defensive goal. He'll go for a little run and kick as long as he can in the Briggs or Hogan direction. Hogan comes up, takes a strong mark at right half back for the Giants.
Thought about a short one into the middle, eventually goes a little bit longer. Really good kick. Unable to bring it down though was Bedford. Missed the handball to Callahan, and now it's all wrapped up in the middle of the ground as Himmelberg lays a strong tackle on Shields, who emerges slowly. No harm done for the former Hawk. Up it goes again. Goldstein into the path of Phillips, immediately claimed by Cornelio. Fed out a handball. Sheasel couldn't control the footy. Coming through was Brown, who fed a wide handball out to Lloyd. Inside 50 go the Giants now. One-on-one contest. Riccardi with the juggler, couldn't bring it down. Spin move in the square from Hogan. flying shot on goal all the way to the line. Ford's there for North Melbourne. Last line of defence. Eventually got it off to Bergman, who just had to slap it on the boot. Outside defensive 50 go North Melbourne, but it's all GWS. Callahan shares it with Himmelberg. Inside 50 go the Giants. Lowe gets across and spikes it out of bounds for a throw-in. 25 metres around from the left-hand behind post. GWS attacking end.
It's 11 inside 50s to 3. Favour of the Kangaroos.
The Roos winning the early territory battle, but a chance here for the Giants. Briggs slaps it down boundary side. Scott onto it for North. Gathers in his defensive goal square. Handball to Logue. Clear and kick towards Ford. He's tackled quickly inside his defensive 50. Faye's on top of him. The umpire wants to ball it up. 47 out from the attacking goal for GWS. Can they get themselves on the board here? Umpire puts it up. Keefe doing the ruck work in game 100. Goldstein wins the tap down. Wardlaw. Handball away to Hall. Handball to Scott. Just about run down. He squeezes a kick out. And it might cause a turnover. Live footy here at half forward.
Green was spun in the tackle, but was good enough to feed a handball to the outside where Angwin awaited and got the kick inside 50. Riccardi flew and pulled down a really impressive mark. 25 metres out, slight angle. This should be the Giants' first.
He's looked okay, hasn't he, early, Jack Riccardi? Probably unlucky not to win a free kick a few minutes back when I thought he was taken out of the contest, but he's taken a couple of nice marks, hit the post once already, so the Giants need this one.
So Riccardi from almost point blank range liked it as soon as it left the boot, and GWS have their first. North Melbourne 2-2-14. The Giants 1-2-8, 15 and a half gone first term for grandstand AFL Nathan Burke.
That's the first time that the Giants have managed to have some repeat entries inside their forward 50. Every other time it's gone in and it's just zipped back straight down the other end. But they set up really well outside 50, but most importantly put pressure on North Melbourne bringing the ball out so that they could only just bomb it out, and eventually they found a free player in Riccardi who's looked pretty lively down there, taken two pretty good strong marks above his head and put that one through. So evens it up a little bit, but in general play it's still North Melbourne having the better of that.
Kicked 3 goals against Geelong a fortnight ago. Part of that win down at the Cattery. Keefe in the ruck still. Coleman Jones in there for North. Trying to emerge with the football. Wardlaw right there with him. Canelio pinches it. Bounces to Phillips. He's tackled quickly. And another ball up in the middle. Anthea in Perth says, what a treat to hear Nathan Burke and Stephen Williams on the radio together. 2 excellent football voices. Much appreciated. Out of the middle goes Thomas. A spiral inside 50 for the Kangas. Stevenson at the back. Hand to it. Drops it. Gathers. Snaps back to the hot spot. Larkey goes up. Can't mark. Buckley spoils it down. Able to follow up at ground level. Handball to Perryman and Himmelberg. Heaves it out of there for GWS.
Pack forms just outside defensive 50. Giants will come up with it. Hall laid the tackle. Lloyd got the kick away. High ball towards the wing, but getting back. No, it wasn't 15. Almost a really impressive mark taken by Lowe, but the umpire said no, it didn't travel the required. He was immediately claimed, and it'll be balled up. Just shy of centre wing, out of side. Thomas couldn't control it. It spills out to Faye of GWS, and the Giants go forward. Here's Riccardi, a long way from home. Sends a short ball inside 50. Lloyd had to go down low to get it, and it eventually beat him over the boundary line. A boundary throw in right on the 50-metre line at GWS attacking end.
Larkey should have caught that ball up the other end. It was only a dump kick. Wasn't very high, wasn't very hard. Wobbled a little bit, but got 2 hands to it and dropped it.
4:50 stoppage here for the Giants. Picking it up off the deck is Ward. Back feeds a handball to Faye. Snaps inside 50. And Ford's there for North Melbourne. Takes the relieving defensive mark in the right back pocket. Eddie Ford kicks a low ball out of the D50 and swats up Paul Curtis, whose kick is a shocker. Dribbles along the ground, but it finds Thomas. He kicks North around the edge of the square towards half forward. Haynes brings it down for the Giants. Little 1-2 there with Himmelberg, and he'll kick back around the wing. They're broken up momentarily by Coleman Jones. Wardlaw's onto it. Kicks North into the middle of Belrive.
Good kick to Phillips, who goes wide to Scott, who marks on the broadcast wing. He's got a man in Spicer at left half forward, who marks gratefully on his chest, goes inside, then outside, then back inside. A drilling ball inside was Well, it was attractive off the boot, but went only as far as Whitfield of the Giants, who switches the play out to the outer side of Bellerive to Fay, and now Haynes, who marks on his chest at left half back.
Phoenix Spicer just had to keep coming down the line. There was two loose North Melbourne players, but he decided to go back inboard and turn it over.
Haynes goes long up the line, but ill-directed kick is chopped off. North Melbourne ball. So short ball here to Zeeble, who marks on centre wing. He goes 15 metres inside to Aaron Hall. So just back of a wing here, Aaron Hall out of side as he assesses his options up the ground. He sees something he likes. It was Eddie Ford on the lead, who took it on the bounce. Retreats now to Zeeble. By hand, Zeeble showed some canny beautifully, went up the line to Paul Curtis. He was infringed in the contest. Lockie Whitfield gives away the free kick, and it'll be a North Melbourne free. 65 metres out from goal, right half forward.
I think that was a pretty decent Falcon.
Right. That was a big one. Kicks inside, attacking 50. Haynes launching the footy. Coleman. Jones trying to claim it. Umpire says play on. Handball stolen by Perryman. His kick chopped off there by Phillips, who stabs it short, and Wardlaw claims it. 45 out, as good as directly in front.
So testing, we saw Stevenson kick from probably a similar sort of distance and didn't time it or get the distance. So Wardlaw, 1 goal already today, and very impressive start to the game.
Yeah, kicked his first goal in AFL footy a little earlier, looking to double the dose. Impressed so many. This celebrated rookie, his kick will go right to the line and graze off knuckles. Through for a behind. A minor score. North 2-2. GWS 1-2. Roos lead by 7. Sorry, they're 2-3. They lead by 7 points.
Whitfield out of full back to the outer side. Riccardi over the top, brought it to ground, but only as far as Tucker, who shared it with Logue. Put on a little shimmy on Fay. Eventually was caught. Got the handball away to Logue. Forced to kick around the body inside 50. Ugly entry. Himmelberg brought it to ground for GWS but couldn't mark. Thomas emerged with it. Rode the tackle. Tried to get it to Curtis. Iden come up with it. Now Callahan for GWS. Outside defensive 50 where Mackay waits and marks just forward of the wing for North Melbourne. Chance here to reload for the Roos. Short ball is good to Phillips, who marks on his chest, turns and go from 55. Deep entry looking for Larkey over the top. Himmelberg. Whitfield met it, got the handball away. Big tackle laid down low. Umpire says play on. Whitfield tried to come away with it. Now Ward's tackled heavily by Wardlaw. And it's all wrapped up. 35 metres out from North Melbourne's goal as they continue to press. 2-3-15 the Roos. GWS 1-2-8, 21 and a half gone. Up it goes. Briggs won it down. Green couldn't win possession. Hacked out of there by Briggs. Bedford getting back. Took a really strong mark off the 20-metre kick out of the congestion.
The former D gives it off to Whitfield, who will kick laterally. A good kick. Releases the run of Ash. He kicks to the logo. Mark taken by O'Halloran. Feigns to handball. Now runs away with the footy. Kicks long towards full forward. Looking for Keefe. Spoilt by Mackay. Comes down at ground level for Bedford. Picks it up. Goes with the check side on the right boot. And a classy finish. The Giants respond with back-to-back goals after the Roos kicked the first couple. And it's back to a 1-point ball game. North Melbourne 2-3-15. GWS 2-2-14. 22 and a half played in the opening term.
Toby Bedford was actually involved in that play across the half-back line where he handed the ball off to Whitfield and then just continued to run down the middle of the ground and was able to link up again and put through a good goal. So it's been a pretty good effort by the Giants because North have dominated the game, as Nathan said earlier. It's been inside their 50 so many more times, but on the counter-attack with a nice open 50, the Giants have been able to put a couple through.
Taron Thomas up to 9 possessions now. Will Phillips with 8. Bailey Scott with 8. Griffin Logue 6. Zeeble 6. Wardlaw 6. Before you get to Harry Himmelberg and Whitfield with 6 each for the Giants.
Pair of defenders, of course, which tells the story. Back in the middle we go. Briggs won it down decisively, only as far as Phillips. Ward goes in after it, might have got one high. Umpire says no, it spills out towards Goldstein, tackled by Briggs, gave it off to Powell, hacks it out towards the outer side. Brown will get there first, handed it off to Whitfield, dashing off half back. His kick was partially smothered. At ground level was Hall, tackled as he tried to give the handball to Shields. Whitfield kept coming though. Released Fay on the outside, and the Giants will go inside 50. Here's Toby Green, gathers on the bounce, turns, left foot ball towards the top of the square, couldn't find a target. North Melbourne scramble back via Phillips, handball missed. Hall out towards Fay, rode the tackle, got it on his boot, kicks across the face, a minor score. So now the Giants beginning to pepper, and we're all tied up here at Bellerive. 2-3-15 apiece, 24 minutes gone, first term.
Aaron Hall should have done better there. He just got easily pushed off the ball, tried to just toe poke it ahead of him. He's got to put his body in line with the footy.
Sheasel in the back pocket. He'll kick long towards the logo. Standing in front, Whitfield. A lot of it. Mark not paid, and now the Roos run away with it. Stevenson a running bounce. Doesn't quite come back to him perfectly. Gathers. Chips it over the top to Zerha. Breaks the 50. Pulls the trigger. Misses right. North take back the lead by the smallest possible margin. 2-4 plays 2-3. 24.5 into the opening term.
I think Nick Larkey channeling his inner Matthew Richardson here. Every time the ball goes inside 50, he turns around with the arms out going, hey, what about kicking it to me?
Himmelberg will kick long to the broadcast side. Zeeble with the big fist came down to power with North Melbourne, tried to get it to Zeeble. Hogan all over him, wrenching it out of the pack was O'Halloran, sharing it with Callaghan. Now back to Callan Ward, little chipping ball over the top to Angwin was good. He had to go back, but did so with bravery and took the mark in front of Logue, right in front of our broadcast position.
He would have been in hospital a couple of years ago, but they just laid off on that one.
Just back of a wing is Angwin, sends it towards half forward. Flying in from the side was Hogan, couldn't collect. Ball at ground level, Shields was there, it paddled out towards Bedford. He's immediately tackled by Phillips. Umpire lets it go, immediately wrenched out by Green, claimed by Shields. It came to Briggs, the big man, tried to snap on goal. His kick was smothered, and North Melbourne will come out of defence. First by Tucker, now via Hall.
Hall's kick. So no one in particular. Sheasel might be able to make it work. Trying to paddle to himself. He can't. Canelio picks it up. Gives it off to Brown. He's a thumping kick from right on 50. Drills it through. 3 on the trot for the Giants. And they take back the lead. 3-3-21. They lead North 2-4-16. 26 minutes into the opening stanza on Grandstand AFL. Nathan Burke, Stephen Williams.
Those Irishmen, Berkey, they can kick the footy, can't they? The boy from County Derry in Ireland, he's been good today. His ability to rebound off that half-back flank has been exciting, and playing up forward at the moment, and what a great goal. So the Giants, who probably have looked like they've struggled a bit in this first quarter, are now in front.
He kicked one last week against Richmond from well inside the centre square that didn't just make it, it carried through a fair way, so he can give it a fair roost.
So fluid in the way they kick the ball and the power they're able to generate, the Irish lads, and Callum Brown no exception, banged it through from 50 post height, and GWS have their third. Speaking of, here's Briggs straight out of the ruck, collected it and sent it inside 50. Massive collision. Zeeble showed great courage and was smashed in the contest. Giants emerge with it. Canelio breaks a tackle, left foot ball, and there is Brown marking in the goal square in front of Aaron Hall. Chance for 2 in a minute for Callum Brown.
Really starting to dominate the game now. The Giants getting their hands around those contested balls, around stoppages, and Canelio just didn't panic then, had players around him but was able to weave clear, just put a nice little kick, and Brown was in front.
Top of the square, Callum Brown, he might put this over the sign on top of the grandstand if he lays the slipper in. He pokes it through nice and easy. And GWS now have the last 4. 4-3-27 the Giants. North Melbourne 2-4-16. 27.5 gone. First term for Grandstand AFL, Nathan Burke.
Well, the worry for North Melbourne is the ease at which Giants are scoring when they go inside 50. That's 7 scoring shots No, they're up to 8. Just change it. 8 scoring shots from 11 inside 50s. So it's going at 73% when it goes inside 50. So that's just far too high. And you look down the other end, North Melbourne have got 7 from 17 inside 50s, going at 41%. So that's really the difference in the game at the moment, the efficiency inside 50 for GWS compared to North Melbourne's.
So North kicked the first 2 goals of the game, and GWS have kicked the next 4. Briggs and Goldstein, neither with a decisive tap. Tom Green slaps it on for GWS. O'Halloran overruns it. Goldstein goes back and picks it up. Handball misses Phillips. He's still going after it. Inside 50 now for GWS. Bedford gathers, swings out a handball, loads the first one there. He's taken down in a tackle. Eventually puts it on the deck. Toby Green gets out a handball, and the siren will save North Melbourne from any further danger after GWS, as I mentioned, kicked the last 4 goals of that first term here on Grandstand AFL. The goal kickers, Callum Brown with a couple, Jake Riccardi and Toby Bedford, while for North Melbourne, George Wardlaw with his first goal in AFL footy, and Phoenix Spicer his first goal of the season. It's quarter time at Bellerive. The Giants 4-3-27 leading North Melbourne 2-4-16. This is Grandstand AFL.
Your fortune awaits. Please sit down. You desire connection to your community, to be abreast of events and up to date at all times. In your future, I see the ABC Listen app. I see you up to date with current affairs, politics, and the latest conversations on your local ABC radio station. Your reading is complete. Put that filthy money away. The ABC Listen app is as free as a bird. Now go and download the ABC Listen app.
Grandstand AFL.
Now streaming every match on the ABC Listen app.
Look for the AFL button.
Phoenix Spicer, what a start this would be for North. Directly in front at the Church Street end of the ground. He drives it through and sprinkles in a goal to start.
Zerha butted up, back to Thomas, now Wardlaw at right half forward, sends it on its way, George Wardlaw kicks North Melbourne second, and the young guns combine for North Melbourne. So Riccardi from almost point blank range liked it as soon as it left the boot, and GWS have their first.
Looking for Keefe, spoilt by Mackay, comes down at ground level for Bedford, picks it up, goes with the check side on the right boot, and a classy finish. The Giants respond with back-to-back goals after the Roos kicked the first couple. Canelio picks it up, gives it off to Brown. He's a thumping kick from right on 50, drills it through. 3 on the trot for the Giants.
Giants emerge with it. Canelio breaks a tackle, left foot ball, and there is Brown marking in the goal square in front of Aaron Hall. Chance for 2 in a minute. Top of the square, Callum Brown. He might put this over the sign on top of the grandstand if he lays the slipper in. He pokes it through nice and easy.
The 2023 AFL season.
On radio,
ABC Sport Digital,
and now streaming on the ABC Listen app.
So GWS leading by 11 points at the first change down at Bellerive in round 13 of Grandstand AFL, the first of 2 games here today. Coming up immediately after this one, it'll be Carlton and Essendon. On the SMS line, 0437 774 774. I want to shout out Liz and David. They're driving from the amazing Denham and Monkey Mire Shark Bay, heading home to Perth. A good road trip, listening to the footy. How good is that? If you haven't been to Monkey Mire and Shark Bay up in the northwest of WA, get there. It is a heck of a spot. So stick with us, Liz and David. Our experts, though, for this match, Nathan Burke and Stephen Williams.
Well, Steve, I think it was a tale of 2 halves almost. I think North Melbourne certainly dominated the first part of that quarter and were pumping the ball inside 50. It looked really dangerous and were able to take the ball from one end of the ground to the other quite easily by using their feet and overlap run. But in the second half of that quarter, once the Giants started to win a bit more of the clearance, once they started to put more pressure on North Melbourne, they had 23 tackles for the quarter, getting those repeat inside 50s. They looked really, really dangerous and in the end scored scored far too easily to take a lead into this last quarter. Into the second quarter. So it was 7 scoring shots from just 12 entries, whereas North Melbourne had 7 from 17 entries and just weren't really efficient. They had plenty of chances. Larkey dropped one 15 metres out. Coleman Jones had his hand on a couple. Zerha missed a flying shot from round about 45. He'd normally put that one through. A couple of set shots that they missed. So there's some good signs there for North Melbourne, but it's just that back line at the moment is the real worry for me, Steve.
It's been a bit of a tale of North, hasn't it? The opportunities that they did provide early, as you mentioned, they dominated the game. It was in their forward half the whole time, but the Giants were able to go get numbers back there and make it pretty hard for them to score. And when they did have shots for goal, set shots, they were probably kicking from the 50-metre arc, which has proven to be a pretty tough task today. But when the Giants started to get go, as you mentioned, they were really precise. They used the middle of the ground. They were able to put a bit more pressure on the North Melbourne defenders when they were bringing the ball out of their forward 50, and all of a sudden the score started to click over. And the ball didn't go in there a lot, but with the efficiency of the players down there, Riccardi looks really dangerous. Brown has kicked a couple as well. And Toby Green really hasn't featured much in the game at all, and he's probably the premier forward for the Giants, so there's only upside to their game. Jesse Hogan's got involved with a couple of nice marks as well, so Adam Kingsley would be pretty pleased after probably a bit of a poor start where they didn't really turn up for the first 10 minutes. North had the opportunity maybe to put them 3 or 4 down, but they didn't, and the Giants have got themselves in a pretty good position at quarter time.
Yeah, Toby Green just for 4 possessions. Tom Green just for 4 possessions also. The major ball winners are Will Phillips with 10, Taron Thomas 9, Bailey Scott with 9. Goldstein's actually had 7 for the Giants. Whitfield with 8, Himmelberg and Fay with 7 each.
The thoughts of Nathan Burke, Australian Football Hall of Famer, and Stephen Williams, the 6-time premiership player and 3-time premiership coach. More SMSs rolling in. We'll get to those in a moment. It is GWS leading by 11 points as the second quarter is underway. Briggs launching at the footy. Shields onto it though at ground level for North. Handball to Phillips. Handball to Tucker on the logo. On his non-preferred right, he kicks towards half forward. Good mark taken by Perryman for the Giants. He gives it off to Himmelberg, who kicks back forward of the logo. And 2 former Dockers competing, and Logue outpoints him. He marks backward of the logo on the Ponting stand wing for North.
Griffin Logue sends it. Well, it was a 3-on-1 in the end, and the Giants come up with it via Green, who was just hemmed into a awkward position, had to kick around the body. Hogan, though, came through, took it on the second bite, played on immediately to Callaghan, worked it to Cornelio, back to Hogan, thought about the handball, then went the better option. Himmelberg off half-back, drills it to Callan Ward. He's at true centre half forward, pops the handball over the top to Cornelio, runs into some trouble, then out of trouble, then into the pocket. Presenting beautifully was Riccardi, and with outstretched arms takes the mark. 30 metres out, tight-ish angle. He'll kick for the Giants' 5th goal of the game, and for his 2nd.
Just great decision-making, wasn't it? They just didn't panic, the Giants, so they had the ball in the hands of the guys you want the ball to be in, and they found targets and really made it difficult for North.
So Riccardi, deliberate approach, looks okay off the boot. No, it doesn't. It fades across the face for no score. There'll be a North Melbourne ball from deep in defence.
So Darcy Tucker back in the side last week. 24 disposals and kicked an important goal late in that game as well. He has the kick, goes long towards the wing, launching it at Briggs. Doesn't drag in the market. Ground level Perryman for the Giants. Handball to Whitfield, to Tom Green. Kick into the middle. Fortuitously onto the lap of Bedford. He'll give it off to Ward running by. Attacking edge of the square. Looks short. Brown presenting. He marks on his chest. 40 metres out. Slightest of angles to the right-hand side. And a chance to kick his 3rd.
Harry Sheasel, he's twice now, those last 2 inside 50s, the Giants have gone through his player. One was Callan Ward, and that time was Bedford. He's just standing too far away from teasing distance. When they actually kicked his player, he's got to be able to get there, but he's about 2 metres short each time.
Callum Brown looking to make it the last 3 goals of the game off his boot. He does it. The Giants are humming here at Bellerive. The last 5 goals of the match. 5-3-33, plays 2-4-16. 3 minutes into the second term. Nathan Burke, Stephen Williams.
It's just been so sharp, Berkey, around the stoppages. Just the clearance work with their hands. You know, it's in their hands and then it's out in a half a second. And North haven't been able to put enough pressure on them, and they've got the ball to guys that use it really well, and it's pretty tough for that North Melbourne defence when the ball's coming in like that.
And they're using that corridor really, really well, and that's what I mean by Sheasel. He's expecting Giants to just bomb the ball inside their forward 50. He's going to be the first one back there, but they lower their eyes. They've hit his player leading up into the centre forward area, and it just makes it so much difficult for the rest of the defenders.
Back in the middle, Zeeble emerges from the change rooms. He is heavily bandaged across his head, so copped some friendly fire, I think, at the back end of that first quarter as North Melbourne come out of the middle. Beautiful kick from Wardlaw, finds the chest of Stevenson, who's on the broadcast wing, goes one way then the other, gains some distance, left foot ball inside 50. Coleman Jones coming across, but taking a really, really good mark was Briggs in defence. They play on immediately now, the Giants. Brown, the man of the moment, tackled over the line by Hall. He got it off to Angwin, but he's helped over by Scott. We'll have a boundary throw in. 65 metres out from North Melbourne's goal, right in front of the hill on the outer side. The artificial light encasing Bellerive now. As we go deep into the afternoon, Briggs in front of Goldstein, on it down into the path of Ward, who was tackled by Wardlaw as he sent a 10-metre kick up the line. Phillips took it, wasn't paid the mark, out to Wardlaw. Spin move was wonderful, got it out to Sheasel. High ball inside 50. Who can take a mark? Eddie Ford can take a mark. He came in from too deep, the smallest man in the pack, and young Ford will kick for North Melbourne's third goal, and fair to say they need it.
That's a great mark, wasn't it? We've seen Larkey drop a couple of pretty easy ones, but Ford was fantastic then. Just one grab, had his eyes on the ball the whole time, and really important after North started the game so well. The Giants are in complete control, so they need to kick this one.
So to cut the margin back to 11 points, Eddie Ford has also shown some signs amongst this young core of Kangaroos. Makes his way in from 40 metres out, sends it on its way right to the line. It beat the outstretched fingertips of Nick Haynes. Umpire signals a goal, and North Melbourne get a much-needed major. 3-4-22 the Roos. They trail the Giants 5-3-33. Andrew Cooling's on the boundary.
Yeah, Jack Zeebel's just returned to the field for the Kangaroos. In the last minute of the first quarter, he copped a nasty head knock, went straight down the race. He was bleeding profusely. There was blood all over his jumper, so it looked quite a nasty one, but he's got the head strapped up and he's back out there ready to return.
He's got a bit of the Joel Selwoods about him. I think he's probably the second most play with a headband at some stage, but he does put his head where others fear to tread. So good effort there by North Melbourne. When you think of a big, strong pack mark inside their forward line, you don't normally think of Eddie Ford, but he grabbed it, and most importantly, he kicked truly.
Bounce back in the middle. Briggs wins the tap, tries to follow up, but Wardlaw gets there first. Handball away to Shields, who sweeps a handball towards the logo. Scott's dragged down, stripped to the footy. Fay gets a handball out for the Giants. Knocked on there cleverly by Lloyd. Keefe gathers. He snaps inside 50. Lowe's content to take it out. As Toby Green makes sure he does, gives him a little shove, and Lowe just pulls up. A throw in between the boundary, or where the boundary line intersects the 50-metre arc. Giants by 11. Goldstein in front, palms it down, then picks it up. Gets a handball out. Lloyd goes after it, eventually picking it up. There is Callaghan. Shields involved for North Melbourne, steals it. Handball away towards Miller Bergman. His handball into the middle of the ground to Powell, to Zeeble. Goes with a spiral inside 50 for North. Coleman Jones goes up and plucks it. Gives it to Thomas. Running by, drills it low, straight through. A couple in quick succession for the Roos. Thomas back in his home state of Tasmania. He kicks the goal, and it's back to 5 points. The Giants 5-3-33, North 4-4-28. 7.5 minutes in. Nathan Burke, Stephen Williams.
Berkey, it's amazing how costly a missed tackle can be. Tom Powell had the ball across the half-back line, and there was 2 or 3 Giants there, but he was able to get loose of the tackle and release the footy, and down it went, and we saw Callum Jones. He's a monster, isn't he, down there? And alongside of Haynes, just much too big in that one-on-one contest.
The work rate from Taran Thomas as well. Called a couple of games here where he played last year where he was going through some issues and wasn't really in great form at all. He started at half-back, kicked the goal. That wasn't happening last year. He was not prepared to do the work, but things have changed for Taran Thomas and he's in good form and he's all over the footy in the middle of the Bellerive Oval here off the centre bounce. Briggs comes up with it for the Giants, scrambles the ball towards it, 50. O'Halloran, handball over the top to Green, feigned a handball one way, gets onto his right boot, shelling peas, Toby Green. The instant reply from the Giants superstar, 6-3-39 GWS. North Melbourne 4-4-28. They stretch the lead back out to 11. 8.5 gone first term for Grandstand AFL. Stephen Williams.
Yeah, just a nice team goal, wasn't it? Just good hands again from the Giants, and Toby Green, when he wins that ball inside the forward 50, knew exactly what he was doing. He's a pro when he kicks for goal, and that was one the Giants wanted after they built a nice lead, but the Roos with the last couple were coming back, so a good one against the flow.
Yeah, poor young Miller Bergman. He did the right thing. He played in front as a defender, came forward. I think he just got a little bit too eager and spilt the chest mark, which allowed the Giants to capitalise on that one. And believe it or not, the Giants are yet to have a free kick in this game, unless the man counting it has fallen asleep. 0 free kicks up to this point.
Briggs tapping it down.
I heard you, Berkey.
Umpire Justin Power with the Nathan Burke earpiece in. Free kick to Tom Green, runs away with it, goes long, Keith launching from behind. Mackay in front, spills down to Toby Green. 2 in a minute for Toby, not quite. He got the wrong one when he needed the leg break. And it bounces through for a behind. The Giants out by 10. Question on the SMS, is there an end with a significant scoring advantage in Hobart today? There's not. Very still not.
Zeeble in from full-back over the head of Larkey. Spicer came flashing through. Perryman eventually grabbed it. Lloyd's handball was chopped off and North Melbourne are out the back here. Larkey, he was mowed down beautifully by Buckley like a terrier. Didn't give up on the tackle and eventually stripped him of the footy, and Buckley will take the free kick. GWS is second. His kick's a shocker. Low ball to Whitfield. Made him work for it. It's turned over. Larkey gave it to Wardlaw. Now Spicer. Now forward. Right half forward the Kangaroos. Tapped over the back by Zerha. Shields run onto a loose ball. Went underground with the shot on goal. A roller. Misses to the far side. A minor score for the Roos. They move to 4-5-29. Margin back to 11. 6-4-40. The GWS Giants, 10.5 gone first term.
Whitfield wants to bring it to the western side of the ground in the direction of Briggs. Up he goes and brings it down, the big man. Mentioned his form pre-game through the last 3 weeks in the top 2 rated players on the ground. The last 3 weeks. He kicks forward of the logo towards Hogan. A couple of bites at it, doesn't complete it. Down at ground level, Tom Green. Wrenched around in a tackle, sweeps a handball forward, but straight to McDonald for North. His handball to Miller Bergman. North across half-back. Hall will just get away from Brown and kick to Spicer on the wing.
Spicer marks in front of the interchange benches, kicks to half forward. Not sure who the target was, but if it was Zerha, it was a beautiful kick because he came in from the side and plucked a mark. He was probably had no right in taking. Pulled up a little proppy, but now sends North Melbourne inside 50. Coleman Jones couldn't bring it down. Whitfield hassled by Curtis. Crowd wants ball. Curtis comes up with it, breaks the tackle, squeezes a kick back in the Zerha direction. Lloyd picked his pocket, gave it off to Cornelio. It tucks it under his arm and exits defensive 50. Finds Hogan on centre wing.
Holds the ball out. He'll now give a handball off to Callaghan. Peeling around the back. Uses it well, usually. No exception here. Spots up Toby Green. Marks 55 out. Runs infield. He'll drive it long. Out in front of Keith. Right there with him, Zeeble. Zeeble brings it down. Gathers on the bounce for North. Gives it away to Scott, who's in the back pocket. A left foot kick towards the wing on the logo. Goldstein's there. Has to bend over and pick it up, the big fella. Handball away to Powell. Powell's handball misses the target. Live footy on the logo. Able to be picked up by Scott for North. Handball to Phillips, to Powell. Now he'll kick towards Goldstein again.
Goldstein too tall for O'Halloran. Marked. On the paint of the wing, outer side, plays on by hand now, does Goldstein to Bailey Scott, inside 50 go North Melbourne, pack flies, at the back was Haynes playing goalkeeper, had to get it on the boot, saw something he liked in Hogan, who waits and marks on his chest, just back of a wing. Broadcast side, he goes across the ground, dangerous ball, flirts with real caution. Curtis couldn't quite trap it. Ward has to go in, hacks it off the deck. GWS not out of the woods yet. Lloyd gathers, got back to Hogan in defence. Funny old kick out towards Haynes, who gathered on the bounce. Rush ball up the wing. Lowe gets in front and takes a good mark in front of Riccardi. Slipping as he did, he hands it off to Hall, and North Melbourne are away.
Hall will drive it long towards the pocket, looking for Larkey, getting back. Nice mark, Himmelberg, holding free kick. Larkey will get the ball in the right forward pocket. I'm not sure who the offending party was. I think it might have been Buckley, who of course has some fair North Melbourne connections himself. But Larkey to have the kick. Deep in the right forward pocket. He's been a good finisher, usually reliable. Larkey on the drop punt. He steers it on goal and sneaks it through. North Melbourne close. It's back to 5 points. The Giants 6-4-40, North Melbourne 5-5-35, quarter hour mark, second term, grandstand AFL.
The pressure around the contest has just got a little bit better. They're forcing the Giants into some mistakes, whereas earlier in the quarter and late in the last quarter, the Giants were just so clean around the contest. North couldn't get a hand on them, but they've ramped up the pressure. They've been able to win the ball back, and they're starting to look a bit better going forward.
It's amazing what forward pressure does. Giants bombed it out. Griffin Lowe took a really big, good, strong mark. Hall comes running past, kicks it to a one-on-one. Defender panics, and you get a free kick. But it doesn't happen if your forwards don't put a lot of pressure on that ball coming out of your forward line.
5 point ball game here at Bellerive. Under the lights, back in the middle, Briggs down to Green, who's been injected into the middle. Handball on the bounce out to Cornelio, who gathers and sends GWS forward. Lowe comes out strongly for North Melbourne. Now it's gathered by Brown, who just shows a clean pair of heels to Zeeble. Short ball inside 50 to Lloyd. Couldn't take the mark. Scooped up by Bedford, who weaves and zigs and zags. Back to Lloyd. Little kick along the ground under pressure was no good. North Melbourne will come up with it through Phillips. Now Goldstein. Now Wardlaw, who brushes a tackle. He's got a man outside in Tucker, who neatly uses the ball to Stevenson, who gave to Wardlaw, who kept running.
Wardlaw wants to chip it short to Powell. He'll run away with it, take a bounce, attacking edge of the square for North, chip it inside 50, bouncing ball. Larkey gathers on the bounce, handball to Coleman Jones, handball a turnover. Straight to Haynes, who gives it to Perryman. Perryman's kick bounces in the forward pocket for North. Scott gathers, evades a tackle, chips it short. Thomas receives it, hooks across the body and kicks a special goal. Feeling at home in his home state. Thomas gives North the lead again. 6-5-41. Plays 6-4-40, 16 minutes into the second.
George Wardlaw, take my hat off to him. He laid a whopping big tackle in his defensive 50, and then he was the next one up to actually get the handball receive. I handballed it off and then kept running forward to get a handball receive. A beautiful kick composed to Tom Powell, who got the ball forward. Unfortunately, Larkey thought it would be a good idea to handball to somebody over 6'6", which is never a good idea. But they managed to clean it up, and a really classy goal there from Taron Thomas. But George Wardlaw's triple effort inside that back 50 was sensational.
Taron Thomas just showing us what a player he is, what North have missed. If he can get himself right, he can be really exciting. He's probably the best player on the ground so far.
North Melbourne lead the ball game here. Back in the middle, Cornelio hands and knees, shovels it out. Spicer first on the scene. Coleman Jones. Now Zerha streaming inside 50. He was in two minds, and off the instep he bounces it out of bounds for a throw-in. Not a horrible result for the Roos, who lead this game 6-5-41 to the Giants 6-4-40. 17 minutes gone. Second term for grandstand AFL.
I reckon Wardlaw's absolutely your kind of footballer, Berkey, which I can expand on at half-time as well. Forward 50 stoppage here for North. Keefe doing the ruck work for the Giants. Taps it down. It spits to Whitfield. Gives it off to Cornelio, who gets it to Callaghan. Tumbles a punt towards the wing. Bouncing ball. Lloyd gathers for the Giants. Handball out in front of O'Halloran. He then gathers after paddling to himself. Gives it off to Lloyd. Lloyd gathers. Pulls back a kick. Hogan's in best position. And the Giants go coast to coast. It ends in the hands of Hogan. 25 out, the slightest of angles to the left.
Nice unselfish play there by Daniel Lloyd. He could have, under a little bit of pressure, he could have fired a goal, but just had the presence to lift his eyes, and he saw Jesse Hogan, and now Jesse has the opportunity for his first.
The 2015 rising star Hogan comes in and kicks the goal as the Giants put their noses back in front. 7-4-46, the Giants lead North. 6-5-41, 18 and a half travelled second term. Nathan Burke, Stephen Williams.
Well, he's competed really well, Jesse Hogan, moving up and down the ground, but that's the first time he's really had an opportunity to get himself free from Ben Mackay inside that forward 50. So well done, well capitalised in the end, but it's a pretty entertaining game here. They're zipping the ball from one end of the ground to the other, and it's good footy to watch. 6 goals to 7, and we're not even at the 20-minute mark of the second quarter yet.
Yeah, just about to say the same thing, Berkey. Really enjoying the contest. Both sides moving the ball quite nicely from end to end.
Entertaining footy on a Sunday afternoon in Hobart. North Melbourne and GWS. Round 13 action for Grandstand AFL as it thumped into the middle of the Bellerive turf. Ward, Cornelio got it off to Ward. Running past, his kick is ill-directed. Sheasel marks it half back for North Melbourne. So Sheasel, outside of defensive 50, kicks to the outer side. Saw a contest he liked. Off hands Whitfield, couldn't bring it under his control. There's a whistle though for a hold. It'll go Himmelberg's way for GWS. The free kick's starting to flow now for the Giants. Thought about Whitfield short. Larkey gets back and covers the outlet as Himmelberg now finds Callan Ward short. Marks on his chest in front of Wardlaw. Back now to Himmelberg. It took a bounce, maybe ill-directed because he lost the footy. Was immediately tackled by Curtis. Cries of ball from the North Melbourne faithful. It's all wrapped up and they made a bit of a meal of that, did the Giants. They lead by 5 points, 7-4-46 to North Melbourne 6-5-41. We're just 4 to the wing out of side.
Giants by 5. From the ball up, no one comes away with it. Big scrum. Eventually Sheasel feeds it out to Ford for North. Back feeds a handball to Tucker. Ford with his handball to Hall. Just backward of the wing now, Hall. He wants to bite off a kick into the middle. Dangerous. Coming across. Angwin can't quite juggle the mark. It falls out to Paul Curtis. He'll kick inside 50. Thomas at full forward. Can't take the mark. And the Giants are there. Iden able to have a 1-2 by hand there with Buckley. He'll kick the relieving kick out to Himmelberg, and now Ash goes for a run down the eastern wing.
Short ball from Ash is good to Ward, who marks and gets things moving immediately. He's got Riccardi at right half forward, who marks in front of Bergman, turns and hits a target inside forward 50. Toby Green marks on a tight angle, 30 metres out from goal. A chance to kick the Giants' 8th and his 2nd of the term. Toby.
Great ball movement again, wasn't it, from the back 50? The Giants just owned that ball just with some really good skills, hitting their targets to leading players, getting some split from their immediate defender and finishing up in the hands of Toby Green.
So just for that slight bit of breathing space for the Giants, Toby Green with a deliberate approach will go the traditional drop punt, sends it on its way, missing to the near side, a minus score. So 7-5-47, GWS lead North Melbourne 6-5-41, 20 minutes gone. A second term for Grandstand AFL.
Anthony makes a good point on the SMS, which I'll get to in a minute. Zeeble goes short to Sheasel, who chips it short to Coleman Jones. He says, please let everyone know why the lights are taking effect so early. The sunset 4:42 in Hobart. Kick to the wing from Coleman Jones. Larkey contests. Buckley at the fall of the ball for the Giants. Handball to Angwin. Handball away to Callaghan. Beautiful blind turn. Handball to O'Halloran. Handball inside 50 for Bedford. Tackled quickly by Hall. Wouldn't let him escape his grasp. And a ball up about 40 metres out from the attacking goal for the Giants.
That's the tackle Harry Sheasel should have done around about 20 metres earlier.
Umpire puts it up. Briggs slaps it out towards Green. Green fires out a handball. That's Toby to Tom Green. Handball away to Angwin. Live ball on the attacking 50 here for the Giants. Wardlaw's there for North. Handball to Sheasel. And a free kick on the play. Free kick's going to go to Wardlaw for a little bit of high contact, and in fact it'll go to Shields. I think we'll call that a lot over the next 10-15 years. Wardlaw and Sheasel combining. Wardlaw maybe a little more in and under, and Sheasel on the outside doing the damage. Giants by 6, 23 minutes into the second.
Shields, the young guard and the old, moves it up the broadcast wing, off hands. Bailey Scott was first there, eventually gathered it. His handball was chopped off by Briggs. Angwin taken over the line as he attempted to move it forward by hand. We'll have a boundary throw in directly in front of the interchange benches. Yes, early sunset here in Hobart. Welcome to a Tasmanian winter. Gets dark early. The lights are on. Still some blue sky about here at Bellerive though. Umpire throws it in. Briggs just out-muscles Goldstein. Fed a handball towards the boundary. Phillips was there, as was Wardlaw, his mate. Got onto his right boot, and it's a beautifully neat ball up the line to Eddie Ford, who marks in front of Himmelberg. Indecision here from Ford. Eventually, he'll just dump it long. Inside 50 go North Melbourne. Iden was there. Off hands Ward. Fed the handball off to Buckley. He was stripped. Ward went back after it. Gave it to Ash, but he was over the boundary line. We'll have a boundary throw in 48 metres around from the right-hand goal post. North Melbourne's attacking zone.
You and I spotted the same thing, Benny, with young Angwin running off the ground but not going through the interchange gates. Luckily enough, the player who was about to come on recognised it, didn't go on the field, and made him go back through the gates.
Back out of bounds at half forward here for North Melbourne, right half forward.
The obvious penalty for that would be that Angwin couldn't come back on for the rest of the quarter.
Yes, the obvious answer, Berkey. I knew that too, as did you, Stephen.
My
Throw
word.
in right half forward. Did it ever happen to either of you two?
I didn't have interchange bat when we played.
Lloyd with the clearing kick. Tumbling ball towards the wing. Bounces out the back here to Toby Green for GWS, who snaps infield. Mark taken by Bedford. Gives it off to Callaghan running by. The smooth moving left footer towards Green. Sheasel gets it off Green's hands. And then eventually at the back, a clearing kick for Logue for North Melbourne. Ford contests it. Coming through Bedford. He's stripped of it, holding the ball, and away go North through Sheasel.
Off half-back, Sheasel kicks to a contest. Through came Curtis, couldn't take the mark. Loose ball, Ash gave it off to Green. He releases Whitfield by hand with a magnificent handball, streaming off half-back. He wanted Toby Green inside 50, couldn't take the mark. Now it's Brown. He was tackled, lost the footy, came out to O'Halloran, who went back to Whitfield. Inside 50 go the Giants. Getting down low was Hogan, couldn't take the mark. Stayed in on the outer side as McDonald shares it with Mackay. Now out to Tucker. He exits defensive 50, kicks up the outer wing. Over the top was Iden, spiking it down. Gathering it was Green of the Giants. Inside 50, mark taken by Logue, who just raises the hand and says, let's just take a breather here, boys. As he kicks short to Zeeble inside defensive 50, who marks, and he'll come laterally to Eddie Ford in front of the broadcast position.
I was being facetious. I'm not sure I would have known that, Berkey. I would have had to go to the rule book. As Zeeble wants to switch it to left half back, and mark taken by McDonald. Heston Ferris from a couple of years ago at North. They'll chip it short to Logue. Logue goes with the low ball to Mackay. Out of contract at the end of the year. Will he be in the blue and white stripes next year? He goes short to Hall. Hall in turn shorts it to Sheasel, who gives it off to the run of Hall. Now in the centre square, he'll chip it short for Shields, who just marks under a little bit of pressure. Gives it off again to Hall, who's run on. Now he looks inside 50, leading up Larkey. Larkey marks 45 out, worse than a 45-degree angle at right half forward.
Really good patience there by North Melbourne in the build-up. Giants were just letting them chip the ball around until Hall came running past and made something happen out of nothing. And Larkey did really well. He just kept pushing further and further back as the ball came towards him, left some space in front of him to lead into.
This will take something special from the main man in North's forward line. The drop punt is pretty good. It's just a little narrow. Behind, back to 5 points. The Giants lead late in this first half. Grandstand AFL.
Whitfield to resume. Scans the field ahead. Nothing obvious for him, it has to be said, as he runs out to the broadcast side and kicks it straight down the throat of Taran Thomas. So they turn it over here, the Giants, and a chance for North Melbourne. Thomas just nurses the ball into the pocket, Larky direction, couldn't take the mark. In fact, it was Zerha, gathered his own crumb, got it off to Curtis, who tapped it back into the path of Zerha. Came out to Perryman. Was he taken below the knees? Umpire said
yep,
he was. This will either be a Zerha free kick or a Haynes free kick.
Yeah.
It is.
Zerha was the player that went low and took out the feet of the Giants player, Haynes.
So Haynes deep in defence. In the back pocket, gets the free kick. He scans, sees nothing he likes, so goes long up the line beyond defensive 50. Low getting in front for North Melbourne, takes a mark, concedes 15 metres back to Hall. In fact, it wasn't 15 because the umpire said play on. Forced to rush a kick inside 50. Taran Thomas onto the loose ball. He's tackled by Green. Escapes his clutches somehow. Got a handball off to Scott, who shares it with Shields. Back to Scott. Inside 50 go the Roos. Stevenson too deep. Got hands to it. Brought it to ground. He's immediately tackled. And we'll have a ball up 30 metres out from North Melbourne's goal. They're pressing here, the Roos, deep into the first half. They trail by 5.
Up it goes, swatted boundary side by Briggs. Onto it, Haynes gives it off to Wyden. A high ball for the Giants to the wing. Riccardi, nice mark in front. Wheels and kicks long. Hogan leading back towards half forward. Mackay drops the mark going back with the flight. McDonald picks it up, tackled by Toby Green. Gets a kick away, just bounces in. Umpire says throw it in. Throw it in.
That mark of Jack Riccardi is just so important when you're dumping the ball out of your defensive half. If you can get that mark, all of a sudden you've got an avenue to go deep inside 50.
Giants by 5.
Boundary throw in front of the interchange benches. Good close contest here in Hobart. And this has been a good battle too. Briggs and Goldstein. It came down into the clutches of Taran Thomas. He was immediately tackled and dispossessed by Ward. And there is the half-time siren. GWS 7-5-47 lead North Melbourne 6-6-42. In a seesawing encounter in Hobart. A 5-point advantage to the Giants at the main break. Nathan Burke.
Just before I start talking, are my eyes deceiving me? Is there a mist rolling in, or is one of the locals around here lit their fire for the evening?
I think they're firing up the pot bellies, I reckon, which is fair enough. It'll be getting a bit fresh out there.
We'll just head over to. I thought it might have been a barbecue or a backyard cook-off, but I think
you won't get that in the new stadium. The wood heater smoke floating across Church Street onto Bellreeve Oval, that's for sure.
No, look, really entertaining game of football, only 5 points in it, and that's probably fair enough because both teams have had momentum at different stages and are able to put on 2 or 3 goals in a row. It really comes down to who can play the best defence at any stage. When teams really get it right, they turn the ball over and have repeat inside 50s, and that's how they get some goals. If they're able to take the ball from one end of the ground to the other, it's sort of under no duress at all, well then they look really dangerous. So it's whichever team can maintain that really good defensive momentum, not allow the other one to score, that will be the winner at the end, because when they lapse, it looks pretty neat and clean out there. So I think it's a really interesting game at the moment. Both teams have their advantages, and no team at the moment has something that I'm going to say, look, the other team can't stop that. There's nothing that they can do to stop that from occurring because they haven't got the players or they haven't got the talent to actually do it. It's pretty two evenly matched sides at the moment, Steve.
Yeah, I agree exactly what you said, Berkey. When the Giants don't have the opportunity to win the ball in their back half and switch it to that open side and then go, when they do that, they look impressive, and they normally take the ball the length of the ground and score. But as we saw in about the last 10 minutes of that quarter, North were just able to force them into dumping the ball out and winning it. North were able to win it back then and go back inside 50 on numerous occasions. So, as Berkey mentioned, if that pressure can be maintained, there's a real opportunity for North to win the game. But if they drop away with that and the Giants can switch the ball and get it to the open side, their ability to move the ball the length of the ground has been pretty impressive and hard to stop. So a couple of different styles of footy, and it'll be interesting to see what we are shown in the second half.
Now, Berkey, I've worked with you a little while now in season 2023, and you like it when a player takes it personally when they're beaten by their opponent and their opponent gets the football. I think Georgie Wardlaw has the vibe of your kind of person. He looks like the kind of guy who says, look, I'll take care of my man and then I'll go and win the hard footy. He is a Nathan Burke type footballer if ever there was one.
You've been listening to my talk to my AFLW players yesterday, and exactly the same thing. What I like about George Wardlaw, he has effort in all three phases of the game. When he hasn't got it and he's got to tackle, he goes and tackles 100 miles an hour. And when his team have the footy, well, then he goes and spreads and makes an option for his teammates. And if you need somebody to run back and just fill a hole, well, then he'll run back there as well. So he wins the contested footy, he wins the inside footy, the outside football. So I get annoyed when people say, oh, he's an inside player who's an outside player. To be good at this game, you've got to be able to do both. The best players can win their own footy and get the ball on the outside. That's what makes them so good, and he's certainly got the ability to do that. And I just love the grunt. And when I saw him sort of make a mistake once, he just puts the head down and goes back and gets it. And that to me is somebody that I would absolutely love to coach, but certainly love to have as a teammate as well.
And he's shown some real poise when he does win possession with his kicking as well. He hits targets, he just doesn't get it and kick it. He's got the smarts to know, well, I've got a player out there, I can hit him with a short kick and then run and get it back. So for a young player that's just starting his career, he's going to be something very exciting for North Melbourne over the next 10 years.
Yeah, and a nice finish on the run with that goal he kicked in the first term, the second goal of the game. Interesting to note, 8 of the 9 leading ball winners on the ground are North Melbourne players. So Scott with 16, Hall 14, Wardlaw 14. Then it's the only Giant, Lockie Whitfield, with 14. Before we run through, Phillips 13, Shields 13, Zeeble, Thomas the same, and then Griffin Logue on 12. So a lot of the prime movers and ball winners coming from North Melbourne.
And been really impressed with Taron Thomas. His game today has been outstanding. He's kicked a couple of goals. He's whether he's playing off the half-back line, he's been in through the midfield a number of occasions too, starting in the centre of the ground. So they're showing some responsibility for him as well, and he hasn't let the side down. So they'd be very pleased that they've been able to get him back into the team, and he showed this sort of form.
Most stats are relatively even. Inside 50s 32 to 26 in favour of North, and even with a really young midfield, North Melbourne, they're hanging in there with the clearances. They're 15 to 16 Giants, so just down 1 despite losing the hit-outs 10 to 17. So doing a really good job, that young midfield, against the more experienced Giants midfield.
The thoughts of Nathan Burke, the Australian Football Hall of Famer, and Stephen Williams, the 6-time premiership player and 3-time premiership coach in the SANFL. Some of you text 0437 774 774. Keep them coming throughout the early evening. Here it's getting dark. We ran through it. We got a text from Anthony pointing out that sunset 4:42 p.m. in Hobart. So what are we? 11 minutes away from that. The sun will be down. It is quite dark already. Charles says, thanks for keeping me company. Driving home to Narrogin from Perth. Won't be easy for my Dockers next week against the Giants. Great to have you with us, Charles. A lot of people driving around the big state of WA. Anthony says, would the AFL let a Tasmanian team join the VFL competition early? Surely that would be a great stepping stone to get some quality Tasmanian players from there to fire up as potential AFL players ready for the new Tasmanian team a few years later. That is the plan, isn't it, Chris? There's usually the early introduction. GWS did it, Gold Coast did it, and then the AFL competition.
Yeah, it certainly is. 2025 is the slated year for a Tassie VFL team, and that's maybe something that's not quite realised, is the licence is for an AFL Women's VFL and VFLW team. So there's 4 clubs there at stake at the moment, but the VFL team is slated to enter the competition in 2025, all things going smoothly.
Dave from Perth on the SMS says there is no doubt that the love-to-hate player Toby Green is a superstar And Rory in Melbourne, one of our most loyal listeners, he's a blind listener. He says, love your commentary. Is the orange on the Giants the same shade of orange as an orange traffic light? I'd say yes. Roughly the same shade.
I really like the Giants colours. I think they stand out really well, and the jumper they're wearing today, in contrast to North Melbourne, makes it pretty good for you guys to call, I would imagine.
Yeah, I like the long sleeve too. That's a really good vibe for. I think it's Josh Fay is definitely wearing it out there today. I'm not sure if there's any others out there for the Giants. Half-time, it's a Sunday doubleheader on Grandstand AFL on ABC Radio, ABC News Radio and Sport Digital, and of course now streaming through the ABC Listen app. If you want to listen to the cricket later tonight, you can jump on there, click the cricket toggle and listen to the last day of the World Test Championship. The ultimate test is what they're calling it. Right now, though, time for us to pause and get the latest from the ABC Newsroom.
Hello, this is ABC News with David Rowlands. The Greens say the federal government is refusing to shift on its $10 billion housing fund, which remains stalled in the Senate. The fund would contribute up to $500 million a year to build up to 30,000 social and affordable homes over 5 years. The Greens are demanding Labor commit to $2.5 billion a year for the homes and $1 billion to help coordinate a rent freeze in return for their support. Housing spokesperson Max Chandler-Mather says the Greens are still not willing to pass the bill in its current form.
The Labor Party know our position. They know we're willing to negotiate, but they also know that we will not pass a plan that will see the housing crisis get worse, a $10 billion gamble on the stock market.
Ukrainian President Volodymyr Zelensky says military leaders are feeling optimistic about success against Russia. Speaking alongside Canadian Prime Minister Justin Trudeau, who made a surprise visit to Kyiv, Mr Zelensky has confirmed the counter-offensive is underway. It comes after Russian President Vladimir Putin claimed the counter-offensive had already been repelled. Mr Zelensky has refused to give details on what stage the operation is at.
It's interesting what Vladimir Putin has said about our counteroffensive. It is important that Russia always feels that it does not have much time left. Counteroffensive and defensive actions are taking place in Ukraine. At what stage, I will not say, and I believe that we will definitely feel it all.
A British parliamentary committee has raised concerns about proposed legislation that would see people who arrive in the UK without permission being deported. The BBC's Gordon Carrora has more on this story.
In a report published today, the Joint Committee says that the legislation would deny the vast majority of refugees coming to the UK access to the asylum system. The committee argues that the bill's provisions would fail to meet the UK's obligations under international human rights law. This would include denying refugees access to the asylum system and severely restricting their human rights claims. It would enshrine broad detention and search powers and deny protections to modern slavery victims and remove the right of appeals following age assessments.
Former US President Donald Trump has told a Republican Party convention that the federal indictment against him is ridiculous and baseless. The comments in Georgia came with his first public appearance since the unsealing of 37 criminal charges, including violations of the Espionage Act, obstruction of justice, conspiracy, and making false statements. Trump has told supporters the charges are not just an attack on him, but also on them.
This vicious persecution is a travesty of justice. You're watching Joe Biden. Joe, think of it. Biden is trying to jail his leading political opponent, an opponent that's beating him by a lot in the polls, just like they do in Stalinist Russia or communist China. No different.
Serial bomber Ted Kaczynski has died in prison in the US at the age of 81. Known as the Unabomber, he killed 3 people and injured 23 others in a mail bombing campaign between 1978 and 1995. He was eventually captured by the FBI in 1996 after a tip-off from his brother. One of his victims, John Hauser, describes how one of the bombs blew up when he opened a package at the University of California at Berkeley.
When I lifted it, then the bomb exploded. Okay, and so when zap, and exploded, blew my arm off to the side like this, and the first thing I thought was, why did they do that?
A diplomatic row appears to have broken out between China and regional neighbour South Korea. The Chinese Foreign Ministry says China's Assistant Foreign Minister summoned South Korea's ambassador to China to issue a complaint about Seoul's criticism of recent comments that were made by Beijing's envoy in South Korea. South Korea itself summoned China's ambassador on Friday to issue a protest describing as provocative comments made by the envoy, who had warned Seoul against making wrong bets in the Sino-US rivalry. Turning to sport, and Socceroos captain Matt Ryan admits that revenge will be on their mind when Australia takes on Argentina in China on Thursday night. The Socceroos face the world champions for the first time since their gripping 2-1 loss to them in the round of 16 at the World Cup in Qatar late last year. Ryan says they want to make amends for that defeat.
Yeah, I mean, definitely. I mean, to have, I guess, lost against them, not too long ago, that's a trick in life. You've got to use, the adversity, as motivation to go out there and want to do better. So, there is that there a little bit.
This is ABC News.
We are one.
But we are many, and from all the lands on earth we come. We share a dream, as big with one voice.
You're listening to ABC Radio.
You are, we are Australian. We are Australian.
Grandstand AFL.
Now streaming every match on the ABC Listen app.
Look for the AFL button.
Callum Brown looking to make it the last 3 goals of the game off his boot. He does it.
Out to Wardlaw. Spin move was wonderful. Got it out to Sheasel. High ball inside 50. Who can take a mark? Eddie Ford can take a mark. Eddie Ford makes his way in from 40 metres out. Sends it on its way right to the line. It beat the outstretched fingertips of Nick Haynes. Umpire signals a goal and North Melbourne get a much-needed major.
To Zeeble. Goes with a spiral inside 50 for North. Coleman Jones goes up and plucks it. Gives it to Thomas. Running by. Drills it low straight through.
O'Halloran handball over the top to Green. Feigned a handball one way. Gets onto his right boot. Shelling peas Toby Green. The instant reply from the Giants superstar.
Deep in the right forward pocket. He's been a good finisher. Usually reliable. Lucky on the drop punt. He steers it on goal and sneaks it through. Perriman's kick bounces in the forward pocket for North. Scott gathers, evades a tackle, chips it short. Thomas receives it, hooks across the body and kicks a special goal. The 2015 rising star Hogan comes in and kicks the goal as the Giants put their noses back in front.
The 2023 AFL season.
On radio,
ABC Sport Digital.
and now streaming on the ABC Listen app.
And that was how we reached halftime with GWS leading by 5 points here at Bellerive Oval. The goal kickers, Callum Brown with 3, Jake Riccardi, Hogan, Bedford and Toby Green with singles for GWS, while for North Melbourne, George Wardlaw has 1. Taran Thomas has 2, then singles to Wardlaw, Nick Larkey, Phoenix Spicer and Eddie Ford. An SMS from Adam in SA. Always happy to hear from the Port Magpies legend, Mr. Williams. Port need a tall back like Mackay. Oh, could he be at Port Adelaide next year? They are interested, allegedly.
That's the talk, isn't it? And it's probably one of the things that Port need, another tall defender. Alir is obviously the man at the moment, but against some of the other teams that have got, say Geelong, they've got Cameron and Hawkins, they do tend to struggle. So
it's the concern. It's the only real concern on Port at the moment, isn't it? McKenzie playing as that other lockdown defender while Alir intercepts. Can they overcome it?
Well, yeah, it's hard to. They really haven't got the personnel like a Mackay at Port Adelaide, so he would be the ideal man to come in. But I imagine North will be moving heaven and earth to keep him as well, so it'll be interesting to see what happens.
Laurel in Rushworth says, been with you all weekend and we'll be here till the finish tomorrow. Great calling as usual. Thanks, team. Thanks for your company. Keep the text coming. 0437 774 774. That's 0437 774 774. Still to come, we've got Essendon and Carlton. celebrating their rivalry in the newest marquee matchup in the AFL when they go head-to-head. All 32 of their combined premiership cups will be out there in the middle. But Stephen Williams is turning to me and saying, that's nothing. Us at Port Adelaide, we've won far more than 16. What's the number, Stephen?
The Maggies have won 36 in the SNFL and one in the AFL. So, and those Essendon and Carlton ones would be getting a bit dusty too. There hasn't been a new one added there for a while, has there? So, two very proud clubs that haven't been able to win a premiership for quite a while.
You guys just won it every year in the 80s and 90s, didn't you, at Port?
Yeah, we had some real good success. So, as Berkey mentioned, the fact that you can have a stable team and it's not like it is now where you have to turn your list over. You're able to keep a good core group of players that knew each other, and the success really came for us, which was pretty fortunate.
Such a good flex, isn't it? Rolling out 16 cups and then the other team rolling out 16 cups. What would you do with 16 cups at St Kilda, Berkey?
Yeah, you'll excuse me if I don't take part in this conversation. The 16 cups that we have at St Kilda, we put coffee in at morning tea.
You exclusively deal with clubs not rich in premiership equity.
No, I was at the Western Bulldogs Hall of Fame event last night, and at least they had 2 up there plus a AFLW, so there was 3 there. But certainly no. There's no cabinet full of 16. That's for sure.
All right, what are we expecting in the second half of this matchup? What changes would you like to see? What can either coach do to try and break this game open with the Giants leading by 5 points?
Well, there's nothing really that I can see that either side needs to change. It's who's going to do it better for longer.
Ball movement, isn't it? Who's going to be able to move the ball out of that back half? We saw when the Giants do it, they look really dangerous. They get the ball inside their forward 50. There's space, and their talented forwards can work and score. And North pretty similar. We saw them do that in the first quarter, but not make the most of their chances. So the ability to win the ball around the clearances, be nice and clean and get it in there quickly will probably determine who wins the game.
The players just breaking off into position. Andrew Cooling is the 5th member of our team downstairs on the boundary. How are conditions down there, Andrew?
I can report a sharp drop in temperature since the sun has gone down. Certainly much cooler conditions. Fortunately, the smoke that was blowing across the Church Street end all seems to have dissipated because it was actually getting quite hazy during the half-time break. But cold, but still no wind to speak of down here.
So GWS leading North Melbourne 7-5-47, plays 6-6-42 as the second half gets underway.
Recall from the centre bounce that went a little skew with. So on the second attempt, Briggs won it down straight into the path of Shields, who had a little bit more time and space than he realised, and got the handball off to Bailey Scott, who cut inside. Short ball was good to Phillips. North Melbourne in control of the footy early. Hall wanted it round the back. He opted against that option as Phillips just decided to send it inside 50. Coleman Jones, it fell into his lap. Took the chest mark in front of Haynes, and he'll line up for a shot on goal. Almost reminiscent of how the game started.
I was going to say that. Exactly the same as that first quarter. Same thing over the back, standing in the right spot, but I think they've paid a free kick.
Nick Larkey. He was certainly taken out of the contest when he went for it, so the umpire spotted that before the mark.
It's probably a good thing because Coleman Jones missed from exactly that same spot.
So Larkey will take the set shot on goal from 45 metres out, sends it on its way and pops it through. Perfect start for Nick Larkey, who kicks his second, and North Melbourne automatically regain the lead. 7-6-48 the Roos. GWS 7-5-47, a minute gone. Third term for Grandstand AFL.
And we were talking about ball movement at the start of the quarter, and that's what the Roos were able to do, win that ball in the centre of the ground and just make some nice decisions, hit some targets, and when you get the ball in there quickly, the Giants didn't have time to get numbers back into their defence, and when it's one-on-one, defenders panic and give away free kicks.
It's good to see Brett Ratton using Liam Shields in the centre square as well. He's been sort of all over the place, playing in the half-back line, playing on the wing in recent weeks, but with a young midfield that they've got, just to have that wise old head in there, calming them down, telling them what to do is really important.
North Melbourne, the opening goal of the second half. They're out by a point. Briggs hooks the tap down straight to Toby Green, who's in the centre. Gets a clearing kick here for GWS towards half forward. Bouncing ball. McDonald, he's onto it. He's wrapped up. Strong tackle coming there from Bedford, and a ball up right on the arc of attacking 50 here for the Giants. Umpire puts it aloft. Briggs slaps it down. Toby Green trying to get on the end of it. He does eventually. He's tackled down quickly. Handball out. Flying shot coming in the end from Tom Green towards the goal square. Getting back Tucker there for North. 1-2 with Siebel. Well, the handball in the end goes to Logue. In the left back pocket, he's tackled. And we'll get a ball up. Right forward pocket here for the Giants, attacking the river end of the ground in this third term.
North Melbourne with the opening goal of the term. They lead by a point. Up it goes. Goldstein on it down directly into the path of Green. He was dispossessed. It came out to Cornelio, went to the boundary, kicked it over his head almost to the top of the square. Flying fist from Siebel, only as far as Angwin. Handed it off to Callan Ward, who nails the goal. And the Giants get the instant reply via their veteran Ward. 8-5-53 GWS. North Melbourne 7-6-48, 3.5 gone. Third term for Grandstand AFL. Stephen Williams.
Just a nice little bit of defensive pressure. North just kicked the ball, dumped it out of their back half, and the Giants were able to win it, clean it up, and Callum Ward has had a pretty good game. Just a really nice shot on the run. And Toby Green just started that the quarter in the middle of the ground, so it just shows the versatility, and he can play as a key forward, and he has the ability to go and play around the ground and through the midfield. So if he was playing for a big club in Melbourne, he would be one of the great players or talked about as one of the great players. We know how good he is, but probably flies under the radar a little bit playing for the Giants.
Started off as a midfielder early on in his career before going forward. Briggs wins the tap down, but Thomas steals it for North. Runs an arc, kicks it inside 50. Coleman Jones goes up and high points it. Takes a strong mark overhead. 40 metres out directly in front.
Well, that was more John Coleman than Coleman Jones. That was very impressive coming from the side. Leapt up really high, and you got a big fella like that. He's stretches his arms another 2 foot in the air and jumps 2 foot in the air. There's no way in a million years anyone should be able to spoil it, and now he needs just to finish off.
The big man on the approach. Boot the ball from 45. His kick is away to the right. A couple of misses for Coleman Jones.
Disappointing.
4 points, the Giants' advantage. 5 minutes played, third term, Grandstand AFL.
Bellerive cloaked in darkness now. Late on the Sunday afternoon. First in this doubleheader, of course, as Himmelberg resumes things from full back out to a contest. Clears defensive 50. Fell to Lloyd, who went the spiral. Puts about 65 metres of distance on the ball. It was gathered by McDonald, who's gathered by Toby Green. Just outside the Giants attacking 50. So they get it from one end to the other in the space of 2 kicks. And they're a chance to go forward once again. Off the ruck contest was Cornelio, streaming towards goal. Fires and misses. So a minor score to the Giants. 8-6-54 lead. North Melbourne 7-7-49.
You'd be disappointed with that, Steve Cornelio. That was a sitter, just breaking away from that pack. Had time to steady, just missed an easy one.
Short kick to the pocket from Hall to Siebel, and moves it to Ford at left half back. Ford at the river end of the ground. Kicks towards the western wing. Larkey coming up at the footy. Buckley right there with him. Tucker roving. Loses it. Stealing it is Ash. There for GWS. Gives it off to Tom Green. He'll break a tackle and kick on the left. High towards half forward. Hall misjudges it. Bouncing ball. Slapped inside 50 by Lloyd. Getting back though is Ford for North. Has time with the handball to Mackay. Handball away to Shields, who zigs and zags and then zigs again before kicking it out on the full. And GWS to get it back between wing and half forward. Free kick will go to O'Halloran in the end on the western side of the ground.
75 from goal. O'Halloran assesses his options. He goes short. Oh, well, the mark was dropped by Green as North Melbourne come up with it. Shields shares it with Taran Thomas, off to Powell, who cuts back inside by hand. Aaron Hall gets onto his trusty right boot and flares it wide to Bailey Scott. He made him work, but he reeled it in with the one hand on the outer side. He's forced to stop as the game shifts across the ground, and he goes short to Shields, who marks in front of the hill. He's on the outer side. He's going to concede some ground now. Shields back to Logue, and he's got Mackay deeper in defence. He spilt the beans, but he's got a little bit of time to recover. He only just did so. Back to Logue. Dicing with danger here, the Roos. They're still inside their defensive 50 as they look for a way out. Logue with that left boot thumps it up the line in the Coleman-Jones direction. Off hands Angwin. He was all wrapped up, dispossessed. It spills free. Wardlaw lurks over the pack. He was tackled by Angwin. Players converge, and it'll be a ball up just forward of centre wing. Outer side, Giants lead 54-49. 8 minutes gone, third term.
Both sides with a goal apiece in this third term. Emerging with the footy initially, GWS, and then onto it, Bedford, wrapped up. And we'll get a ball up right beneath the scoreboard on the hillside of the ground. Umpire puts it up. Goldstein knocking it down. Thomas trying to pick it up, and then Wardlaw does. Handball to Sheasel, handball to Scott, handball to Sheasel, sweeps it back to Wardlaw, slips over as he goes to kick. Now a live footy half forward for the Giants. Bedford fights after it. Wardlaw looks to make amends. He's going to be pinged, holding the ball. He dragged it in, and Bedford will get the free kick at left half forward here for GWS.
So Bedford, he's too far out to score, only just, but he's in a good position to set it up to the top of the square, and that's exactly what he does in the Hogan direction. Unable to take the mark. Green came flashing through. Out of nothing was O'Halloran. Wrenched it out of the congestion, spun and snapped a goal. So Xavier O'Halloran gets one on the board for the Giants. They move to 9-6-60. Back to an 11-point buffer. North Melbourne 7-7-49, 9.5 gone, third term. Grandstand AFL, Nathan Burt.
That was disappointing there for North Melbourne because it was almost like a rugby scrum. There was about 6 players laying over the ball, and it just popped out the back. O'Halloran just like a 5/8 bent down, picked up the footy and
snapped it over his shoulder. Yeah, it was exactly on it. It could have been the Wallabies. But, it was a good goal. The Giants had worked hard to keep the ball inside their forward 50, and, I think everyone was expecting a ball up, but he just saw the ball, put it on his boot, and an important one.
Adam Kingsley down on the bench. Bounce back in the middle, laying it down. Goldstein straight to Wardlaw, who gives it back to Goldstein. Kicks to Powell at half forward, a lot of it. And he'll get a free kick as well. Ash just impeding him over the shoulder, so Powell goes into the pocket. Larkey on a searching lead. The kick is perfect. Larkey takes it in stride in the right forward pocket. And Nick Larkey will go back and have a look at his third to try and bring North back into this match.
You called it well, Ben. It was just put out, wasn't it? Right in front. There was no way that the defender could stop that ball. Larkey was just at full steam and was able to take it pretty comfortably.
34 goals on the season. He's played all 13 matches for North Melbourne. Larkey on the approach. The drop punt is steered through beautifully. Larkey's got both of North's goals in the second half. And it's back to 5 points. Neither side able to break this game open. 9-6-60 GWS. North Melbourne 8-7-55. We've played 11 minutes and change in the third term.
Just a reminder, Nathan Burt called the draw.
Yes.
Not far off the mark as it stands. A long way to go, but...
not gloating yet. Yet.
A little early, but, tracking okay.
Really good response there by North Melbourne. Gave up an easy one up the other end, but great work in the middle again by Wardlaw, hitting the ball to the opposite big fella, and Goldstein just managed to get it on his boot, and Phillips playing in front, and a wonderful kick out in front of Larkey. Impossible for defenders to stop that sort of a kick.
5 points the margin. It remains tight here in Hobart. Briggs won it down out of the contest. Phillips got green high. He'll get a free kick inside the centre square. Wants to go immediately. He's just searching his green, and immediately he dashes off, gains 5 metres and sends the Giants inside 50. Pack forms. Off the back of the pack was Hogan. Tried to move it forward by hand. Eventually it was Wardlaw. No, it was McDonald tackled. Brought to ground inside the Giants attacking 50. A ball up. 30 metres out from goal. Up it goes. Goldstein this time. Won it down. Angwin put his head over it. Tackled by Hall. Going in. That was Goldstein. Couldn't bring it under his spell. Out the back was Zeeble. Was really agricultural. Was lucky maybe not to give away a free kick for in the back. But umpire said it was all legal, and he'll ball it up again 20 metres out from goal.
Up it goes. Briggs trying to take it out of the ruck. Comes down towards Stephen Cornelio. His kick goes straight up and down. Zurha trying to get on the footy. A live ball at the top of the goal square. Eventually, Mackay picks it up for North. Gives it off to Zurha. He'll kick beyond defensive 50. Spicer comes up, leaves it behind. Picked up by Lloyd for GWS. Kicks just inside 50. And the mark taken by Angwin. Wants to give it off to Toby Green. Steps around McDonald. Now gets on his right. His long kick towards the goal square is fisted through by Goldstein. Behind. They lead by one straight kick, GWS. 13 and a half minutes into the third term.
That was a case of Angwin of going, hey, that's the captain, that's Toby Green, he's running past, I have to give him the ball.
Zeebel's kick outside defensive 50 is chopped off. Finn Callahan takes the mark. And he has it 55 metres from goal. He's semi-fancying his chances here. Finn Callahan,
we had players to kick it to.
Young first rounder. Widens the angle, gets to 50, was in two minds, eventually sent it long. He did have the distance in the end, but it's way offline. It's out of bounds, off hands, boundary throw in.
Jake McCarter can probably turn around and say, hey mate, how free do you want me to actually get before you kick the ball to me?
It was an obvious one, wasn't it? Just had to poke it in there, and it was a pretty simple shot for Riccardi.
The boundary throw in deep in attack for the Giants. In it comes. Briggs gets to the front, thumps it towards the goal mouth. Low, couldn't trap it. Green, handball to nobody in particular. Roos will come up with it through Phillips. Beautiful clearing ball to Tucker, who marks at left half back.
And now it could open for the Roos down the western wing of the ground, though. Tucker doesn't like anything initially, so eventually goes long to a contest. Larky's there. In the end, Perryman gets to the front, brings it down, wins the footy, kicks back around the wing for GWS, straight to Tucker. He's tackled quickly, loses it, holding the ball. Free kick going to Lloyd and the Giants. Between wing and half forward. He'll come infield laterally to Perryman. Nothing Perryman likes initially. Backs back onto the logo and then kicks short to Ash. Inside the centre square, he goes short to Callahan. Callahan will give it off to Ash. Attacking edge of the square. Sets it up towards full forward. Spoiled by Goldstein. Live footy in the pocket for the Giants. Onto it, Tom Green. He's dispossessed towards the boundary line. And called for holding the ball. So North to get it back in their right back pocket. The tackling machine, Phoenix Spicer. Able to get him holding the ball. He's got it at fullback or in the right back pocket.
Deep in defence, Phoenix Spicer clears defensive 50 up the outer wing. Callahan first onto it, gives it to Ash, looks inside, then decides to go a little longer. Inside 50 go GWS, off hands, Hall at the fall, off to Bergman. Kicks to a 2-on-2, outside defensive 50. Stevenson will get to the footy first. He's hassled by Iden. Good battle, and Iden won the war. Out to Perryman now. Grubby ball inside 50. Awkward one for Hall. Good enough to gather it and handball it up to Zeeble. He wanted Goldstein in the opposing pocket, and he got him. It was a neat ball to the ruckman, and it ends up where it started, in the right back pocket for North Melbourne. Goldstein goes up the line, Coleman Jones the target, off hands, couldn't take the mark. Giants end up with it through the long-sleeved Fay. His tumbler inside 50, doesn't quite find the boundary. Zeeble gets onto it, spirals one back outside of defence off the back foot. It's off hands and over the boundary line for a throw-in right in front of the hill, 65 metres out from the Giants' goal.
Just that final kick inside the forward 50. Both sides are probably just lacking that bit of poise to hit the open target. We saw Perriman have the opportunity, but he just couldn't make the kick.
Highlighted by Adam Kingsley during the week in his press conference, something they wanted to tidy up. GWS, they haven't yet. Thomas gets it off the front of the pack, handball to Wardlaw. Handball to Ford, who goes back to Hall. High kick to the wing. Big contest. Ash stands underneath it. Takes a nice mark for the Giants. Brave with the cavalry coming. Ash stabs it short. Cornelio marks between wing and half forward for the Giants. Cornelio chips it short again. Himmelberg 55 metres out. Left half forward for the Giants. They lead by 6 points, 18 minutes into the third. Himmelberg will wheel around, go low inside 50, unable to mark Lloyd. Now a live football. Ford's wrenched off it without it. Eventually it comes out. Now Coleman Jones, he'll pick it up at right half back for North.
Phillips now at right half back looking for Thomas. Himmelberg got in his way. At ground level was Ash. Did well to get it up to Buckley. Weaves in and then out. Eventually gets it off the boot. Back to where it came. A collision of bodies. Out of the congestion was Coleman Jones. Then Ford working hard at ground level. He gave away a free kick. He went in a little hard on Xavier Halloran. It'll be a Giants ball. Andrew Cooling's on the boundary.
Kieran Briggs just getting some running repairs for the Giants at the moment. Has a bit of a gash on his lower right leg. They've been trying to stop the bleeding for a few minutes now, and I think their approach is now just wrap it up with as many layers of bandages as possible.
O'Halloran deep inside 50. Hogan dropped one, got some separation, spilt the beans, however. Hands and knees, North Melbourne. Wardlaw spins in and out of trouble. Came out of the congestion to... It might have been Lloyd who just tumbled one towards goal. It bobbles through for a minor score. 9-8-62 the Giants. North Melbourne 8-7-55, 19 and a half gone third term.
Next goal is an important one, I think, Berkey. Both sides really struggling to get some method going in their forward 50.
Zeeble runs out and goes long. Larkey two hands to it. Holding free kick. It's going to Larkey. 2 goals apiece in this third term. Larkey with it just backward of the logo. Will kick lateral. Mark taken by Scott. Third in the best and fairest for North last year, Bailey Scott. Runs around and kicks a high ball in the Goldstein direction. Up he goes. Spoiled from behind by Himmelberg. Picking it up, Goldstein. Handball out to Sheasel. Handball out to Spicer. Spicer in the square. Kicks quickly inside 50. Poor kick, turnover. Ash marks and sends it out towards the eastern wing for the Giants.
Ash's ball is good. Finds a teammate. In Riccardi, his short ball is good too. So Whitfield has it at left half back. A little unsure is Whitfield. He'll wheel around and go long up the line towards left half forward for the Giants. Off hands, beautifully roved by Wardlaw. Handed it off to Sheasel, running past, kicks towards centre half forward. Larkey just brought it down into Spicer's path. Coleman Jones roved it. He was immediately tackled and all wrapped up at centre half forward.
Important tackle, that one, because North had players shooting past, ready to run back to the goal square. Larkey had already nicked out the back, but couldn't get the ball out. Great tackle.
7 points the margin off the ruck contest. Cornelio tracks it, claimed by Phillips, but got it out to Fay. Left football up the line. Good mark, Riccardi. In front of Mackay. Dicey with danger here. Mackay just knocked it out of his hands as he was getting back to his feet, and he gives away a crucial 50-metre penalty. Jake Riccardi will be marched to the teeth of goal, where he should put through his second.
I want to see what this one was, because Riccardi did hold the ball out to his left. Mackay just stuck his hand out to stop a handball.
So Riccardi bangs it through for the easiest goal he'll kick in his life. A 50-metre penalty Riccardi has his second. GWS have their 10th major, 10.868 the Giants. North Melbourne 8.755. A little bit of separation, 21 and a half gone. Third term for Grandstand AFL, Stephen Williams.
Oh, just watching that, I think actually Riccardi, the ball just slipped out of his hand. I don't reckon Mackay even touched it looking at the replay. You have a look at this. Didn't touch it. It's just a massive penalty, isn't it, for something that didn't actually happen. So the crowd have seen the replay and aren't too pleased about it either. But, yeah, when you're not sure and you're an umpire, I'm not sure you should just pay the 50 because it's a massive penalty. It's a goal when they're hard to come by.
Yeah, that's a big call. Bounce back in the middle. Briggs goes early. Free kick.
Work that free kick out. Work that out.
Briggs will get it. Chips it short. Ward receives it. Now skips back. Ward runs around. Sends it inside attacking 50. Big fly coming from Angwin. Bounces out the back. There is Logue for North. Handball away to Stevenson. Just keeping it in. Stops, props and kicks around the boundary line towards Paul Curtis. Haynes right there with him for company. Big ball to be won. Ward goes in hard as always. Picked up by Iden for the Giants. Off to Finn Callaghan. He'll get around and snap onto his left in the half-forward direction. Bringing it down, Keefe. Onto it, O'Halloran. He tumbles it towards full forward. Mackay's there. Takes the mark at fullback for North Melbourne. Giants by 13 points. Their biggest lead of the day was 17. Dangerous kick. Just finds its way to Sheasel, who will kick a spiral out of there.
High ball outside defensive 50. Looking for Briggs. Just knocks it into the path of Ward. Got the handball out to Callaghan. Back to Haynes. He was crunched off the footy. Iden eluded the Stevenson tackle. Out to Ward. Now Angwin, who's absolutely nailed by Coleman Jones. North Melbourne come up with it. Ball over the top is a really good one to Stevenson. Plays on by hand to Curtis, who cruises past into the pocket. In the Larky direction went Stevenson, but it just skidded past his feet. We'll have a boundary throw in, 20 metres around from the left hand behind post, North Melbourne's attacking zone. A little bit of heat just entering the game on a cold Hobart night.
Just a lazy kick by Curtis. It had to go to the top of the goal square where the pressure was. Even if Larky marked that, it's going to be a tough shot.
Boundary throw-in. Coleman Jones doing the ruck work for North Melbourne. Got it to the front. Curtis tracks it towards the boundary. He's got Ward for company. Tried to go off the deck. Couldn't quite get boot to ball. Was he held? Umpire said no. Throw it in, please. And they gain 10 metres. Boundary throw-in. Nestled right up against the left-hand behind post. North Melbourne attacking zone. In it comes. Coleman Jones once again does the ruck work, gets it into a dangerous position. Ward once again tracks it over, but it'll elude him and all comers, and another boundary throw in.
North Melbourne need to get on the move here. They're a bit stagnant there. The ball's going to come to the front of the pack. That's where it goes at 80% of the time. Got to get somebody there.
They dearly love a goal. Umpire brings it in. To the front of the pack it goes. Gathering, though, is Iden, who snaps along the ground. It tumbles out of play. Deliberate or insufficient intent. Free kick half forward here for North Melbourne. Zeeble assessing what's before him and then kicking long towards a big pack. Up they go. Forward launching. Spills down. Curtis is tackled to ground. Ball comes out, but not before the umpire says, let me ball it up.
They need to make something out of this, get a free kick, just kick it off the ground. They need to score here. Haven't had a lot of opportunities this quarter.
Top of the attacking goal square for North. Coleman Jones brings it down. Curtis in there. Briggs soccers it out of there. Toby Green knocks it down to his own advantage, gathers and then kicks out towards the wing where Keefe is out there.
A barrel as Keefe gives chase. He's hassled by Logue, knocked it into the path of Brown. It was really clever. Brown just kicks around the body looking for distance, but Sheasel's there to mop up for North Melbourne. He marks at half back into the fence to the designated user in Hall, who comes back out the same way to Bailey Scott. He's at right half back for North Melbourne. Short ball is dangerous. Keefe
Picks Sheasel's pocket. Inside 50 now go the Giants. They get back. Hall will be first there. Takes it on the bounce. He's hassled over just by Bedford. And they diced with death there, did the Roos, but they get away with it. They concede the minor score, but they retain possession through Jack Zeeble.
They can't let Giants get another goal here. Even if the Kangaroos don't get one before three-quarter time, they can't concede another one. To come from 4 goals behind in the last quarter, it's a big difference from where they are now at 14 points.
Zeeble goes to McDonald. He goes back across the goal mouth. Mark taken by Hall. Wants to wheel around to the right back pocket. Send it long. Looking for Larkey. Himmelberg in front of him. Down at ground level. Scott's tackled after gathering on the bounce. Ball up between wing and half forward for GWS. If they pinch one late, boy, it will sting. Briggs slaps it to ground. Ward tracking it. A couple of paddles to his own advantage. Then loops a handball over the top. Straight to Fay. Fay stands up in the tackle. Handball back to Ward. Gets it on to Cornelio. Tried to break a tackle. Arches his back. Straightens on the right. It's socked through on the goal line. Toby Green. Well, Soccer side foots at home. Kind of like a cross coming in from Cornelio. And Toby Green just sticks out the right boot right there on the goal line to see it through. And GWS are out by a game-high 20 points, closing in on three-quarter time.
Just a good play by the experienced Giants players. North had the opportunity with a pretty simple tackle to lock the ball up, but the Giants were able to free their hands, get the ball to Cornelio, and then, Toby Green was able to use his body beautifully and then side-foot it through off the goal line. So that's the goal, Berkey, you were talking about. It's going to be tough for the Roos now.
Yeah, need to respond. It's out to 20 points now. So they're going to have to kick 4 in the last to hit the lead. That's a big ask. So they can get one back before this three-quarter time siren. It's going to help them enormously.
Over to you, North Melbourne. As the Giants lay down the challenge. Back in the middle. Briggs won it down. Powell came flashing through. Gave it to Shields. Handballed out in front of Scott. Had to get it on his boot quickly and did, but he was rushed into the kick, so much so that he turned it over. Lockie Whitfield marks at left half back for the Giants. Inside he comes to Haynes, who marks in front of Taran Thomas. Haynes takes his time and then just sends it up the outer wing to a contest. In front was Hogan, knocked away from him. First to it at ground level was Green. Brushes a tackle of Wardlaw. Finds some space and sends a barrel of his own towards forward 50. Hogan got back and backpedaling, took a really impressive mark, spinning as he juggled the chest mark. And if he elects to take the set shot, he'll kick from within range. 52 metres out is Jesse Hogan. 13 disposals and a goal so far this evening. He'll pop it up to the top of the square. Brown got up. Chance for a fourth. Couldn't reel it in. Hall was there. Still Brown hassling. Hall just has to collect it below his knees. He managed to do so, but was run over the boundary line. It'll be a boundary throw-in. 25 metres around from the left-hand behind post. GWS attacking zone.
Just owning the territory in this quarter, the Giants. The ball's been down there and probably 80% of this quarter. And when North do clear it, the Giants have got the players behind the play just to pump it back in.
Oh, Keith lays it down. Toby Green bursts onto it and snaps through another. Toby Green's third. And the GWS captain may well be leading his team to victory. 12-9-81. They lead North Melbourne 8-7-55. And they've done a lot of the damage in red time of this third term on Grandstand AFL.
Well, by my count, that is 18 inside 50s to 5 this quarter. and just the weight of numbers eventually that North Melbourne back line have to crack and give away some easy ones, and that's what they've done this quarter, given away some easy goals. Toby Green, he's just class coming to the fore. Cornelio's class coming to the fore, getting the ball forward. But 18-5, it's a domination around the middle because they're not letting North Melbourne have those free kicks. They're not letting them overlap with handball. It's just a really good pressure effort by the Giants.
Deep into the third term now. Briggs just wrenches it out of the ruck and sends North Melbourne forward again. Ozebel spilt a mark he should have taken. Lets GWS in. They're fighting hard at ground level. Bedford emerged with a footy. He was brought to ground by Wardlaw. Siren saves the day for the Roos. The quarter belonged to the Giants. 12-9-81 GWS lead North Melbourne 8-7-55 after 3 quarters here at Bellerive. Giants with the ascendancy going into the 4th and final frame. Nathan Burke and Stephen Williams for Grandstand AFL.
A lot of work there done, Berkey, at the back end of the quarter, wasn't it? As you mentioned, it was those experienced Giants players, Tom Green, Stephen Cornelio, were able to win the ball. Toby Green up forward, Lockie Whitfield off the half-back flank, Lockie Ash. They were just controlling the play and kept pumping it inside that forward 50. You mentioned 18-odd inside 50s to 5, total domination. And when you dominate the territory like that, sooner or later the damn wall breaks, and that's what happened in the last probably 5 minutes of that quarter. The Giants were able to kick 5-goal-4 in that quarter after only kicking 7-goal-5 in the first half. So they talk about the premiership quarter when you make your run, and it certainly put the Giants in the box seat. North aren't completely out of it, but they'd have to really turn things around. The Giants just look to have too many winners around the contest. They look to be a little bit cleaner with the way that they move the footy. And up forward, Jack Riccardi looks dangerous. Jesse Hogan has taken some nice marks, and Toby Green just makes something out of nothing. So they'd be pretty content, the Giants, with their efforts up until 3/4 time.
The thoughts of Stephen Williams, the 6-time premiership player in the SANFL. At 3/4 time, it is GWS leading by 26 points. The goal kickers, Callum Brown with 3, Toby Green with 3, 2 to Jack Riccardi, singles to Ward, to Green, to Bedford, to Hogan and O'Halloran. For North Melbourne, Nick Larkey with 3, 2 to Thomas, and then singles to Wardlaw, to Spicer and to Ford for North Melbourne. 3/4 time, 12-9-81 GWS leading North Melbourne 8-7-55. This is Grandstand AFL.
With ABC Listen, explore a whole new world of podcasts and live radio. Like unpicking fast fashion in Veronica Milsom's podcast, Threads.
The marketing tricks being used on us right now.
Or learning to spend less and live better with Nazim Hussein's Pineapple Project.
Do we all really need it? And if we do, how do we get it for cheap?
The ABC Listen app.
A whole new world of live radio and on-demand audio entertainment.
Download it now from your app store.
Grandstand AFL.
Now streaming every match on the ABC Listen app.
Look for the AFL button.
So Larkey will take the set shot on goal from 45 metres out, sends it on its way and pops it through. Green, he was dispossessed, came out to Cornelio, went to the boundary, kicked it over his head almost to the top of the square. Flying fist from Zeeble, only as far as Angwin, handed it off to Callan Ward, who nails the goal. The Hogan direction, unable to take the mark. Green came flashing through. Out of nothing was O'Halloran. Wrenched it out of the congestion, spun and snapped a goal.
Larkey on the approach. The drop punt is steered through beautifully. Larkey's got both of North's goals in the second half.
Fay, left football up the line. Good mark, Riccardi. In front of Mackay. Dicing with danger here. Mackay just knocked it out of his hands as he was getting back to his feet, and he gives away a crucial 50-metre penalty. Jake Riccardi will be marched to the teeth of goal. So Riccardi bangs it through for the easiest goal he'll kick in his life.
Fay stands up in the tackle. Handball back to Ward. Gets it on to Cornelio. Trying to break a tackle. Arches his back. Straightens on the right. It's suckered through on the goal line. Toby Green. Keith lays it down. Toby Green bursts onto it and snaps through another. Toby Green's third.
The 2023 AFL season.
On radio,
ABC Sport Digital.
and now streaming on the ABC Listen app.
Yeah, 2 from Toby in that third term to make it 3 from him over the course of the afternoon. Has GWS in control, leading by 26 points. Following this game, we've got Carlton and Essendon in the newest marquee slot. King's birthday eve. Matt Clinch is there to tell us what we can expect. Clinchy.
And once again, Carlton are on show, having lost 5 on the trot in 14th position and 3 wins outside the top 8. The anger has turned to despair and the last of the believers are losing hope. Can they find their best again? Can they save their season? Essendon keep winning the close ones, 3 on the trot, 2 by 6 points or less against Richmond and North Melbourne. They've improved under Brad Scott quite a lot to bounce back into the 8. They're 7-5. Is it real? The return of Peter Wright, the leading goal scorer for last season and the best and fairest after a shoulder injury in the pre-season. 75,000 expected at the MCG, 30 years on from the 1993 Baby Bombers Premiership, who will be in their house to be joined by Corbin Middlemass, Smart Murphy, Brett Delidio and Ian Cohen. Essendon and Carlton from the MCG on King's birthday eve.
Great work, Clinchy, and Brian Cook, the Carlton CEO, to join them pre-game. Interesting to see what he has to say. 26 points, GWS's advantage here at three-quarter time. Is there any way back for North, Berkey?
Look, there is. They're going to have to control these clearances, which they were beaten by 5 in that quarter, and they need to lock the ball inside their forward half by mainly immense forward pressure so that Giants can only just bomb the ball out and they just keep pushing it back in, and hope some of their big fellas start to stick some marks.
So the Giants by 26. Final term action at Bellerive under lights on a Sunday night, the first of a 2-game doubleheader as we get underway in this final term. Emerging with it, Toby Green here for GWS. He continues on with his hot form, long kick towards full forward, bringing it down low and quickly applying the tackle. There is Aidan Corr into the action against his former side. The sub, Andrew Cooling.
Yeah, Miller Bergman's been replaced during the three-quarter time break and but the sub starting on the field for the final quarter.
Zeeble out of the congestion, tumbles one outside defensive 50 for North Melbourne. Spicer met the footy first, but he was tackled well by Lockie Ash as they tumble over the boundary line. A throw in 60 metres out from GWS's goal. In fact, it's a ball up. And the umpire, as Goldstein won it down, knocked out of the path of Wardlaw. Now Sheasel, he spun into trouble, then out, then sent it up the line in the Spicer direction, unable to take the mark. Coleman Jones came in for support. It was taken out of there by Green. Whitfield now to Callan Ward, who ran into Wardlaw. Eventually managed to get the handball out. Little kick out of the congestion, straight up and down. Sheasel took it, dispossessed, and now Whitfield lays a tackle on Powell, and we'll have a ball up inside the centre square, just forward of centre. Giants attacking ends.
Big Kieran Briggs has got a lot of the mummy in him, hasn't he?
Yeah.
He just barges his way forward.
Takes it out of the ruck here, quickly snaps inside 50. Hogan can't mark on the lead. Logue's there, his clearing kick, chopped off immediately by Tom Green. For the Giants, attacking edge of the square, looking for O'Halloran, good kick. Oh, not paid the mark. Bedford comes in to help out, gathers the footy, runs around them, snaps home. Brilliant from Bedford. His second of the afternoon evening. And the Giants have control of this match now. 13-9-87 plays 8-7-55, 2 minutes into the fourth.
Most of the
Sorry, Berkey, go.
Most of the Giants players just sort of stood and let Bedford do his thing then. There was a couple of guys there for handball receives. They thought, nah, don't bother, we'll just let him zigzag around. There's 2 guys in the goal square, didn't bother leading, and I think they knew the capabilities of the young fella, and it was a pretty good solo effort.
Wasn't it? But it was all on the back of the pressure the Giants forwards put on the North defenders. Just the rough kick out. Green was able to win it, and back in it went again. Repeated entries, resulting goals.
The former Demon has a couple, and the Giants have the ascendancy. 32 points, the deficit for North Melbourne as the centre bounce gets recalled.
Do you think umpires get graded on that? The inability to be able to bounce the ball?
Hope so.
You'd think so. It's a key skill as Cornelio lays a strong tackle, but it's too high on Wardlaw in the middle of the ground. So North Melbourne free kick. Can they show some fight and muster something here in this final term? Short ball is good to Sheasel. Still inside the centre square. Inside 50 with a low ball goes Sheasel. It's chopped off by Whitfield, who just got in the way. Has Haynes running wide. That's where he goes with the short kick, and he marks in the right back pocket. Over the top now to Ash as they link up by hand. Onto the outside was Whitfield, who kept running. Low ball to Cornelio, who keeps things moving forward. He progresses by foot to Toby Green. He's at right half forward, swings onto his left, and they go coast to coast. GWS as Hogan marks 35 metres out from goal. Tight angle. Will go back and have a shot.
That's pretty much been the tale of the day. The ball use of the Giants is much better than North. Their skills are better. They're able to hit targets. Their rebounding out of their defensive 50 has been probably the difference in the game.
So Jesse Hogan has one to his name this evening. Steps inside 50, sends the footy on its way right to the line. Mackay knocks it over. Minus score for the Giants, who moved to 13-10-88, leading North Melbourne 8-7-55. Early stage of the fourth and final term for Grandstand AFL.
Core with the kick in. Short to Stevenson. He marks just inside the defensive 50 in the long sleeves. Sets a ball towards the wing. Goldstein caught behind, spoils it down. Larkey roves it, stands up in the tackle. Could have almost got it out had his hands free. The umpire says, let me ball it up. Does so now on the logo. Goldstein takes it out of the ruck, then loses it under pressure from Briggs. Soccering it out there is Cornelio. Spills to Bedford. Handball to Ward on the burst. Through 50. Trying to finish. It's out to the right. Missing the lot. And Toby Green gives what Brett Delidio would call the Shannon Knowles. What about me? In the goal square. North Melbourne with it back at fullback.
On the run from 55. Probably not Callan Ward's goal, although he has kicked one this evening already. We're on left half forward here as Kieran Briggs fights hard, gets it out to Bedford, who turns and goes and kicks towards 50 over the head of O'Halloran. It ended up with Logue, who shared it with Core, got it off to Shields. His kick just straddled the boundary line. It didn't stay in though. It'll be a Giants free kick via the boot of Whitfield right in front of the interchange benches. Chance to reload.
Just pressure again. Adam Kingsley be really pleased with the way his small forwards are putting pressure on the North defenders.
Beautiful kick from Whitfield. Spotted up Hogan, who marks 55 out from goal. He wheels and puts it to the top of the square in a dangerous position. Mackay might have been shoved. It came down to Lloyd. Toby Green with the kung fu kick. He didn't connect. As North Melbourne come away with it through Bailey Scott, it's going to be turned straight over. Himmelberg took it off the deck. They use it by hand now. Callahan spilt the beans. Kick inside was dangerous. Iden's there to mop up for the Giants. Off to Ash, who goes wide. Angwin marks it right half forward, pops it up to a dangerous spot. Hogan the target once again, unable to take the mark. O'Halloran at ground level was looking for Green by hand, unable to make the connection. Spills out to Fay in the long sleeves all the way to the teeth of goal, but it's rushed through for a minus score. And GWS go to 13-11-89, leading North Melbourne 8-7-55.
Again, it's just really good forward pressure from the Giants, and a couple of times the North look like they've been able to get it out, but just the pressure has made them just muck up the kick.
Long kick from Core, hands to a Coleman Jones. Curtis roving the pack. Handball to Shields. North Melbourne down the Ponting Stam wing. Handball to Phillips, to Sheasel. Long kick towards full forward. Larkey brings it down. Now gets it back on the bounce. Handball to Powell. Powell will dribble it through. Well worked by North. And Powell on the end of it to bring it back to a 28-point margin. 13-11-89 GWS. North Melbourne 9-7-61. 7 minutes played in the fourth.
Actually started with Paul Curtis, and he was the one North Melbourne player that when the ball was in his hand, he just didn't panic and kick it quickly. He actually took a bit of time, noticed that the pressure wasn't there, and got the handball out, which opened up the Giants. North were able to take it pretty simply into their forward 50, and then a nice finish by Tom Powell.
So North Melbourne get one back. They reduce the margin to 28 points. Back in the middle we go. 8 minutes into this fourth and final term. Another recall. And if they are being graded on their centre bounce work, the umpires, then it might be an F for this evening's efforts. So it goes up again, straight down the throat of Taron Thomas, who burns off his opponent out of the middle. Kicks it forward. He was just affected, though. It ended up with Curtis. He lost his footing, and swooping through to collect the loose ball was Green. A beautiful kick to Keefe, the 100-gamer. He marks just forward of centre wing for the Giants. Inside 50 they go. Once again, it's in the Hogan direction. Good one-on-one with Mackay. They split the difference at ground level. McDonald works hard. He's taken over the boundary line by Green. And it'll be a boundary throw in the left forward pocket for the Giants, who lead by 28 points 9 minutes in to this fourth and final term here at Bellerive.
Throw in 30 around from the attacking goal here for the Giants. Knocked forward there by Keefe doing the ruck work, and Wardlaw gathers and carries it out under pressure. We'll do it again.
They just look a bit physically bigger, don't they, Berkey, around the ball, and that the Giants, that extra bit of development in their players starting to take the toll on the younger North Melbourne mids.
Keefe and Goldstein again. They lock up. Keefe slaps it down. Coming through Sheasel. Can't gather it. Goldstein does. Loses it. Cornelio in the traffic for the Giants. Handball out to Tom Green. Wants to get on his left. Eventually does. High snap towards goal. Toby Green tracking it back. Can't get a hand to it. On the bounce, he gets after it as North get involved as well. And a ball up right forward pocket. They lead by 28 at the moment, the Giants. 10 minutes into the final term.
Dew settling here at Bellerive, so greasy conditions. Hobart evening. Out of the congestion, Wardlaw's fighting hard. Claimed by Hogan. Umpire says it's going nowhere, and I'll have it, thank you. Another ball up. 25 metres out from Giants' goal. Knocked out by Keefe. It fell to Sheasel. Round the body. Clears defensive 50 to a contest. Powell arrives first. Tackled by Ash. Perryman is on the scene as well. And it'll be another ball up. This time at right half forward for the Giants. Up it goes. Briggs and Goldstein. Goldstein outpositions him. Gets it to Cornelio, but he lost it. It came out North Melbourne's way. Taron Thomas tracks it to the boundary. He's hustled over, and it'll be a throw in on the outer side, right in front of the hill. 13-11-89 the Giants. North Melbourne 9-7-61, 11 gone. Fourth and final term here for Grandstand AFL.
Umpire spinning it back in. Briggs hands to it. Goldstein too. Down in front. Wardlaw applying the tackle. Got a lot of fans around the place, and two certainly esteemed experts. Goldstein wins the tap. Onto it though, Tom Green for the Giants on the wing. Kicks forward of the wing. Hall can't gather on the bounce. Shields there to help out for North. Handball to Thomas, to Mackay. Now Hall, he wants to kick it laterally to centre half back, and the kick is good. Mark taken by Powell. He looks a little more direct. Up the middle onto the chest of Paul Curtis. Paul Curtis will wheel and assess his options. Now kick on his left. Out in front of Larkey coming at the footy. He marks on his chest 40 metres out. 30-degree angle to the right-hand side.
It's one of the few times in this second half they've been able to get some free ball and some marks through the middle of the ground, and we all know it's far more dangerous when you do that.
Larkey looking for goal number 4 to keep the door slightly ajar. It nicks off the inside half of the post. 27 points. The GWS ascendancy.
Iden wastes no time and finds Himmelberg short in the pocket. He goes across the ground, still inside the defensive 50. Haynes takes it on the bounce. His short ball is good to Perryman. Cuts inside now to Fay, who marks in front of Powell. Andrew Cooling's on the boundary.
Harry Roston's just been introduced to the game for GWS. He's subbed on and replacing Ryan Angwin.
So Angwin subbed out and Rouston on. As Callaghan marks in the middle of the ground. Goes, turns immediately and sends a left foot ball in the Keefe direction. Strong mark from the big man. Short ball inside is a beauty to Lloyd, who marked right on the 50.
Can roost it, can't he, Lord? He's a terrific kick, so if anybody in the Giants' side can kick it from here, I'd be backing him.
So Daniel Lloyd, he's gone all the way back to the centre circle just about as he judges the distance. He'll kick from 55 or so. It looks like he fancies himself too.
It's a bit misty and heavy out there at the moment. It's going to have to be a good kick.
So this would be a good roost from Lloyd, who sends it on its way. Distance isn't too bad, all the way to the line. There's a mark taken right on the line by Hogan. He stood tall. He didn't launch at the ball. He just stuck the arms up and it stuck in his mitts. And he'll shoot for goal on the tightest of angles, but from about 5 metres out. Jesse Hogan. For goal number 2 this evening. Steps around, kicks around the corner.
Got it.
No troubles whatsoever. So Hogan kicks his second of the evening. And the Giants got a 14-11-95, leading North Melbourne 9-8-62. 14 and a half gone fourth term for Grandstand AFL. Nathan Burke.
Well, it was really poor defending there by North Melbourne. They had Goldstein down there. They had all of their key defenders down there. And basically just Jesse Hogan stood there and marked it pretty much uncontested in the end. They couldn't get the ball through the goal line. So really disappointing there from the North Melbourne defenders and ruck combined.
Good finish by Jesse too. He just took his time. He knew what he wanted to do. Wasn't rushed into anything, and it was a clinical, nice finish, and well rewarded with his second goal.
And SMS asking if they've given the official attendance yet. They haven't. Neil in Coburg wants to know any reason why Ben Cunnington isn't playing. Not selected, unfortunately. In the middle, Callum Coleman-Jones parries it to himself, then bursts out of the middle. His kick inside 50, marked by Haynes. Free kick, though, will go to Wyden.
Cam Zerha is one that we really haven't seen much of today. He's been very disappointing. Normally a real live wire and a bit of a barometer for the Kangaroos, but he's hardly touched it.
Wyden moves it on to Haynes, whose kick is charged down by Larkey. Off his hands, out of play, and a throw in a left forward pocket, or closer to left half forward in the end, where the boundary umpire sidles up to throw it in.
Just the 4 kicks, 3 handballs and 1 behind Zerha.
Coleman-Jones does the ruck work, parries it to himself once more. Wardlaw, his handball was affected. On hands and knees was Cornelio, who got it out to Lloyd. Off now to Briggs, who sends it up the line. Fist coming across from McDonald, who knocks it out of play. Boundary throw in. On centre wing, outer side.
It's the second lowest possessions for North Melbourne. Only Core, who's just come on, has 3. But there's Zerha just the 7. Spicer 8. And you got Stevenson with 10.
Yeah, no impact whatsoever as GWS move it out of the stoppage here. Green and Whitfield and the stars of this side combine as Whitfield gets onto his left and sends a ball towards Brown, who was really impressive early with 3 goals. He marks it 55 metres out from goal, pokes it into the pocket where Bedford awaits and takes the mark.
He's got a fantastic work rate, hasn't he, Bedford? Like he was once again, he was involved in the play in the middle of the ground, but he's been a great pickup from the Melbourne Footy Club. He's come across to the Giants and just added some real spark and lively play to their forward half.
So Bedford's lining up to kick around the body from about 30 metres out on a tight angle. Improves it slightly, but he got too much bend on the ball and misses to the near side. So a minor score for the Giants. 14-12-96. They lead the Roos 9-8-62. Aaron Hall, the ball in hand. The kick in duty, spies something up the line and he drills it into the chest of Ben Mackay. He goes short to Coleman-Jones and they get moving. North Melbourne inside 50 they go. Haynes tracked it back, couldn't take the mark. Whitfield gathered the loose ball, gave it off to Perryman. He got it off to Buckley. His kick was affected as it tumbled up the line. Gathered by Larkey, who got it off to Zerha inside 50. Larkey direction, unable to take the mark, but he was impinged, and a free kick. So Nick Larkey will kick for goal off the free kick, 30 metres out. Slight angle.
Not much the defender can do now, Berkey, is there? When you're looking to punch the ball away from a taller forward, as soon as you put an arm on them, they get a free kick these days.
Well, that wasn't chopping of the arm.
No.
That was just a
body check almost, wasn't it? Yeah.
So Larky ambles on in and pops it through. And he's had a pretty good outing, it has to be said, Nick Larky. He kicks number 4 for the evening and has played a lone hand up forward for the Roos. 14-12-96 GWS, North Melbourne 10-8-68, 18 and a half minutes gone, fourth and final term for Grandstand AFL.
It's one of the few times North Melbourne have been able to take the ball through the middle of the ground, and I think it came really from a risk from the kick from full back straight down the middle of the ground, and probably would have liked to have seen them attempt that a little bit earlier. And certainly in this last quarter they've been sort of 3-4 goals down right from the start. Just take a few more risks, see if you can close this gap a little bit sooner than what they have. It's only at the 19-minute mark of this last quarter, so a fair bit of time left. If they can take some risks and they come off, you never know what might happen.
Still looking for that draw, aren't you?
It's not out of question yet till that final siren goes.
In the middle, Toby Green sweeps a handball forward, taken though by Shields for North, gives it back to McDonald, who will kick a high ball to half forward for North Melbourne. Bounces inside 50, Ash there for the Giants. Handball away towards Himmelberg, who gives it back to him. He's tackled heavily out of play and taken high in the process as well. So Ash to get a free kick, right back pocket here for the Giants.
He's had a good day, Lockie Ash, across that half-back line. Been pretty solid, and his rebounding has been excellent.
Giants by 28.
Ash kicks up the line in the Briggs direction, unable to take the mark. Zerha did the roving, little 1-2. Back now to Sheasel, who kicks off a step inside 50. Good mark taken, though, in defence by Himmelberg, who has been pretty solid also. Spies something wide. Kick had to be good. It wasn't, as Bailey Scott got a fist in. Zeeble tracked it, and Brown did also for the Giants. Over the line it goes. Boundary throw in at right half forward for North Melbourne. 96 plays 68. Fourth and final term here at Beryl Reeve. Coleman Jones just lost his man in the ruck contest, and he patted it directly to the line where Scott escorts it over for another boundary throw in. 20 and a half gone.
So GWS on track to record a 5th win under their new coach Adam Kingsley. From the throw in front, Coleman Jones knocks it down. It ricochets into the cluster, and a ball up again. Right half forward here for North. Emerging with it off the hands of the ruckman, though. Tom Green goes for a little run, takes a bounce, sweeps a handball forward to Bedford under immediate pressure. Slips out of the tackle. Handball forward to Toby Green. Back to Tom Green. Tom Green tumbles it inside 50. Callum Brown drops a mark he should have taken. Allows in Hall for North. He gets a handball away to McDonald. Handball to Zeeble. Handball to Core. All of this a left half back for North. Mackay to Zeeble. And then to Shields, who will kick towards the logo.
Shields kicks in that direction. Buckley chops it off though for GWS, and it's going to come back. He got it off to Callahan. Buckley kept on running and received the handball. Now Bedford, who's just getting real busy as the game progresses. His kick's chopped off by Core. Little one inboard now to Stevenson, and now it's North Melbourne back the other way through Wardlaw, who turns it over himself. Pinballing back the other way now in GWS hands as Lockie Ash goes lateral to Daniel Lloyd, who's out on the outer wing. Short ball inside is good, and Toby Green just holds it up at right half forward for GWS.
His side out by 28 points. Toby Green. He'll just wait a kick into the pocket, trying to get onto it. Whitfield, who slips in between two North players to take the mark.
Classic kick, wasn't it? Just sort of like popped it over the top of a couple of North Melbourne players, did Toby Green, and Lockie Whitfield, who has been terrific today as well. They've had some real run and rebound off their half-back wing area, and we know what a terrific finisher he is, so he shouldn't have much trouble with this one.
Toby Green, 23 possessions, 3 goals, 2. Not a bad day.
Good day. Lockie Whitfield, usually a good user of the football. Hasn't got a goal so far this season. He still doesn't. He misses right. So the lead out to 29 points for GWS.
Zeeble with the kick in duties. He's put it straight down the throat of O'Halloran. It was at his bootlacer, so he didn't take the mark. Got the handball off to Callahan, who just weaves inside the attacking 50. Was indecisive. Eventually got the handball back to O'Halloran. They haven't got out of jail here yet. North Melbourne. Zeeble just hacks it out, and it's marked on marked in the centre square by Lockie Whitfield. So they mucked around with it. North Melbourne. GWS now with a chance to reload. Whitfield inside 50, spearing ball. Might have been one in the back of Callan Ward. Umpire said no. He might come up with it here anyway. He does. He's tackled though immediately by Hall. Got the handball out. Shields emerges with the footy. Retreats to Zeeble by hand. He got it to Tucker. Left foot balled, clearing defensive 50. Was Whitfield tunnelled? Umpire said no. Perryman over the back, gathered the footy in GWS hands now. Himmelberg clever around the back to Whitfield. Short ball looking for Ward. He was infringed upon by Shields. He will get a free kick on this occasion, 55 metres out from goal. Right half forward for the Giants.
They've just kept pressuring the North defenders. The Giants, they could have easily said, well, the game's over, we'll just slacken off. But Adam Kingsley would be really happy with that intensity that's been maintained all day.
Ward stabs it to a leading Cornelio, who marks 49 metres out, and this would be, I reckon, just beyond him.
Everybody struggled from this distance today, haven't they? I don't think we've seen a goal kicked at this end of the ground from this sort of distance. So, yeah, I'm not sure Steve Cornelio's got it in him.
Particularly in the thick, dense air.
I'd say no chance.
Yeah. He might run around a little bit. Phillips on the mark. He does run around a little bit, but even then just chips it up towards the hot spot. Ford's there for North. Takes a good defensive mark. Still 29 points, the Giants' advantage late in the fourth.
Ford kicks into the right back pocket where Mackay marks. He's got Core a little further on, who takes the mark and absolutely sends Toby Green flying out of his shoes with some unbelievable candy. Gained 55 metres up the line, did Core. Off the pack, Stevenson tackled well by Ash on centre wing.
Probably lucky he didn't connect them, Toby, wasn't he? Just threw a foot out, which was a bit dumb, and yeah, lucky he didn't connect.
Umpire throws it up, Briggs, down into the direction of Callahan. In North Melbourne hands, though, through Sheasel, who gets them moving towards right half forward. Good mark taken by Ash in front of Stevenson. And he's at half back for the Giants. He's worked into the game, Ash. Quiet first half, but been pretty good in the second. Got himself into a bit of trouble and eventually just dumped the kick towards centre wing off a pack. First to it was Shields. Put Wardlaw under the pump. Got it off to Zeeble eventually. Now back to Core. Long ball inside 50 for North Melbourne. Thomas jostles with Iden. Ash gets back. Gets the handball to Himmelberg. He's got Buckley in the goal square. He just stepped over the line very deliberately. The umpire said it's okay. And he concedes a minor score. And GWS have the footy from the kick-in.
Lloyd and Briggs banged into each other in that marking contest, and both took a while to get up off the ground, but okay now.
Buckley's kick in very close to the line at left half back, but just in play. O'Halloran able to mark.
Taron Thomas has been one of the guys that's really dropped out of the game. He was dominating, wasn't he? Probably the best player on the ground at half time, but really struggled to have an influence. Probably lack of match practice and fitness.
Kick to the wing, dropped there, and eventually gathered by Core, who kicks into the middle of the ground, and a free kick going the way of GWS, going to Perryman. He gives it off to Callahan. He gives it to Lloyd, gets it back. Now he's in trouble. Zeeble tackles, holding the ball. And North to get it back. 28 points is the advantage. The way of GWS, 27 and a half minutes into the fourth term.
Goes inboard to Hall. His running mate at half back, and he goes over the top by hand to McDonald, who goes out to the outer side. Curtis got rid of his man and took it on the bounce, goes inside 50, and here is Thomas, as if on cue, takes a mark. He's been sent forward And he takes a mark and has a real chance to kick a third goal this evening. In fact, he plays on immediately and bangs it home around the body. So Taran Thomas, you can't keep a good man down, kicks his third. And North Melbourne have their 11th. 14-13, 97 the Giants. North Melbourne 11-9, 75, 28 and a half gone. Fourth and final term for Grandstand AFL, Stephen Williams.
Just Paul Curtis was the player, wasn't he? He was able to win a really good one-on-one marking contest with Harry Himmelberg, that's normally his best area of his game, marking, but Curtis was able to win it, get it into Thomas, who took a nice mark, and we mentioned that he'd probably dropped out of the game, but that's a nice way to finish for him.
He had 9 possessions in that first quarter, and that was his 19th, so just a 10 in the next 3 quarters. And Will Phillips is the other one. He had 10 in that first quarter. He's only on 18 at the moment.
Bounce in the middle. Briggs takes it out of the ruck, gives it off to Tom Green, floats it inside, attacking 50 for GWS. Toby Green brings it down. Ward Robes, quick kick from Ralston inside 50, chopped off by McDonald. His kick goes back outside 50, and the mark taken here by Ralston, and he'll get 50 as well. He got a little shove, and the sub will be marched to the goal square where he should pop it through.
You contrast those numbers to Tom Green, who had 4 in the first quarter. He's now on 25. And Toby Green had 4 in the first quarter. He's now on 24 and 3 goals. So they've lifted while the major ball winners for the Kangaroos have dropped.
Oh, it's a short 50. Oh, no, it's not. Sorry. The player on the mark
He's
in the right spot. There was another North Melbourne player who came in and stood about 35 metres out. The mark actually set 15 out. So the kick will be after the siren to take them past 100 points. Ralston comes in, drives it through the middle, puts a cherry on top. GWS will win by 28 points. They come to Tasmania and will cross the Bass Strait with 4 points in their back pocket.
First goal for Harry Ralston too.
Feel the ground is shaking, the other teams are quaking in their boots before the Giants. We take the longest strides and the highest leap. We're stronger than the rest. We're the greater Western Sydney Giants. We're the biggest and the best, and we will never surrender. We'll fight until the end. We're greater than the rest.
So the Giants win with Harry Ralston, as mentioned by Stephen Williams, kicking his first goal in AFL footy after the siren. But the chief movers, Toby Green 3 goals, Callum Brown 3 goals, all of those in the first half. A couple to Toby Bedford, Jesse Hogan and Jake Riccardi. Callum Ward, Tom Green, Harry Ralston, as I mentioned, and Xavier O'Halloran, all with singles. They win 15-13, 103 to 11-9, 75.
Feel the ground is shaking, the other teams are quaking in their boots before the Giants. Take the longest strides and the highest leap. We're stronger than the rest. We're the greater Western Sydney Giants. We're the biggest and the best, and we will never surrender. We'll fight until the end. We're greater than the rest.
So a 5th win of the season for GWS. The goal kickers for North, who lose for the 11th time this year. Nick Larkey was the main man, a lone hand up front. He kicked 4 goals, while Taran Thomas with 3, and then singles to George Wardlaw, Phoenix Spicer and Eddie Ford. The thoughts of our experts here on Grandstand AFL, Stephen Williams and Nathan Burke.
Well, it's a pretty comprehensive win in the end, Berkey, wasn't it? I thought North were terrific in the first quarter and probably didn't make the most of the dominance they had over the Giants. But from that point on, I thought the Giants probably controlled the play. I thought they moved the ball from one end of the ground to the other with a bit more precision than North were able to. And it was their experienced players, I thought, the likes of Toby Green, Tom Green, Lockie Whitfield, Steve Cornelio. When the game was in the balance, they were the guys who were able to stand up, the bigger bodies, And I also thought Briggs, once again, he had, Goldstein's he's an older 300-game player and a really good ruckman, and the young guy I thought did a really good job. They were probably he probably shaded Goldstein today, and it just keeps getting better and better. So the Giants certainly have found a really good ruckman that can lead their side. So they'd be very happy to come down here against the improving North Melbourne and win pretty comfortably.
Yeah, in the end it was second half 37-15 inside 50s in favour of the Giants, and so that just weight of numbers, the ball coming in and in. Eventually the dam had to break at some stage, and it did in that second half of the third quarter and put the game beyond doubt. And the North Melbourne defence lasted as long as they could, but just can't withstand that amount of inside 50s coming at you. And a lot of it was down to the old stages a little bit. Callum Ward had 26 in the goal, Cornelio 25. They were really good in that second half especially. Whitfield ended up with 24. Toby Green 24 and 3 goals. So the old firm of the Giants, as we like to call them, they probably led the way, and then the young fella sort of jumped on the back after that. So it's really good signs. Tom Green was the other one, 26 possessions after only having 4 in that first quarter. So their midfield started to get on top. But what I really liked about the way that the Giants played was that their forward line pressure was really good. And North Melbourne were unable to take the ball out cleanly like they were in that first half. And when they couldn't take it out cleanly, the ball just kept coming back in. It kept coming back in and ended up taking 14 marks inside 50, the Giants. And it's in the end of the day, they've kicked 103 points, which is a fair effort, what every team would love to have, average 100 points a game. So well done to the Giants. North Melbourne, in the end, I think they just sort of ran out of probably big bodies in the middle. So when you look at it's Ward and Cornelio and these guys, the big bodies doing the damage
Green,
in the midfield.
Yeah.
And Green, their big bodies really took over. And Wardlaw, even though they played Liam Shields in there, just to try have a big experienced body in there, he's not necessarily, that's not what they bought him for, to be a 28 possession midfielder. He did his best that he could, but the young fellas, Will Phillips, as we said, had 10 in the first and only 9 for the rest of the game, and Wardlaw as well probably drifted out of the game the longer it went on. So really, I think it's just the tale of where these two teams are at the moment. One is relying on the young fellas to come through. The other one is got their senior players and they're hoping their young fellas will come through. And it's interesting. They're both at different ends of the scale, but put on a pretty entertaining game today.
And the GWS Giants just walking back from the other end of the ground to right beneath us and right in front of where the majority of their supporters have gathered throughout the afternoon. There's one lady with a sign that says Keith the Faith, obviously in celebration of Lockie Keith playing his 100th game here today. And there's some kids begging for boots as always, as is commonplace now. The Giants will be led off by Lockie Keith in his 100th match. He walks down the race and leads off the Giants. So pretty happy with their efforts. We'll head down into the rooms in a moment. Andrew Cooling will be down there to bring us all of the action down there in the rooms.
Well, they took care of business, didn't they, the Giants, this afternoon. It was a game that they were favoured to win, and it was a game that they simply come to Hobart and got the job done. They were challenged at times. North Melbourne played some pretty good footy, I thought, throughout the course of the game. But when the whips were cracking, it was the Giants with that extra bit of class. And as you touched upon, Stephen, I think it was Toby Green that was just the difference. Forward of centre, kicked those 3 goals and was able to set up a couple as well. And it was probably that little extra bit of touch that broke the camel's back. So a take care of business win in Hobart for the Giants, who, as we touched on earlier as well, are in some pretty good form at the moment off the back of that Richmond game and a win against Geelong a couple of weeks ago too.
Yeah, they have. They've done well, haven't they? And I thought today it was really hard to pick a best 3 players. I thought they had a really good contribution from right over the field. They were great up forward. I thought that Bedford was really good today. Toby Bedford, just his ability to work hard. He'd get up into the midfield, get involved, and then run back into the forward half. And 2 or 3 times he was able to get multiple possessions doing that. So Adam Kingsley would be pleased that he's able to get that sort of input from his small forwards. And we talked about Berkey quite a bit, the amount of pressure they're able to apply and the amount of times North just dumped the ball out of their back 50. Giants had the wall set up and were able to pump it back in.
Absolutely. Stephen Williams with his analysis here on Grandstand AFL. GWS Giants celebrating a 5th win of the season. A reminder that plenty more to come here on Grandstand AFL. We've still got Carlton and Essendon to look forward to later on this afternoon, or this evening, I should say, as the newest marquee matchup takes place. Very shortly, we should be able to go down to Andrew Cooling and find out or get some reaction from inside the GWS rooms as they celebrate this 5th win of the year. 0437 774 774 if you wish to send us a text. There's still time for that before we let you go to Carlton and Essendon at the MCG. Brian Cook set to join the team in just a minute. We will get the votes as well. We might do that quickly now if we can, so that we can head down into the rooms and have a chat with one of the Giants or North Melbourne. Are you doing the votes, Berkey, or is it you, Stephen? I think it's Berkey.
Go Berkey.
All right, give it to me. All right, I'm going to go with Toby Green with 2 votes.
We can't start with 2 votes.
I thought I'd muck up your little system.
Okay. I'll talk to Stephen for a moment about Toby Green, who was brilliant today.
He was. He's a great player, isn't he?
We spoke about some of his numbers: 24 disposals and 3 goals, 15 kicks, playing that mid-forward role and able to influence so heavily.
And I think he probably attended maybe 3 centre bounces. He got the clearance every time, but he's just got such an appetite to get across that forward half, and he's the sort of guy, he doesn't fumble whenever the ball's in his area. He picks it up first grab. He can kick the amazing goal, and he can play tall, he can play small. He's just an outstanding player, and the Giants will be very happy that they're able to retain him. They've lost a lot of class over the years, but Toby Green certainly has been probably the greatest Giants player, and it's great to see him leading his side well today.
All right, that time allowed me to rethink. I've given Larky 1 for his 4 goals.
Yep.
Tom Green 2.
Yep.
And Toby Green 3.
Ooh, I like it. I like the way you're working with all of that, Berkey. The 2 T Greens combining for 5 votes, but Toby Green getting the 3 votes. Tom Green the 2, Larky the 1. Just on the numbers in the midfield battle, I mean, at halftime it was very even. It was 15-16 GWS's way in terms of the clearances, but as we pointed out late in that quarter, it was really when the Giants midfield elevated, the North Melbourne midfield shrivelled, and that was how the game changed in that second half.
It was, and I think it was just the experience and bigger bodies that know how to win games like this from the Giants that really shone through in the end, and then the young fellas sort of jumped on the back of their coattails, and unfortunately the experience for North Melbourne, you've got Zeeble and these guys, they're in the back line. They're not really in the midfield where you can sort of do a lot of damage in there. And Zeeble had a lot of touches. I think he had the most touches on the ground at the end of the day. And Shields did the best that he could, but they're not going to carry the side when they're playing in that back line like the midfielders who were prime movers for the Giants around the middle of the ground.
You can see they're small, like Wardlaw. You could see by the end of the game he looked like a kid that had just been blown up, didn't he? You know, he just didn't have any power left in his game, and he'll develop that as he gets older. But you know, if you throw Davis Uniacke in there, you throw Simpkin in there, all of a sudden there's a few bigger bodies that can help those guys out. But unfortunately they're not ready to play at the moment, and North were able to put up a pretty good fight for probably half a game, but the Giants just had too much in the end.
Wardlaw had 9 tackles this afternoon, which is the most on the ground. So for a really young kid in his second or third game, 9 tackles amongst the likes of Cornelio and Tom Green, these sort of tackle monsters. He was in and under all day to go with 22 disposals, 9 kicks and 13 handballs. I thought he was pretty solid.
Yeah, and what you would love from him is even in the end when the game was over, he was trying to smother, he was diving on the ball. So he's got that sort of footy attitude that you really want in your team, and he's going to be an exciting player as he develops.
You both spoke, I think, half-time, three-quarter time about North Melbourne in the first half did a really good job of keeping the pressure on the GWS defence, and when they weren't able to stop and switch it and get it to the open side and display their ball movement, and instead, due to the pressure, had to dump kick it out of their D50. They could win it back and bring it back in. Did it relent? Is that what allowed GWS to get the game on their terms after half-time, or was it something else?
I think GWS were just doing that better than what North Melbourne were. And North Melbourne only got the ball 15 times in the second half in their forward line, so they couldn't really put a lot of pressure on because it didn't go in there a lot. So I think of which team did that better, it was certainly the Giants, and that's why they had 37 inside 50s to 15.
Yeah, I thought a lot of credit to the Giants' defence in the first quarter. Like North were in there, lived in their forward 50 but just couldn't score, so the Giants defence held up and were able to just although North were dominating the game, they were only or 2 goals in front at any stage, and all of a sudden when things started to turn and the Giants started to have their time in the forward half, they were able to make a lot better fist of it than North were.
Some big news just coming through from Mitch Cleary, a part of our team and the Channel 7 newsbreaker. Both James Sicily and Ryan Mansell sent direct to the tribunal and facing 3+ weeks. So Sicily for his tackle on McCluggage in the match that we did yesterday, and Mansell for making contact with James Aish yesterday.
That's a tricky one, that one.
Yeah, the Mansell one's a little tricky. The Sicily one's interesting because I think when you put it in the matrix, you can only arrive here, but he might take it to the tribunal and survive or get off it. Nathan Burke, you're a resident expert. You were a part of the MRP back in the day.
They sacked me.
Not even back in the day. It was a few years ago.
They sacked me because I wasn't quite in line with what the AFL wanted. But look, I don't think Sicily has much of a case, to be totally honest. I think that was a rotation. We're going to go downstairs. Beautiful. Save the day. I don't have to talk about tribunal. Let's go downstairs.
Andrew Cooling.
I'm down here with a happy Callan Ward. Happy scenes in the GWS rooms after victory. I'll throw you over to Callan and you can fire away.
Callan, Nathan Burke here, mate. Congratulations. A bit of an arm wrestle in that first half, but I thought your defensive efforts, especially in that forward half, to really restrict North Melbourne getting the ball out cleanly, made the difference.
Yeah, it did. We, as you said, we started pretty slowly. It was pretty sloppy in that first 10 minutes. They've got some really good young mids who are working really hard around the ground and, winning contested ball in the clearances as well. So we knew we had to stop that, and I thought the first 10 minutes we didn't quite do that. But we turned it around, we kept them to, I think it was under 50, inside 50s. I think we've done that a few weeks in a row against our opposition, which is, it just makes it really hard for an opposition to kick a high score if you keep them under 50, inside 50s. And I think we had over 60 ourselves. So, and to turn the ball, I think we only had about 9 forward half turnovers in the first half. I think we upped that, in the second half, which was really important for us.
Yeah, and it was, I won't call you old stages, but you and Cornelio and the boys really led the way, I thought, in that sort of revival. And then the young fellas, Bedford and these sort of guys, started to jump on board. So it must be internally pleasing that you can still play that role to that extent.
Yeah, it is. I think we've got a lot of guys who can play different roles. We're playing more of a system now than we ever have with Kingers and the new coaches coming on board. So I think we're still getting used to that. But it's good to know that there's some versatility there with some of our guys, and we've got some really good speed in our forward line as well.
Callum, it's Stephen Williams here, mate. Congratulations on your game today. Tell us a little bit about Kieran Briggs. He's a big man. He's probably in the Mummy mould, and Mummy's his coach, so he's probably mentoring him, but he keeps getting better and better. I saw him last week against the Tigers, against some pretty impressive ruckmen that Richmond have, and he stood up really well against them, and I thought again today against a 300-game player, he was able to really give you guys first look at the ball.
Yeah, he's playing some really good football for us, and I think he has for a while now, but just in the twos, he hasn't quite snuck in for a few games. He's snuck in for a few games, hasn't quite taken his chances, and I think this year he's really taken that chance. He's keeping Funny out of the team, which is really good, healthy competition for us. And the way he's a bit like Mummy, he's just a crash and bash player. He's the type of guy that you just love to play with. He really wants to hurt the opposition, which is really good to see, and he tackles, and he's good with his hit outs, and he follows up, and everything you want to see in a good ruckman he's doing at the moment. So, and taking really good marks around the ground as well.
And another one of the newer players, Callum Brown, his ability to go forward and kick goals, he's a terrific kick. And what's it like to have the Irishman in your side?
Yeah, it's great. He's our quickest player by far. Well, not by far. I think Toby Bedford would probably argue with me on that one, but he hasn't played much forward line at all. He's hardly trained in the forward line. I think he's trying to just play that role for us it's called the structure forward. So he's got some elite speed, and he's got some really good skills on him, as you saw last weekend. I think he kicked a set shot from 60 metres out, and he can really strike the ball. So to have that speed and skills in our forward half is really important.
Callan, Chris Rowbottom here. Just on a personal note, you've gone back into the midfield and more particular into the centre bounce through the absence of Josh Kelly. You seem to be enjoying yourself in there. You were actually the sub for a little patch there. How did you react when Adam Kingsley taps you on the shoulder and says, we're going to run you as the sub this week?
Oh, that was fine. Can't say I really enjoyed being the sub, and I don't really want to do it again, but yeah, I mean, that was more for the team structure sort of stuff, and try and play the right guys in the right positions. And unfortunately for me, in those few weeks, I wasn't the player to play those positions. So I've had to fight my way back in, and I've pretty much trained the whole pre-season and season the forward line. So to play midfield, I enjoy playing midfield, and I also enjoy playing forward line. But yeah, it's good just to play different positions.
Callan, last one really quickly. We've got to get out of here, but we're seeing dangerous tackles every week. It seems like the players don't know what's going on, what they can and can't do. Are you clear on it?
Simply no, I'm not clear on it. It's a really tough one, and it's hard to answer to the media as well, because they've tried to explain to us. They've sent some video for us to look at and things like that, and it should be pretty simple, but it's not. It's not black and white at all, and I think we've just got to err on the side of no danger at all. Once you make that tackle, if there's any chance their head can hit the ground, you've just got to release them and almost soften the blow on the ground, because as soon as that hit hits the ground, or it looks like it may hit the ground, you're in big strife. So it's a tough one. It's to work on for the AFL and for the players and the coaches as well. And it's confusing.
Yeah, it certainly is. Callum, we've loved watching you and the way you go about it for a really long period of time. You're the games record holder at GWS. Thanks for having a chat to us.
No worries. Thanks, guys.
There is Callum Ward down in the rooms chatting to us. We've got about a minute to go, so only really time for thank yous, but everyone's confused is the upshot of that. A big thank you to you, Stephen Williams. 2 flights to get over here.
Great to be here.
Home.
Really enjoyed it.
Berkey, a big day from us. Good to see you again. Chris Rowbottom, nice to see and meet you. Same to Andrew Cooling, Tech Luke in the box here. The cold figure back in the studio, holding it down. Doing a great job, as always, Adam Jones. Footy's not done here on Grandstand AFL. The sport's never done here on Grandstand, because next we're heading to the MCG, the game's newest marquee game. A great rivalry, 32 premiership cups between them. Carlton and Essendon, that's where you're heading. Mark Murphy, Brett Delidio, all Australian Blazers everywhere. Matt Clinch, Corbin Middlemass, Ian Cohen on the boundary. We're headed to the G next. It's the Dons and the Blues. Goodbye from Bellerive.
With the ABC Listen app, you can take the footy with you wherever you go. Off to walk the dog?
Take the footy.
Going camping?
Take the footy.
Picnic in the park?
Take the footy.
ABC Sport's expert coverage of the AFL.
Incredible grab.
And the NRL. Every goal, try, mark and tackle. Live and commercial free. So whatever you're up to,
take the footy.
Take the footy with you on the ABC Listen app.
ABC Sport.
We begin this broadcast by acknowledging the traditional custodians of the land on which this match will be played today and pay our respects to their elders past, present and emerging. We extend that respect to Aboriginal and Torres Strait Islander peoples listening.
AFL.
What a stage. This game is coming to life.
The 2023 AFL Premiership season.
The roar will tell you the story. Fans are on their feet.
This game is electric.
Holds his arms out wide and tells them to get excited. Oh, the home fans like that. What a game. It's got everything. On the run. It's happening again. It's a whole new game.
Cause here it comes, here it comes.
One bounce at 60, one bounce at 40, one bounce at 20, and he goes.
He plays on from 52 out. The package bangs it through.
Something big is coming, something big is coming.
On the left foot, he's welcome to the big time moment.
Something big is coming, something big is coming.
Turn steady, go.
Something big is
The
coming.
2023 AFL Premiership season.
Durham to win it. Goal.
Fill your lungs, are you ready for it?
Gets onto it, and away it goes.
Tapped it twice with his left hand. Gathered in the right forward pocket. That is brilliant.
Here they come.
That's class.
Oh, he's a star. What a game.
Brilliant.
He goes. He goes.
This kid is going places.
Hand pass to Sarong. Sarong pulls the trigger. Boom.
Rioli with some magic. The check side finish. He seizes the moment. Curls it around. What about that?
Hand pass to Elliott. Back to Hill. Superb finish.
55 out. He's given this plenty. That's a magnificent strike of the football.
He dribbles it along the ground for an incredible goal.
Grimes goes long. Bolton. High altitude fly from Showbolt.
Snap from 35 and boy does he love it.
Good for Humphrey. Here's Humphrey to put the Suns 8 points clear.
To take the lead. It never looked like missing.
Grandstand AFL on ABC Radio, Sport Digital, and now streaming every match on the ABC Listen app. Just look for the AFL button.
Something big is coming, I know.
75,000 expected at the MCG for King's birthday eve as two arch rivals Carlton and Essendon do battle. And once again, the Blues are on show, having lost their last 5 on the trot in 14th position. 3 wins and outside the top 8. The anger has turned to despair, and the last of the believers are losing hope. Can they find their best, or is the season over for the Blues? Essendon keep winning the close ones. 3 wins on the trot, 2 by 6 points or less against Richmond and North Melbourne. They've improved under new coach Brad Scott. And now with the return of their best and fairest and leading goalkeeper kicker Peter Wright, can they springboard their way further up the AFL ladder? Is it real? We'll get a good gauge tonight as Carlton and Essendon do battle from the MCG. 30 years on from the 1993 Baby Bombers, who will be in the house tonight. Matt Clinch with you for Grandstand AFL. We're still a little way away from the team sheets being officially lobbed, but Peter Wright is back for the Bombers and looking forward. In fact, it might have just come through, so no late changes with D'Ambrosio and Paddy Dow, the subs for the Blues and the Bombers tonight. Corbin Minimas alongside me to call the action. Welcome to you, Corby.
Thanks, Clenchy. It is one of the great rivalries in footy, and for Essendon fans, they love winning, which doesn't happen all that often in recent times, but the next thing they love most is if they can't be winning, they love when Carlton struggles. And tonight, the Bombers have Carlton's season in their hand. So what a perfect setup. It's got a big game feel about it, and I love the concept, by the way. I love the fact that there's a King's Birthday Eve game that leads into the King's Birthday blockbuster tomorrow. So what we could have in the space of 24 hours is essentially 180, 190,000 people through the MCG, the same way we do before Anzac Day. So I love that touch. One thing I didn't love is both the Bombers and the Blues, as a way to try and promo the game, have brought all 16 Premiership Cups and have lined them up outside or in between gates 2 and 3. So it's come and check out the Premiership Cups and get a photo with them. We are a national competition. 1990 is when it became the AFL, and from that point on, Essendon have won 2 and Carlton have won 1. And the problem with both teams, and they are eerily similar in a lot of ways they've been going about it in recent times, a little more looking forward, a little less looking back. So I get the idea, but I think both clubs need to be less worried about the 16 premierships and more worried about the 17th. And I'm not sure bringing out all the Premiership Cups in 2023 is the way to go.
We've waited 12 rounds to chat to the Carlton hierarchy. They haven't been available for the previous 11 weeks until this week. So we gave you the Sarah Ferguson task to sit down with the Carlton CEO, Brian Cook. We'll bring that to you in a few moments' time. Were you ready? Were you fired up to ask all the questions that need to be asked?
I hope so. Hopefully I asked everything in lieu of our experts and yourself, Clinchy and Koza, and hopefully we got everything out that needed to be asked, and more importantly for Carlton fans, a few of the questions that they might be asking themselves about their club when they sit around over a beer or whatever it may be. So that's coming up very shortly.
Well, Sunday Grandstand AFL experts, our 2 number 1 draft picks are here and ready to go. The good part is Mark Murphy has been asked all these questions on a weekly basis, and he's very familiar with how Carlton fans think. Welcome to you, Murph.
Thanks, Clinchy. Thanks, Corbin. And Lids, good to be here. So good to see that you're asking the hierarchy that are actually involved with the football club at the moment, rather than myself sitting here and copying questions from Brett Delidio after another Carlton performance.
They are coming tonight too, don't you worry about that.
So I'm looking forward to hearing Brian Cook this evening, and I'm looking forward to, hopefully for all Carlton's fans' sake, that they can win tonight, and then we can have a nice Q&A after the game.
Yeah,
Lids about. Hopefully this is the start of the momentum of the Blues getting going. But yeah, they've got it all before them tonight. I think Essendon have been going very well. I reckon we've watched probably first 5 or 6 games of the season, all Essendon games, and I was very impressed by the way in which they had started. And they're still going really well. So they're certainly going today as favourites against Carlton. And as you said, Corbin, maybe a chance to put a full stop to their season.
So it's set up as a big 6-week block to define Carlton's season as to whether they'd be competing in the top 8 or whether they'd be somewhere outside of that. They've got one match to go tonight against the Bombers. Where do you sit in your Carlton optimism as to whether they can rescue the season or potentially there's a lot of work that needs to be done?
Oh, look, to be honest, I'm sitting here pretty nervous as a Carlton fan, because if they don't win tonight, it's almost the curtain comes down on their season. It's hard to come back from being a 4-game winning start after 13, albeit a draw involved in that as well. So they'll have to go on a winning streak almost towards the end of the season to play finals if they were to lose tonight. And they still got a tough run. They play the Gold Coast next week, but the Gold Coast has been going really well. So there's no real easy beats other than maybe a couple of teams this season. And unfortunately, Carlton almost falling into that, so to speak, in the last 6 weeks, haven't they?
The good news is we're rostered on that game as well. So,
so we're here next Sunday.
We're here next Sunday for Carlton and Gold Coast. So not only do we get Mark Murphy's take on it tonight, we get to follow them into next week as well.
This is great. and the week in which he was absent was last week, so you've used, unfortunately, all your sick leave, Murph, so we'll see you next Sunday. Alongside Mark Murphy is Brett Delidio, who loves asking all the important questions. Welcome to you, Lids.
No, thank you, Clinchy. And I must admit, as an ex-Tiger, seeing the Blues where they're at, although I was an old Blues supporter back in the day, once you play against a side, you develop that hatred for him, and I'm enjoying this. Like Braden Maynard said not that long ago, you actually enjoy seeing the Baggers struggle, and it's great when they're up and about like they were late last year, and the crowd really comes alive, and everyone, Lygon Street's pumping, but it's also good to see, they're just battling away a little bit and seeing Murph twitch up the back here, because there was none better than late last year when Jamie Elliott kicked that seal.
Well, yeah, other than that, it was late last year when the Blues were firing. It was early in the year. It was actually hard getting back towards the north side of town, because they thought they'd won the premiership halfway through the season last year, Carlton. Unfortunately, it's been all downhill since. But anyway, we'll get a good chance tonight against the arch rival.
I got steered into an error right from the outset. There is a change. Andrew Phillips comes into Essendon's 22 in place of Massimo D'Ambrosio. So D'Ambrosio is the sub, Paddy Dow for the Blues. That lit up on our laptop just as we were starting our broadcast. So Phillips comes into the 22. The Bombers, we're trying to gauge as to how much of it's real under Brad Scott. They've made a good improvement. They've made a great start to the season. They're inside the top 8. Now the question is can they sustain it? Can they stay there? They've obviously got a favourable second half of the draw. How do you view them and the challenge that is Carlton tonight?
Well, I think, like Murph was saying, I was really impressed with the way they were defending the ground. Like, they'd probably been known as a team that, really relied on Parrish and Merritt, in particular up front. Pete Wright kicking the goals. He's obviously been out back tonight, which is huge for the Bombers. But they're more consistent with their effort right across the board, and that's what's been so impressive. And I honestly think that the Bombers can challenge a team that's just bereft of confidence at the moment in the Blues. I think the Blues on paper with their stars, that if they can all play well, are probably a better side, but we haven't seen that for how many weeks now. So, yeah, the Bombers are right there to be taking this game, and I think just because of the way they've been, getting that win last week was really good for them, but they've also got their key forward back, which will just give them more confidence again. So, but you wouldn't want to have too much expectation on Pete Wright straight up, would you? Because it's really hard to come in from all those weeks out to then be expected to kick 5 or 6.
He's played no VFL. It's a little bit surprising he comes straight into the senior lineup. Maybe they put a fair bit of conditioning into him to try and make sure he was right to come straight back into AFL level. But
well, Brad Scott said that he's one of the most diligent players he's ever seen go through his rehabilitation and that process to get himself back. So he's probably a little bit ahead of schedule, but you only do that through hard work. So you're not. We'll see it out here as to how well he's moving. But
there's no doubt he would have been put through the ringer for the last probably 2 or 3 weeks.
Yeah.
It's a different type of fitness, though, once you're training compared to playing
and having to wrestle
a big game of AFL football against a team that is certainly going to be throwing everything at you. And when you're in those wrestles and it's repeat efforts, that's the stuff that gets you. But he's still a class act, isn't he? So you can't be playing in VFL. So I think it's a smart move, getting him straight back in.
Yep.
And it is a shoulder injury, so I guess as much the anxiety and wondering how he'll go with that first physical contest, they'd be able to do a fair bit of that.
Yeah, that would have tested
simulation to make sure he's right to go.
100%. They would have really tested that out, given him a strong couple of weeks of saying, well, mate, if you're going to come back, this is what you're going to cop.
Interesting that Phillips comes in, though. So it feels like with Pitternet out, the Bombers have gone to hell with it. We're going to load up and we're going to go Draper and Phillips and try and monster an advantage there, plus Peter Wright. So instead of sort of thinking that one of the big guys would go out and Wright would sort of cover some of that work. So at Carlton clearly going in with now Silvani and DeConey. So they've tried to really try and work over.
Essentially, you'll have Phillips or Draper playing against Silvani at various points of the game. Against Tom DeConning, who hasn't really held the number 1 ruck mantle for quite some time. So it's a smart move by Essendon, especially with their midfield dominance in terms of speed around the contest.
Yeah, the interesting one for Carlton, though, Murph, is for a team that's won 4.5 games and were undefeated in the first month of the season, that Ed Curnow comes back. So he's a 33-year-old, dropped to the VFL last week, straight back in tonight.
Yeah.
Is that surprising?
The only way that I see... And Ed Curnow's been a terrific player for that football club for...
Has to play on merit, doesn't he?
If he doesn't play on merit, I'll be extremely surprised. I feel he's a 99.5% chance of playing on merit. And he's named in the guts. So Zach Merritt's been unbelievable this year. I think he's taken his game to another level. He's been All-Australian on a couple of occasions previously. He's a star, but he's taken his game to another level, and Essendon are playing the type of football on the back of their skipper leading the way. So they've identified him as the one that they need to stop through the midfield. And if Ed Curnow doesn't tag him, I'd be very surprised.
But I get it, and I know that he's done that role in the past, but...
Why couldn't you play Paddy Dow and say, let him do it?
Yeah, there'd be Carlton fans saying exactly that, or Jackson Binns, or some... Just if that's the role, and it's a shutdown role, let some kid learn and run around with one of the best players in the game rather than a 33-year-old Ed Curnow.
I'll be playing... Yeah, I agree with you, but Ed Curnow's probably on the minimum chips there, salary-wise, and there's a reason why they're playing him, because they obviously trust him. So they probably don't trust who else is around to play that sort of role. And then you don't want to just play guys for the sake, well, he's younger, he should play. I've seen a lot of examples where guys have played and they're not quite ready, and it ruins their careers because they don't have confidence to play at the level because they're not fit enough or they're not good enough. And then it ruins them for the rest of their careers. I've seen a lot of young guys come in and get opportunities when they're not ready. I'm not saying that some of these guys aren't ready, but Voss obviously trusts Ed Curnow to come in to do that role. I'd play Dow ahead of a few other guys at the moment playing, but I think Ed Curnow's definitely playing on Zach.
But what you said, though, is it's a bloody important game. Like, they need to win this, so he goes back to who he trusts. And you're not going to just roll the dice with, maybe Paddy Dow. He's never played as run with, but we'll try him on Zach Merritt, who's had 16 and 2 in the first quarter last week. So, I can see why he has gone that way, but I think it's probably the other ones where you're saying Paddy Dow could have played in front of a few others that the Carlton supporters would be saying, well, where the hell has it been in the last 5 or 6 weeks?
Yeah, because I hear the commentary and the comments around Ed Curnow, and for me it annoys me because he's the type of player who's a very selfless player, so you love those players. And because they're losing, then they go to the older guys. So that's where the annoyance slips in for me a little bit, because there's a lot of other guys who are younger who aren't quite doing enough for my liking to be able to play at the level that... and I'm not saying that's Paddy Dow, because I think Paddy Dow should be playing, but there's other guys who should be playing a lot better than they are, and Ed Curnow shouldn't be the fall guy for it.
Oh, let's get some names by the end of tonight, I reckon. Mark Murphy just going to put a couple of lines to a couple of names.
Brett DeLeo alongside Mark Murphy, Matt Clinch, Corbin Middlemass and Ian Cohen with you for King's Birthday Eve. It's Carlton taking on Essendon. You didn't channel our good mate Mark McClure and us, the CEO, selection questions or matchups, did you?
Less of the on-field,
okay.
So more sort of in his realm, hopefully, as the chief executive.
And finally, from your perspective, Lids, when Michael Voss ushers the words, "We're just not quite good enough against the best sides," where do you sit on Carlton? Can you see them rediscovering that confidence on a night like tonight, or is it a little bit more far-fetched for you that they can turn it around off the back of 5 weeks where they've struggled to really build momentum and their scoring has completely dried up?
Yeah, I don't think it's going to be a magic pill. I feel like the work they've put in over the last summer just hasn't clicked and hasn't worked. They've changed the way they've gone about it, I think, to try and stiffen up their defence and not allow teams to go end-to-end as much, which is really halting their ability to get it inside forward 50 for one, but then to kick scores. I mean, you've got the two big boys up front. They just don't seem to move the ball on quick enough for mine, and they've got no speed across half back. So they're the biggest issues, and I don't know whether you can just flick that switch tonight.
Yeah, I think from mine, if you just ask the question on each individual, if they're having as good a year as they had previously or if they're having a career best season, I don't reckon there's probably 3 or 4 guys who are saying, well, I'm having a year that I'd be happy with having, or a year is probably my best. I reckon Charlie Curnow's certainly been the player who's probably been the best, I would have thought. And then outside of that, I think there's not many that would put their hand up saying I'm doing pretty well so far this year.
But even he's been he's a bit of a flat track bully in terms of where he's kicked all of his goals. I know he's up there, but he's against West Coast. He's kicked a big bag. Yep. North Melbourne, I think he kicked a bag as well. And he's so reliant on the ball movement coming forward, you know.
Yeah. So then you put it that way. It's like, well, Charlie's still doing a pretty good job considering the ball that's coming in. So I think he's the one who I would say who's holding up his end of the bargain.
Yep.
And for whatever money he's on, he's doing more than is required for his point of view. There's other guys who have had injury interrupted pre-seasons who haven't quite had their year that they would like, and there's guys who have certainly been down on where they should be.
The other big news that's come out in the last 20 minutes or so is that James Sicily has been sent straight to the tribunal for his rough conduct charge on Hugh McCluggage, deemed careless conduct, severe impact and high contact for his tackle on Hugh McCluggage. And the other one was Ryan Mansell, who also goes straight to the tribunal for his bump on James Aish. So careless conduct, severe impact and high contact. So both of those are looking at 3 matches or more. We'll get the thoughts of Mark Murphy and Brett DeLeo in a few moments' time around just the way in which the game has evolved around tackling. But we want to bring you this interview. Corby's Sarah Ferguson chat. So I hope our head honchos at ABC News are listening as he sat down with a Carlton CEO, Brian Cook.
Brian Cook, the Chief Executive of the Carlton Football Club, with me on Grandstand AFL on ABC Radio across the country. Brian, appreciate your time.
Thanks, Corbin. Thanks for inviting me into your box. And tonight's a sellout. I think it's our 7th sellout out of 13 games now. So it's working for us off-field a bit. We're pretty happy about that.
I like the concept. So the Sunday night game leading into the King's Birthday match tomorrow. So yeah, a bit like what we do with Anzac Day, with the Anzac Eve fixture into the Anzac Day game. You could potentially have 180,000, 190,000 through in the space of 24 hours, which is a big-time event. How did the concept come about? Because it feels like both clubs are almost co-promoting this game, despite the fact that it's a Carlton home game.
Yeah, no, it's much like, I think, the special event when we played North Melbourne as the Good Friday appeal game on the night before. So similar to that, we have spoken to Essendon and to the AFL, and we're trying to make this an annual special event for both of us, and we think it's got legs. So yeah, it's the night before a public holiday.
I noticed the Premiership Cups outside, so the 16 Premiership Cups from Carlton and 16 for Essendon. To be honest, I'm actually an Essendon fan, but and for everything I enjoy about the concept and the date and everything, I was a little surprised by that, given that we're a national competition nowadays, and if you look in the AFL era, Essendon have 2 and Carlton have 1. I know there'll be an easy criticism there from other teams saying, are we looking too much in the past rather than both clubs looking for number 17?
I can listen to the argument. I'm not so sure I sort of endorse it. I think we've got to respect our past, and that should be one of the stronger values of our football club, any football club really. It's unfortunate that we haven't won one for a couple of decades, but at the same time we have to respect our past. One would hope that it's not, as some people are saying, we're looking through the rear vision mirror to try and plan ahead. That's the last thing I would think that we're doing. But no, we need to respect our past.
It's pretty hot at Carlton at the moment. You've worked at a number of successful clubs. I feel like when there's a crisis at Carlton, it feels hotter than other clubs in the competition. Has that been your experience as someone who's worked elsewhere?
Look, it's more emotional, there is no doubt about that, but it's also, that's a positive part of our fan base. That emotion also drives us to having over 90,000 members as I speak tonight. And so, look, it does get hot in the kitchen, there's no doubt, but it's a part of this uniqueness of our club. I mean, Carlton Football Club, one of its uniquenesses is the passion of its supporters. And, when we hit the front in games, it is amazing the noise you get. It's like a final. And so, you've got to take your hat off to the supporters and members being so passionate with this football club.
Team's obviously not where you want them to be, or any Carlton fan wants them to be on field at the moment, and there's a lot of reporting attached to what is and what isn't happening at the Carlton Football Club. So I'll put a couple of these to you. There were reports during the week that Michael Voss is coaching for his future in the next 11 weeks. Is that accurate?
No, Michael Voss's future with us is a 3-year contract, and he will be with us until at least the end of next year.
He will coach round 1 next season?
Absolutely.
Absolutely. The reports that there's factions in the playing group and disharmony there. As the chief executive of the club, how do you deal with that?
Oh, look, you can't dismiss it, you can't ignore it. So I spoke to a couple of the player leaders and just wanted to get a bearing on what was the reaction to those that noise, and I was assured and guaranteed that and that none of these things were happening. None of the noise, none of the accusations were happening. And, when you get noise from unnamed sources, you always have to question that.
So you're confident that the playing group's united?
Oh, yes, very much, yes, yeah. Look, every club tries to develop a high-performance environment, which is about accountability and support in equal measurement, okay, equal doses. And we have that. We're trying to develop that environment to be exactly that, a high-performance environment. And so we do get players who challenge each other, but they also support each other. You will always get on the periphery players who aren't getting a game or are injured or whatever. They can't be happy, But that doesn't mean that the club's not behaving well, or its high performance isn't as high performance as it should be. So all I can say is none of those rumours, none of that noise is true.
So you've confirmed that Voss, you see him coaching until the end of 2024. Will you shake up the football department around him at the end of the year?
We will just have to wait and see with that one.
Yep. So no, we hear a lot about he needs more experienced people alongside him.
No. Look, we just have to live in the here and now for the time being. We have to improve. We know we're not competing well enough, long enough against the best sides. We know that. So right now is where it's at. This is what we have to concentrate on, improving right now. And, at the end of the year will look after itself down the track. But you don't want to become impulsive. You don't want to become reactionary. It's got to be very strategic and take a bit of time. Good things do take time to develop. And so we will just keep living this game week by week.
Both these clubs naturally impatient, both with big, passionate fan bases. You come from a club that used to preach, we're going to give our players every opportunity to play finals every single year. And now you walk in at Carlton and you've got the best player in the competition last year in Patrick Cripps, who's never played in a final. How do you reconcile that as the chief executive? Do you look at that and think, damn, it shouldn't be that way? Or how do you make sense of that?
Yeah, no, it is. It's disappointing that Patrick hasn't played in the finals game, given his history. But this stuff takes time, and it may take another year or two before you play finals. But I'd be completely devastated if that was the case, because we all want to play finals every year. But we just have to be sensible, rational, positive about our future, but not impulsive and reactionary. We just have to make sure we make the right decisions. If we can get 9 out of our 10 important decisions right, we're on the right track. But if we get 2 or 3 right only because of our impulsiveness or because we react to a couple of really bad losses, then I don't think we're on the right track.
Did you think you'd be further along than this, though? 4.5 wins headed into the
I thought we would be, I thought we'd be a little bit further than this, for sure. I didn't expect to lose 5 or 6 in a row, no.
I think one of the last major radio interviews you did, you made a comment on the way out, obviously blew up. The whole footy world was talking about it, the world wouldn't end if we made finals.
Yeah.
Do you regret those comments?
Yeah, I to be honest, I probably do. It's probably, I've been in the game 35 years, and you keep learning. And I think that was a comment that was a bit stupid. Because we all try and make the finals, and every loss we've had, we've been devastated. Every loss these last 5 or 6, and so again, the point is, I was trying to make the point that didn't come over that well. That look, let's not be reactionary here. This might take longer than we think, and let's make sure we do it properly. So I didn't say it in those words, and we all learn.
Has the Luke Sayers PWC controversy been a distraction to what Carlton's doing?
Not really, no. Luke's contracted. Luke's our president till the end of next year. That's his term, and that's the way it is right now. He's still president. He will be, I'm assuming, till the end of next year.
And you're contracted until the end of next year?
End of next year as well.
Yep. Do you see yourself in the role beyond that?
That's something we'll need to decide at that time.
Okay. Yep. So wait and see on that front.
Yep.
Speaking of contracts, Tom DeConey, he's obviously a high-profile player off contract at the moment, said he's putting talks on hold with the club. When does the club need an answer to actually structure your salary cap going forward and being able to make your own plans? Is there a deadline on it?
No, there's no deadline. There's probably best times, but there's no deadline. If we have to manage this at the end of the year, then we'll do that. We want DeConey to stay with us. We've been talking to his management, and let's hope that he's a wanted player and we want him to stay. So let's hope he does stay.
All the very best for tonight. Love the concept. 2 teams with heated rivals over many, many years, and fingers crossed we get a game that lives up to the stage. Appreciate your time, Brian, on Grandstand AFL.
No, thanks very much. Thanks for your time. Cheers.
Carlton CEO Brian Cook sitting down with our own Corbin Middlemass for a one-on-one chat ahead of this big Kings Eve clash between the Bombers and the Blues. There is one late change with Andrew Phillips coming into Essendon's 22 for Massimo D'Ambrosio. He becomes the sub for the Bombers this afternoon, and Paddy Dow is the sub for the Blues. Matt Clinch, Corbin Middlemass, Brett Delidio and Mark Murphy. How'd he go, Lids?
Pretty good. I thought he could only have thrown in there a bit of a Luke Darcy. Say that again. I reckon that would have just topped it all off. Just for emphasis. And rather than just repeating absolutely, I reckon you could have said, say that again, and that would have been just perfect, mate. But well done. It was good. You asked a few tough questions.
Yeah. How did you think he responded when you were sitting across from him?
Pretty honestly.
Yeah,
I didn't feel like I was getting too much spin from him. So, and for people that know Brian Cook well and have worked with him at his previous clubs at Geelong and West Coast, they say I couldn't imagine him cutting a coach loose after a year and 3/4 of his 3-year deal. So it sounded like Brian Cook's contracted him to the end of next year. The president leaves at that point. Michael Voss will be there at the end of the year. I take him on face value that he thinks Voss will be coaching at least at the start of next year, and as he says, till the end of it. A couple of other little bits and pieces out of it. I thought he was a little non-committal on what it meant for him beyond the end of next season. So I know he's been in footy a long time, and he's well into his 60s now, but it didn't sort of jump out to say, I'll definitely want to be the CEO beyond that point.